It's another week of Marvel's Fight Night here as we enter week 3. I'm Achilleos here alongside of Vast, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who is the best team in Europe and then North America? Welcome to the show, everybody. Avast, hello. Good to be back with you once again.
It is great to be back, but something to remember, Seth, is that that's two questions. That's two separate reasons. So
No,
you can combine them, I guess.
To the first question, it's a little separate, added little thing. But either way, yes, we have two questions. Both will be solved by the end of the evening. But hello and welcome to Rivals Fight Night. We got ZP's own team at 0% going up against Luminosity to start off the day. I didn't know ZP was like that. Didn't know that he had his own coffers and everything. But yeah, I guess he's just been hiding these coffers. But that's also explains how we've been able to put on this show and make it look so damn good for everybody.
I mean, that's just the power with crypto. You can rug pull anyone you want to fund an esports team, and I think that's the important. But I actually don't know if that's how 0% is currently funded. But for those that aren't aware, 0%, that is the former Fnatic roster, so a team that's been around for quite some time, and for first versus LG, obviously, another team in the EU that's been a powerhouse. So it's going to be a really exciting first match overall, despite despite the fact that maybe ZP's dubious claims to that roster.
I think 0% stands for how much tax ZP pays, and that's why he's got all of these all this accrued wealth. So I think we're getting to the bottom of it all right here. I didn't know that he was just rich like that, but it's all coming together. But I mean, who better to speak on his own roster and what we can kind of expect from this team than ZP himself, and we will be having him alongside us. So welcome the CEO of 0%
at IRS.
Okay,
at IRS, that guy.
For information going on here. Look, ZP does have the acronym ZP, but I am not involved in any way. Of course, they're the team formerly known as Fnatic. Fnatic for now has exited, but the new name, same great roster going on, right? A roster that played really well during the Marvel Rivals Invitational. They came very close to getting into the grand finals, just dropped 3 maps to OG, getting 2 in turn. But excited to see them play here today, because historically, both the ZP roster and Luminosity have played each other really close. But of course, the question is, after the Challenger matches, can either of these two teams find it within them to match up against the just gods of the EU scene in VP? But, to be seen.
That is the question. I mean, we just keep, we're stacking up these questions here. But VP has looked absolutely indomitable, but we also, there's always a chance for those change-ups to happen. VP, in the sister broadcast of Deadlock Fight Night, has also suffered some stumbles where they also seem to look like gods. They were able to reaffirm their throne, but it seems like it's a little bit different here. It seems like there's a bit wider of a gap within Marvel Rivals that VP it's going to take a while, I think, for some teams to catch up.
And I think that overall, if there is a couple rosters in Europe compared to maybe even what we saw from North America now, that Fnatic lost at a very, very close game most recently to OG. We've had them in Rivals Fight Night before, and overall, I just think that it's a very, very tight race for second currently in Europe. And Virtus.pro, they're kind of standing at the summit. They're standing there, not the summit 1G, but rather just the summit. And I think overall, that is really the question for Europe, is who really is the second best team right now? Is it OG? Is it Fnatic? Is it even LG, obviously, who's had a very, very strong run? So this is kind of, once again, another data point if you're keeping track of okay, who is kind of fighting for that second place position, and do they have a chance at all to take any rounds off of VP and take them to the limit? Because currently, I wouldn't say that there's a very high chance. ZP, I don't know if you disagree yourself. I'm is Fnatic really, do they have a high chance here coming into this?
Well, yeah, 0%. Yeah, I do. At least, okay. Well, okay, in the first matchup, absolutely. Versus VP, I mean, look, stuff is always in flux early on in an esport, and, a team that's dominant one week may not be so much next. I think what makes VP good is, difficult to necessarily immediately go after from the other sides, where VP's just really good on fundamentals. But let's focus on the current match here, right? Where you're getting into the LG roster. LG also again, there's kind of a top 4 at EU other than VP, right? Where they also brought OG to the limit in a 5-map series. And OG, of course, was barely beaten by Exoblivione last week. So, the pack is pretty close. And when you look at LG in specifically here, right, you do have some legacy talent here. Like players like Naga have been great at hero shooters forever. Naga looked really, really good last Rivals Fight Night he was on 2 weeks ago. So, I don't know. I'm interested to see how these teams will match up here again, but based on history, I think it is going to be a very close series.
Absolutely. Time will tell as we are just moments away from getting the players loaded up and ready to go here in the lobby. The thing that we kind of discovered last week with 100 Thieves getting ready to make their debut in that series and then qualifying in to now be the defending champions was that the EU players are a lot faster about getting into the lobby and getting the draft going. We haven't had to wait nearly as long for these guys, so hopefully that's going to continue as we get ready to go into ZP versus Luminosity. It's going to be really difficult for me to not smile and chuckle every time I say ZP. I'm going to try to say 0% just to try to avoid that one because otherwise I think the joke is too good.
You don't smile and chuckle anyways?
No, usually it's no, we don't.
His name comes to mind. I have a wry smile across my lips every time the ZP name comes to my mind.
It does, because I think of good times in esports that I've had over the last several years, and now they're continuing since I've joined the crew here at Rivals Fight Night, which is awesome. I will get the name correct. It's 5 in the morning, so apologies if there's some slip-ups from time to time. Your man's working on 5 hours of sleep. But you know what? We do it for the love of the game.
Well, for me, I'm just excited to see where things go here because obviously right now it's a little bit of a lull on the EU side competition-wise. Like on the North American side, we still got the Marvel Rivals Invitational going, so we're kind of seeing like up-to-date updates on the NA meta. But for EU, the last look, of course, was last week here at Rivals Fight Night, so we get to see what has changed within about 1 week of play. Where the EU teams apparently went through a very rigorous scrim schedule for about a month going into MRI for EU, where basically it was just non-stop scrimming, non-stop prep. Teams had a little bit of time off, but now a little bit of time off. They've had time to rejuvenate, get back into the scrim cycle, and I'm just interested to see how much bleed over there may be from the NA side. NA obviously to some extent was experimenting with things like more triple tank, which didn't necessarily work out super well, but the fact remains is that things continue to change week after week. So I'm just interested to see the first Ban Protect to come out here to see, okay, where are we actually at in this particular week? Just because, seeing things evolve, pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that you're always going to get with this kind of game is just seeing what other people are doing, saying, okay, we really like that style. We think that works for us because, X player is really good at this pick, so on and so forth. So I think that it's going to be a while until we get to any kind of actual solid meta, and just given the way that the game is updated, it probably will actually never really happen, frankly, because as updates continue to come through, as new heroes are added into the game, which there's obviously a huge ledger to pull from for a title named Marvel Rivals. I think that it's always going to be so in flux that you never really end up having a situation where X thing is the best thing. And also with a ban and protect system, you can always change things up on that front as well.
I like how cursed us, Seth, by the way. You're like, yeah, Europe's so much better at getting in the lobby really fast.
And then
and we are not in the lobby. We are not in the lobby. We're like, Europe, I even had a joke prepared. I was like, oh, they're so used to taking public transit. They have to deal with train schedules, Like, of course they have to be on time. Wrong, like just totally wrong. So the whole bit fell apart. And now we're waiting for the lobby to actually see the ban and protects come out. And overall, it sounds like that we're close because we have just heard from production that we're about to go in. So there we are, finally. Get a little ban and protect, a little graphic.
And protect, and off the rip, looks like we're just going to be seeing Wolverine take out of the equation. This is something that we were seeing heavily focused when we were casting NA last week as well. Seems like it's going to be the same, but the Namor ban was not something that I was seeing much of from North America, but 0% not wanting that in the hands of Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, anytime a team takes out Namor, I mean, part of it is just going to come from the idea of like, okay, we want to enable options to run anything that might be more on the dive spectrum, right? Because as soon as you have Namor in, you could expect that running dive would not go well. Also, on top of it, the fact that, it makes the Luna combo a little bit less ideal. But when you're protecting Venom, well, okay, you think back to how LG played in the past, not too surprising. Likely going to see a whole lot of Venom dive here, especially going in the domination.
This is a team that's loved trust me on Venom a lot. And it's not too surprising either that they dropped a ban on Wolverine, because for 0%, Melio has played a lot of Wolverine for that team in the past. So, across the board, and also removing Invisible Woman is also really, really strong to the Venom comp here, because typically you think like, oh, anti-dive, we're going to play a lot of Luna Snow, we're going to be having like the cryo freeze to make sure to drop that freeze, get some value there, but also Invisible Woman is really, really good at denying dive value as well because of the force push and the ability to just run away with the passive, get invisible, and it seems like not a final ban coming out for 0%, but I mean, if you're happy with how the bans are, you don't necessarily have to get rid of another hero.
Yeah, this is something that, I mean, across, I'd say a multitude of esports as well as what we were seeing last week is teams have been just kind of, skipping going for these final bans, kind of liking what is available and maybe thinking like we're going to have to utilize one of these remaining heroes that is still in the pool at a given point, perhaps. So wanting to just kind of have all options left open from there.
Well, going in the Royal Palace, will be interesting to see how it goes out, just because I feel like what we've seen here, kind of, again, similar to hero shooter history, the domination map can play so much differently than when we get in the convoy and convergence. But for now, it'll be down to the fundamentals. Looking forward to see how this one goes. And already, final thoughts here. Taking a look at the team comps. Well, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Team's troll. We'll see what it actually is.
Yeah, never trust in here at ever what you're going to see in the spawn doors. Even when you see Jeff, everyone's like, oh, I can't wait to see Jeff. Jeff is probably the only one you can trust because you can do the speed bubble tech to, get the speed boost for your teammates coming out.
We did have a little bit of Jeff moderately played last week, if memory does serve. It was a little bit of a last-ditch effort to try to get a touch on the cart, but here we go. Portal going to be open here from Networks. Is 0% just teleporting their way forward here onto the point. Luminosity, no Strange, no Portal. Going to be a little bit later to arrive as the poke and prod does begin.
And you see Networks here just playing this off angle really aggressively right now as Luminosity looking to set up the dive. Trust me, maneuvering around, being the little sneaky little Venom guy. As right now, it's just a lot of poke coming through. 0% just trying to find someone to isolate and make sure that LG does not have a very easy dive.
Luxley taking a little bit of damage there on that group, but sustainability going to be found. And okay, straight shot is going to be going across as Monk Mudda able to find the opening kill. It's going to be Crook taken down, but is able to be brought back in, but Hello immediately able to find another. But little trade back is Luna Snow going to be taken away from the side of 0%, but still no cap on this point quite just yet, needing a few more eliminations to come through to really be able to find that one. But already now Legendary going to be coming out as Naga builds up the ultimate, pops it immediately, just layering down that damage from above, comes away with a second kill here for the squad, and Luminosity turn the tides of the fight off the back of the ult.
The power of the comp here for LG, because they had the res available for Crook, for level 1 Crook there, because of the Adam team up. Additionally, they're just playing so split. They have so many different angles of fire there that despite Networks and Blackstone just trying to like isolate anyone, they can't. There's no one they're able to chase down there. And because of that res that comes up for Crook, and also just an incredibly fast farm there for Naga, the fight gets turned, and that's the beauty of this comp that's so mobile. You have that team up from Adam Warlock for the Mantis, for the Star-Lord, and so 0%, they're going to have to look into options to continually shut down the value there for these flankers, in particular Naga, Crook, just make sure they can't get value from all that damage.
A little costly for them as well, as Line Pro had invested the ultimate there, but looks like Networks able to find one. Naga being put down, going to be a high-value target as here comes Kraken. Up and over the top, look at still trying to break through these HP bars though, and it's really struggling to do so. Immediately, once again, turn on its head, Luminosity just able to just plant their feet and be able to find value off the back end. So ult invested for 0% once more, just not delivering results. And now Luminosity crests past 50% mark.
And this is kind of an issue here for 0% as well, because they're about to have another one of the Cosmic Yarn amplifiers, that damage amp for Line Pro, but they're playing this Rocket Raccoon backline, which means they don't have a lot of sustain. Really, there's not a lot of options, not a lot of second strategist ults there, a lot of second support ults to just keep everyone alive. So LG's going to be able to cycle his ults a lot more effectively here. Crook going to be looking forward. There's going to be also the Galactic Legend for Nagas. Now they're just going to chase, make sure they can find one, and they will. Just getting one here means the fight is pretty much over as is.
Yeah, Naga just popping the ult here, going on the offensive before 0% can even try to get back into a position to really start a retake happening here. So really does get taken down there. A little bit of a trade as Trust Me ends up falling, but obviously can rejoin very quickly on that Venom. 90% here as Luminosity continuing to push forward, wanting to just take this fight over towards the spawn room door, stop them from even going for the touch. Agamotto does come out. Line Pro able to get that res back in here on the Black, so bring him back into the fray. We were able to find one, and Magmata does get taken down. So it seems like Luminosity not.
They don't touch. They got
They
slammed.
don't get the touch. I thought for sure that was going to be 0% being able to get themselves established, but they can't even make it back to the point. So never mind. The limit testing is absolutely gorgeous from Luminosity, taking just as much space as they needed to, it seems.
And what's so interesting about the LG comp here, especially with Invisible Woman being banned, is that what was so important in that fight previously was that there was able to be a Cryheart, that freeze come out from Luna Snow to isolate a target to get just one pick, because even though Network's going to pop the Eye of Agamotto right after, they have bubbles from Rajaro to keep people alive, and then it's a stagger. Everyone's trying to run, touch the point, we have to touch, and you have another threat there from the CC, from the stun, and that's kind of the value of this triple strategist comp, is that when you have both Luna and you have the Mantis, you have two different very strong CC options, and so that Spore Slumber, that sleep that comes out from level 1 quick, just denies the touch from 0%, and they have nothing to deal with it because they didn't have another strategy, because once again, they were still dealing with the fact they had Rocket Raccoon, so sure, they had the BRB to get the res, but there was no health. There was no shields. It was just the damage amp coming out from the CYA. So just a really tough fight there for 0%. They're going to have to look to make something happen. And my eyes are going to be, a lot of this is going to be on Magmata. With Networks going over to the Magneto, Achilles, Magmata here has been a staple for this roster, even when they're Fnatic, has been consistently very, very strong on Hela. And you're going to need the shutdowns coming out from Magmata here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of that impact there alongside Milio as well for that duelist role, but just wasn't enough. And every time they had gotten an advantage, it was just very quickly taken away from them. Speaking of which, Milio immediately going to be taken down. LionPro does have the res set up, though, brings it back in, but as soon as one returns, another falls. Magmata now going to be traded out. So once again, it's Luminosity putting that right foot forward. And look at the ult economy already. Naga about to have another ult online, and there's 4 more to pair with it.
Re-engage going to be happening here for 0%. I mean, they will have 3 ults available, so probably just going to try to farm the Rocket Raccoon ult here. Yet again, Strangling Prison out. Can they get the 2 supports? Probably not going to be able to get them molested. Yeah, they don't. They're not going to have anything. I mean, there's no Magneto ult available to burn them through. Oh my god, Rajaro with 2. And you can see the problem here, Achilles. Like, you know, they have the Rocket Raccoon, right? They're at 82%. They're about to have the amp, but they just don't have, like, they pretty much just don't have enough options to mitigate. They have no options to mitigate. They didn't even bother popping their, you know, their Fated with Worlds there. So, I mean, this is just a real problem right now for 0%.
Yeah. Still nearly 3 ready to go as Crook nearly has his ultimate online. 0% trying to build these up. Network's still a ways away from having that Meteor M online. The odds of having as impactful of one as we just saw from Rajaro, pretty damn slim. As here comes the dive forward. Trust me, just jumping in, pops the ultimate here, getting that shield ramped up. LionPro going to be dumping the ultimate, but needing to see that damage coming through. In the meantime, Magmata up and over the top here with the Goddess of Death, just layering in some damage. Does manage to shove them back a decent bit, but 0% still. They make their way forward onto the point, so getting this flip into their favor. 60% about to be crested, but Milio again going to be taken down. Naga able to find LionPro, and it continues to fall apart. 0% every time. It seems like they're taking a step towards that point. They get shoved right back into the spawn room doors.
And this is the strength of the triple strategist yet again into this comp. I mean, I'm sure Magmata had to feel like Sisyphus pushing the boulder up there. You saw there's the Goddess of Death, the orbs come in, and there's a soul bond coming out from Destroyed. No one goes down. They have enough damage as well from both level 1 Crook and Destroyed to just like get to pretty much end that ult as well. And if anyone tries to push, like Lexo there on the Groot tries to push that backline, just CC'd, takes an incredible amount of damage, especially with the damage boost coming out from the Mantis. And so 0% gonna be in a last ditch scenario to touch the point with one ult, just the Meteor M.
Just the Meteor M, and even if they do get a pick, unless it's on Destroyed, it's going to be able to just res them right back into the fight. Naga at the same time, about to go ahead and have his ult online once again for the umpteenth time it was seen here in this map. Magmata able to find 1, able to find 2. Destroyed, Fate both going to be taken down. Crucially, that means that the res is not available. Meteor M does go out, kill not going to be found. Kraken available now for Milio as we enter into the overtime. The neutral kill going to be coming through. Destroyed, able to just continue to bring them back here into the fray. Another Meteor M, and right on top of Milio, just absolutely domes him with it. And overtime is going to start bleeding down. You can see Networks just juggled around here in the front lines. Bluxo unable to get there in time to try to keep his fellow Vanguard protected. Continues to go lower. An Agamotto not going to be seen as Luminosity able to fight tooth and nail. Oh boy, what a 2-0. Dominance here from Luminosity off the rip.
I mean, Achilles, I must say, like, I thought it was going to be, I soy pogged there at the end. I thought there was going to be a way bigger jump there because, trust me, goes in, drops the Cellular Corrosion, which, you know, kind of slow, gives a little bit of a slow there off the Frenzied Arrival. And so I thought the Meteor was going to be huge, but it was still very big. Gets one pick, denies a lot of the value. And despite an excellent usage of the Meteor from Networks to deny the Galactic Legend that's coming out from Naga, they just didn't have the ult power. They didn't have the positioning. They're even with Magmata getting picks, it just wasn't enough because they have the Karmic Revival. And I think it's just being in that ult deficit coming into that last fight. And you saw it a lot just playing to the triple strategist. They couldn't find their footing. They weren't getting the picks they needed. And it's just incredibly hard because of the fact that they have so much value, so much damage, so much CC from that back line. And they were trying to find something to work there, and they just couldn't make it work ever.
Oh, yeah, I mean, ZP back into the mix here after the first map. ZP, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at how this one broke down, right? You had a huge sustained difference between both teams going in here, where you have one team running triple strategist, the other team is running 2, and also one of the 2 is a rocket. The only way that composition was going to work is if Melio had the game of his life, getting buffed up with the rocket team up on the Winter Soldier. It didn't quite happen. You're also running the Hela, where Hela can be a difference maker, right? Where you can get, heavy pressure on the strategist. The problem was that Trust Me was in Munkmada's face the entire time. So the benefits that they could have been getting from running 2 duelists didn't really manifest, in part because of Trust Me going in, and in part because I just think, wherever Melio was getting the team up, it just wasn't in situations meaningful enough to either get a pick onto the Venom or a pick onto a target in the back. And when you're also running the triple strategist comp, the reality is the longer the fight goes, the more likely it's going to go in your favor. So there's just enormous pressure on the 0% to get early picks, and it never happened. And eventually they just get bled out in most of these fights.
I'll take a look back here at the replays, but I mean, from the outside, it seemed like maybe 0% was going to be in a decent position, but once Luminosity took hold, they just did not relinquish it. You see Line Pro stun there right on the corner of the point, unable to get that contest, and then everything just falls to pieces from there. And it just felt like that same momentum was carried forward by Luminosity the whole way through at Royal Palace.
100%. ZP definitely touched on a very important part there, which they had the team up for the Rocket Raccoon the whole time. That was a big part of their strategy. It was like, okay, we're going to have the BRB for a res. We're going to have hopefully a very fast ult with the CYA, with the amplifier. And then we get that infinite grip. We get the ability to get, pretty much a rate of fire increase, infinite ammo for the Winter Soldier, hoping you can deny the value of the Venom, right? Hoping you can pretty much burst through that Venom. But Venom is honestly probably the hardest current Vanguard character in the game to limb, to remove from the field. Just he has so much sustain because of the symbiotic resistance. You have the ult as well, which gives you more health back based off the amount of health that you do based off the percentage of the health of the target. So overall, the strat just wasn't working. I wouldn't even necessarily say that it was 100% an issue with composition. If they're gonna play that composition, you need to be finding picks a lot sooner into the triple strategist. But it still runs the secondary trap there. They're activating their second trap card of, okay, you get a pick. Well, 3 of our characters can res. We have Cocoons from the Adam Warlock team up, right? So it's a very, very hard comp to deal with overall. And it's not impossible. It just definitely didn't feel like it was working for 0% there.
Yeah, I mean, you have so much pressure on the Hela player in particular, right? Where Hela is one of those characters right now where she feels incredible if you're able to quickly get pickoffs. If for whatever reason you're not able to get into a spot where you can be, 2-3 tapping supports, or you're just getting zoned out, in this case by a Venom repeatedly, you can quickly run into an era where it's like, oh, why are we even running this? And look, it was a very hard task for Munkmada, but overall, they weren't able to convert playing the Hela into effective picks. And as you say, Vess, when they did get picks, a good portion of the roster was just going to come immediately back up anyways. So it was a tough compositional matchup. But now, Seth, we're heading into Midtown.
There we are. And I think the big question for me as we get ready to go into Midtown is for 0%, are you going to use your second ban after what you've seen and what you have suffered at the hands of Luminosity on that first map? Because with one of those follow-up bans, you could just take away one of the key pieces to this, triple helicomp that is going to become, that has just come through against you. Do you take rid of the Adam Warlock, which is something that we were seeing very much target focused last week when it came down to the bans? Do you take away the Luna? Whichever you would like. I think that's going to be pretty likely here, but 0% going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. We also have seen some teams have these rockier starts at the beginning, play the domination, and then just be able to kind of really get, settled in the saddle and be able to ride the horse for the rest of the series. So I'm not counting 0% out quite just yet. I think that there is still a lot more to show, but I want to see from the outset that adaptation coming through just from the ban protect, because I think that's where it has to start.
And I definitely think that overall 100% for 0%, for the point about 0%. There's a lot of percentages, but I think the triple strategist call out there, Achilles, of maybe they utilize that second band. That's probably gonna be the crux of the issue. And remember, this is a BO5 or a first to 3, put it on the nerd glasses. So there is maps that can be given, right? You could theoretically use that first map as like, okay, we feel confident in this, but maybe it's a good way to like feel out how they're gonna play potentially. Now we know like, okay, let's target ban some heroes for the next round and for the next map. So I do think that for 0%, maybe that was your strat there. And more than likely, if I were to pick a ban, if they were to utilize that, it would be the Adam Warlock, right? Because without the Adam Warlock, the triple strategist does not work. You don't have enough damage. You don't get the value from that team up that you do typically when you're playing the Star-Lord and the Mantis. So more than likely, without a Warlock, you don't see a triple strategist.
Well, I also think going in here, it's a tough call between banning that and banning the Venom, right? Because also, you know, we know Monk Mutta is an incredible duelist, and I do think a lot of the value that they might have been able to get from Monk Mutta was a little bit muted because of the Venom. It was the two things, right? It was the Venom and it was the triple strategist. I think if you don't ban the Venom first, Venom will get protected, as we saw in the last round, right? So I think you may have to lead with the Venom ban, but then you could still potentially ban a key part of the triple strategist comp after the like make it far less valuable. I think that may be the ban order they go with here. But also, as you get into a convoy map now, it's a little bit more in flux, right? Where the strategy might just be different in general. There's also other things you could do against the Venom tier 2, where, for example, they banned the Namor last time. You could also, like, if you know you're going to be going up against Venom, you could decide to run something more Namor focused to make things difficult for Venom. Probably one of the better counter picks we've seen. So, I mean, there's multiple ways that they can shift up this draft, but about to see how that's going to take place.
Ready to jump into it once again. Luminosity just going to be getting that Wolverine out of the equation here. And let's see, do they stick with the Namor? No, as you were talking about, ZP, it is going to be that Venom taken away off the rip with a Protect once again, perhaps, coming through? Or is it going to be a change-up?
I think
see like a Groot Protect. Yeah,
it's going to be the
Groot Protect. They do like putting Black Soul on the Groot a lot for 0%. And, you know, with Venom off the field, typically you don't see teams necessarily ban the Venom a lot because especially in an A, because like there's been a lot more thing played, but also like when you ban Venom, you're essentially saying, okay, we're going to put you on a comp that's like a little bit more standard, like a double shield or even to this Groot comp, and you have to feel really confident in that, right? And they luckily 0% does. They love playing that as also getting rid of the Star-Lord too, so they really don't want to deal with that triple team up either because Adam Warlock being protected, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the Warlock Protect come in, you had to think that you were going to get the ban on Star-Lord in turn, just because if you are going to run one single DPS, having that single duelist being able to immediately revive is a little bit too much, on top of the fact that Star-Lord is just a bit of a comfort pick on top of it. So yeah, getting rid of Star-Lord, probably the best play for 0% going into this. But look, I'm kind of excited to see how this one goes down. They've made some key adjustments. They won't have to deal with the Venom. Monk Muta's going to have way more room to deal with. And on top of it, if you're a team that likes playing Hela, I think you just have more room for setup on the Convoy and Convergence maps than you do on Domination a lot of the time, in terms of just good areas to be placed, you know, more terrain to take advantage of. So if 0% is going to bounce back, very likely here.
Yeah, is their map pick should be Maximum Comfort, and they have the adjustments here in the drafts. Thank you very much, CP. We'll see you after mid-down once again to get your thoughts, but we'll see if it's going to be with a tied-up scoreline of 1-1. But honestly, like he's saying, it's just the start of the series. Everything can change. You can have those adaptations as you get your map picks, and obviously, we probably should have anticipated that 0%, given the name, wasn't going to be able to get anything done on Domination. But let's see how they fare now here on mid-down of As.
Oh, that's messed up. That's just a little messed up right there. But yeah, it is going to be the Groot Magneto. Yeah, we got to use all the percentages that we can here. Might as well got to use the value of those. But definitely Groot Magneto, very, very common and to be expected with Venom being gone. Going to be a lot of sustain, a lot of ability to split off the high ground, those walls for the Iron Lash and the or rather the Thorn Lash and the Ironwood walls is going to be really good. Just split off the high ground here is 0%. Just looking for the poke and a fight here, and you see Monk Mutta going up to the high ground, looking to take a fight. Try to drop some spawn behind him. Can he burst down one?
Always looking for it here.
Like yes.
Try to get on top of the okay. I'm just gonna say, try to get on top of that Hela, and that's gonna be destroyed, taken down. So solid little flank has to go into the bubble, and does manage to get pushed back up to full HP. So solid little backstab coming through there. Decent little win, and for now, Cart gonna be locked in position as there are just thorns all over the place.
And Groots are just going to be dividing up. I mean, it's honestly, it's just going to be looking like, I mean, for you history buffs, it's looking like an East versus West Germany. There's walls all over the place. Like, and this is really just the nature of dealing with Groot right now, is that you're going to be splitting up this as already. Early Loki copy comes out. They're not using it just yet. They've had the copy. They're just trying to use it. But Sylvie goes down, actually. And everyone's just going to walk forward. I mean, I don't think they've had, I mean, they got nothing. They got literally no value. They just have two. They didn't have to pop the ult entirely there. They're finally going to drop the actual copy for the ult there for the God of Mischief. And that's exactly what you want to see when you pop the Loki ult too. The longer you can hold on to the copy form before using the ult is great.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a little bit interesting. Naga trying to use that whale aggressively, sounds the horn, but immediately is met with death. Gets taken down. Line Pro just gets two worlds just to try to escort everybody back forward here, regain control of this card. Ball's going to be raised up. Team getting segregated a little bit here from the side of Luminosity. Players a little bit split apart. Trust me, trying to stay alive, but cannot. It's just in too deep. Makbara sounding his own horn is going to be able to find that kill. So some neutrals on the back end here from the side of 0%. Will continue to maintain control. Recent time buying so far is just over half of the time bank now going to be taken away from Luminosity, and they still haven't been able to make it over to point A.
And that's a great recontest for 0%. Coming back in, good strangling prison as well, just isolating one. It's almost, you always want like the really large, like, you know, those huge ults. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get everyone and we're gonna like burst everyone down. But just isolating a single strategist, especially when you know that there's no ult on the field for them, is great. Or at least they don't want to pop the ult. As here comes the recontest for 0%. They have to be careful. They only have the meteor in, but they're probably just gonna try to use it here into the strategist ult.
Fade popping Fate. Network's waiting now. Goes ahead. Right, the sky sends it down. Naga was the target, ends up getting taken down by Milio, so kill all the same, but not finding that additional value that could have been. Minute and 12 seconds are remaining here for Luminosity, still sticking around, still trying to brute force their way forward here. I think they're just a couple meters away from getting that bump up on the time bank, but they need some picks desperately. And right now, the HP bars to the type of 0% are looking fairly immovable. That damage is not being layered in quite just yet. Trust me, going to be taken down. Blackso able to just go ahead and get on top of him. Now has the Torn Prison ready to go. Going to try to lock them up here on the retreat, and does just that, and that sets up for another one. As 2 more kills to be found. Luminosity now starting to scramble with 44 seconds remaining.
And we've talked a lot about, especially in NA with Vinny on 100 Thieves, about how Groot is oftentimes like, if you have the better Groot player, there's so much impact on the field there in terms of just like splitting up the team. You have so much damage as well, just combining with the passive there with the wall. And you're seeing it right here where Blackso is just getting consistent value. And I think, trust me, he's having a little bit of an issue right now of like, okay, not getting caught by walls, not because that's a very important dance, is the wall dance here, not to get caught behind them, setting up your strangling prison. So there's going to be a lot of pressure here on Trust Me. And already just the focus is disgusting.
And down to 50, feels to come out just to go ahead and get protected. Walls coming up. Takes that over to the top of the bus here. So overtime going to be forced out no matter what as we go down to the last few seconds here of the round. Ult let out from Line Pro, pops that off the rip. Horn sounded by Naga, not going to be finding anything on the back end. Makbara able to find his, does have it, just banks here for the moment, waiting for the right time to go ahead and send it. There's a Loki coming out here from the side of Sylvie, just looking for the Duke, up and over the top. Goes Rajaro. Meteor M at the ready, seeking a little bit of a weaker target, but just gets a tiny little splash there on the networks, and that is not going to be nearly enough to try to break through. But once again, starting to advance forward. Goddess of Death up into the air goes Milio, looking for a target. Network's able to find one. Naga going to be taken down. Fate rolling to try to keep everybody else alive. Crook down to a sliver. Does get sustained back up. Destroyed now. Maybe having to get into position to go ahead and unleash the ult themselves. They do, but the focus fire is looking so damn good. Doesn't manage to get a fadeaway shot though. Milio going to be taken down. Blackso eliminated here in the front line. Maybe a winning moment here for the side of Luminosity. Makbara swapping over onto the Strange, desperately trying to port back in, but it's just going to be to his own demise. So in the end, Luminosity going to be able to scrape by with his push onto A. 2.5 minutes added to the time bank, but still, given how this is going, is that going to be enough to get to B?
It's hard. This is a very, very hard point to push, but with the early high ground control coming out here, making sure to shoot that environment, get the swap there, being able to set up on these very aggressive positions, that's exactly what you want to have if you're LG. And 0%, I really thought they had it. I mean, Networks, I thought it saved the bubbles, kept everyone up there in that initial strangling prison, but just not able to trade the ults effectively, get the picks in return, and LG now in control, and because of that really long fight as well, look at the ult bank. They have another Hornet Proteus. They're gonna have a Meteorum. They're just pretty much gonna have everything they need to just like walk very aggressively into 0%. If for 0%, they need to either take someone off the high ground right now, or they have to be ready to save all their cooldowns and back out and not lose a single person.
Yeah, it's already been a very quick little push here. Swift one moving forward for them. Now noting that Hela over on the flank. And we're able to just go ahead, jump into the Raven. Himself out towards safety, and now things get slowed up at the choke. Both could be
poking.
I am ready to put on a
Lot of
roll
poking,
here
lot of
from the
poking.
side of
I mean, Naga wants to drop the Horn of Proteus so bad here. They're just waiting for something, any sort of combo, because that can burn through those strategies. There's already, there's a Strangling Prison. They're gonna let Frozen, but still goes out.
The horn gets out just before the freeze can connect. Emilio going to be taken down. Monk Meta dead on the back, and the Duelist now taken out of the hands of 0%. They're trying to stick around here, buy some time. Line Pro sends in with the ultimate. Meteor M from Networks able to find Destroyed. Killed back here into their favor, but HP Bar is still getting juggled around as Networks is going to be taken down. Naga able to find him there. Rajaro picking up a kill on the Line Pro. Things starting to slip further out of their control here for the side of 0%. Look like maybe they would be able to buy enough time with a bit of Two Worlds, but in the end, Luminosity just showing a bit more tenacity here on the push. They do manage to persevere through a little bit more, just waiting for these last 2 meters to be cleared out. Emilio around the back, just sending in desperation. That Goddess of Death trying to keep them in this one. Percent do manage to reestablish some semblance of control, a little bit of rollback coming through, but now Emilio going to be traded out. Networks, however, able to find Destroyed again, just kind of cycling him back in, not allowing him to get into position, be able to try to utilize that ultimate. Maybe 0% can actually pull this off. 14 seconds remaining now on the clock.
It's a masterful recontest from 0% so far, as now they're just trying to sustain here on point long enough to get another Strangling Prison, maybe get a Horn of Proteus. They're so close. LG coming up with some ultra of their own. It's going to be a race. There's one out, forces the regeneration domain, but they have to get more. They have to find one before some ults come out, and they got to get another. They can't find Trust Me in time.
Yeah, ult is going to be sent. That Horn of Proteus still at the ready here from Naga, now going to be sending it out, looking for those eliminations, and it's going to be 2 taken away. Monk Mana and Sylvie both going to be taken down. And that might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back here, as the cleanup looks very good for the side of Luminosity. Just able to strike, able to stick around for just long enough to get the combo off. They managed to get that extra minute and a half. But given how much they've struggled to get these checkpoints, getting to the end of the map, that would be a big step up in performance here from Luminosity on Midtown.
Would be a huge win. Midtown, it can be notoriously tough to full cap, especially when dealing with very competent teams. And you just see in that fight, I mean, a huge amount of props to 0%. They managed to stay alive long enough for the recontest, and really well done from Melio as well to just like pop the ult, to keep the contest going. They use Monk Mudda's Blessing of the Deep to pretty much just like cool down that shift, that bubble to stay alive even longer. But they just could not find the pick fast enough. It's already a Goddess of Death used very aggressively Destroyed, immediately taken out of the form. And now, you know, LG, they're just going to be looking for the next option because 0%, I mean, their ulting's pretty good here.
Yes, Destroyed just trying to clear them off the corner here, open up some more space for the cart, but like you said, Focus Fire is going to be too good, as is that Meteor M, Naga, and Crook, both just stacked up. Networks, yeah, he'll give his life for that one, but I ultimately think he's going to be quite happy with how things have transpired. This person going to go out there from Trust Me, look at them trying to turn the tides here, but don't have any kind of combo to go with it. And right now, Blackstone is just absolutely immovable in the front line, sends out his own ult, pulls them back together. Stain's going to be found though. Luminosity not going to be suffering any additional losses, and Trust Me is actually able to find Line Pro there on the back end, so a little bit more space opened up. Obviously, the respawn advantage going to be there for the side of 0%, but if they can't get a full reset in, that is going to be where they very much struggle. They're looking for some staggers here, swing around the corner, as Emilio desperately trying to stay alive and just barely manages to do so.
0% has one last chance. I mean, all that value got him from Networks earlier from the Meteor M just completely mitigated from that Hello Loki combo, just getting a res up. See, it's gonna be the copy point now in the OT, trying to find one mini ulti for both sides here. They're gonna be watching these flanks, trying to find a Hela on the flank, maybe even a more. Is Melio just sitting up on the high ground, very low.
Barely any distance left to try to cover. It's Destroyed this time, not going to be broken out, and Melio does get taken down. Destroyed, even just the one elimination might just be enough. Monk Mudda going to be taken down. The Duelist now eliminated, taken away from the hands of 0%. It's Luminosity desperately trying to get this cart the last few vestiges of meters that they did need so badly to get to the end of the map. Network's trying to stick around here, but the Focus Fire around him is just going to be far too great, and in the end, it looks like that should be enough, and it is. Luminosity, a very rough start, but persevering to the very end, managed to get completion on Midtown, but with 0 time in the bank.
And what you see a lot is a consistent theme, and we've talked a lot about it through all of the Rivals Fight Night casts here, is especially when you get to maps like Convoy or even just Convergence, just pretty much anything outside of domination, is if Hela's on the field and you need to be watching for the flanks, and Namor, both of them. They're so good at just finding a pick, either whether it be like the Namor coming behind, dropping some spawn, immediately Focus Firing with the right click, or Hela, you know, hitting the Soul Drainer, hitting the left click onto the head in that headshot. That's so important to winning control of the map, and that's exactly what happened there for the last, is getting that late pick on Melio. And you see, this is this recontest that happened here where the Horn of Proteus comes out, and what's so fun about watching Namor sometimes in these strong team fights is like, There was not like a combo really. Like there was a strangling prison that had been used earlier, but it was over that point. Naga just kind of like walked into the fray and is like, okay, good luck. Here's the whale. Like sometimes you're just dropping it in and just hoping that it gets the value, and it did. And that's also, you know, another reason why Namor is just a very, very good pick. Is on top of their overall survivability, the ability to control flanks, is Hornet Proteus burns through Strategist.
And we'll have to see how things transpire here as we do have 0% swapping over onto the attack. Their map pick should be looking strong here overall, but Luminosity, you know, they forced the Venom ban off the rip here from 0%. They're unable to, you know, get rid of the Namor like they had done previously. If they're not able to find a victory here on this map, it just goes to show how well established Luminosity is as far as the flexibility is concerned. But we'll have to see what transpires. 0% expecting some good things here from the likes of Melio and Mukmana on the duelist roles as they get going on the push.
And this is why Groot, another reason why Groot's so strong here in Midtown with Namor, is that you can fight these high ground so effectively. You see that LG just like sitting here contesting this high ground, making sure that Networks and the rest of 0% can't get up here for free. And it's going to be a lot of emphasis focus early, and already there's one found. Level crook down. That level 1 crook down means no, that's one less healer.
Solid opening pick here. As, trust me, yep, similarly just going to be taken out. Just no way for people to try to peek out and get the heals across onto him. Looks just a dive forward there from Fate to try to go for a fast reset, join in with the rest of the team, get back to the respawn room as quickly as possible. As that'll be the cleanup, but already this is a much pacier push than we were seeing from Luminosity, rounding this final corner, getting ready to pull up towards point A. 0% still with 3 minutes left in this time bank, and Networks peeking in towards the spawn room.
Really smart usage there as well of that jump pack, the jump pack as well from Rocket Raccoon. They had Line Pro just put that out from the BRB early in the fight, so they kind of Networks navigate from the high ground with the jump. As now LG come back in here for the recontest. Ult's gonna be in the bank, but 0%. I mean, they've been building really quickly because they won that first fight, immediately forcing the blessing of the deep 2 from Networks. That's crucial because now Naga is not gonna be able to actually be super aggressive just yet. They're gonna have to wait for those cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the off angle, they're just trying to play around just desperately, just trying to jump to gain any kind of line of sight. And Wiley's just pumping some spears forward into the tankier targets on the side of 0%, so coming away with a neutral pick, going to be a little bit more difficult, but there's the combo looking for it, but they are protected, so Hornet Proteus not going to be delivering any eliminations quite just yet here for the side of Luminosity, maybe getting some pause up to 0%, but not forcing them back away. Fade up from Line Pro, so going to be taken down, just getting eliminated out of the fight there by Trust Me, comes away with a kill right before the ult can be invested, and that's going to force 0% to just backpedal here for pretty much the first time so far in their attack.
It's a quintessential Midtown fight. Ults get traded, no one gets found in Hornet Proteus. Melio, unfortunately, not able to get a pick, so they don't get the Resin Block. So you lose one, and you just have to back. Melio here on the flank, looking for the Soul Drainer, doesn't find it, doesn't land it, just going to keep poking right now, and this is pretty consistent. I mean, the flank fights here, denying the monster spawns, just looking for a hella pick, it's just what you have to do. You need to find some sort of opening, ideally without having to invest all of your ults.
Okay, well, Melio is going to be going for it, taking to the skies, layering in this damage. Naga coming away with one, though, as Sylvie's going to be taken down, Destroyed, their own ultimate in play. Is Line Pro going to be eliminated? Melio does get the res, bringing Sylvie back into the fight, but Destroyed is just absolutely plowing him at the moment. Network's the last one to die there in that fight, and the cleanup will be good. And so far, this defensive hold just in front of point A, once again continuing, this time in Luminosity's favor. Now a minute remaining for 0% of the push.
And Naga going down early there, but gets the early pick on Sylvie. So it denies the God of Mischief, denies that copy, denies the strategist value. And even with some of the trades that come out there from Melio's ult, it doesn't matter. And now we're in a last fight territory here, Achilleos, where 0% has to come in. They have the strength in prison. They still have the copy. They'll have double strategist ult, in fact. So what's so important is looking for the combo right now. Can someone land that strength in prison Hornet Proteus combo? And it's definitely not going to be Melio because Melio has already been picked.
Yep, already taken out of the fray here. Blackside just getting juggled around here in the front lines, put up the walls, trying to dance around line of sight, keep himself alive. Sustain being found. Line Pro, eventually though, feeling enough pressure, will go ahead and try to send the ultimate, especially as the whales come in their way. So we'll be able to mitigate that, keep everybody alive for the time being. Meteor M similarly dodged out, eliminations not being found quite just yet. Crook, ultimate built up, immediately going to be invested. Blackso falling lower and lower, going to be taken down, so Destroyed able to find the elimination, as Emilio similarly will fall. A solid follow-up kill. Destroyed has just been taking over on this defense. 2 seconds remaining. The touch is there. The overtime not going to be forced out. Never mind. They backpedal off of it. Just no way to stick around. And in the end, it ends up being a full hold. What a performance from Luminosity, just shrugging off the pressure. A decent start for 0%, but in the end, we're up 2-0. It's match point.
just not able to make it happen. I mean, they had the combo set up, they survived. I mean, great bulwarks coming out from Networks to keep them alive through that initial combo for LG, but they just couldn't get the follow-up. I mean, the Strangling Prison goes out for Black. So Monk Muda was nowhere to be found, and partially because Melio, since they went down so early, there was a lot of pressure on Monk Muda, so he was just not able to get the Hornet Proteus out. And so when you're down the pick, you don't get the combo, you've already popped your strategy results, it's just a slow burn loss at that point, unless a miracle happens, pretty much. And no miracle occurred. I mean, we're still in, very regular gaming territory. There was not a miracle play. So LG looking pretty flexible, and also, more importantly, I'm thinking, just seem like they're making a lot more plays in general, just getting the picks they need comparatively, where typically this strategist line, this duelist line in particular for 0% is just getting a lot more value, and I'm not seeing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of interesting. I mean, it started out really, really well for 0%, right? Going into it, I would actually say the strategist play, or rather the duelist play, looked way better in the beginning for 0%. You suddenly had way more room for Monk Muda. You had way more room for Melio to get things done. They nearly had a first point hold of their own. But I think a key difference between both teams is that 0% was just really bad at saving enough resources to actually end fights at the final apex of the point. And it happened repeatedly on their defense, where LG would just save up just enough. They'd get a key pick, oftentimes with Naga with the Horn of Proteus, just found a whale at the right spot, get 2 pickoffs, push through on the point, and then 0%, when it comes time for their attack, they're not able to save up enough critical resources. They can't find a period of time to actually push everything through to the end, and they just get held at first. So to me, I kind of look a little bit at the value you're getting from your ult economy here, and there is a key difference between both teams in that regard, and LG came out on top when it mattered most.
I mean, if you're 0%, this has to feel a little bit brutal. Yes, we're talking about it. You can kind of shrug off those map ones. Okay, domination doesn't go your way, but you get into your map pick, you make the adjustments in the draft where it seems like it's going to be favoring you in the end. And Luminosity is still able to come out with the victory, and in dominant fashion at that. 3-0, just getting the full hold, not allowing for them to get any chance to go on that, that desperate push that we saw from Luminosity's attack. How do you bounce back from here, Avas? You've been a pro gamer in the past. Yes, you're a little bit washed these days, but how do you try to get yourself back in this series?
You just shoot a stray as you throw that in. It's like, we need your expert opinion, but also you're kind of bad nowadays. But please,
we should clarify. We should clarify what a stray is, because as far as I was concerned, that was a direct hit.
That was aim.
No.
Yeah, that was definitely aim. That was not a stray. That was a significant. That was a very trained shot that directly to the heart. Realistically, it's just confidence. It's the willpower. ZP is going to continue to chuckle at my demise, but it's just the confidence and the pretty much the ability to bounce back from, okay, we're down 2 maps. That's fine. Maybe we do a rousing speech. Maybe we're going to drop some you're going to do rally. Everyone, let's rally together. Whatever your strategy is. Maybe some locker room. We're going to slap each other's butts a bit. Remember there, whatever you need, but probably they're playing remotely, so I don't think that's really an option. They don't have the locker room talks currently, but I do think that it's all about just the mental fortitude, and I think the Venom ban was a good ban for this for 0%. They definitely looked a bit more comfortable playing into this the Groot Magneto compositions, playing a little bit slower, getting to pull out the Hela, getting to play the Namor. That's definitely something that looked better for them than playing into the Venom or playing into the triple strategist even. And something that if they're worried about, oh, maybe we can't match even on the Groot, another option is they could always still play triple, because what's actually pretty decent into a Venom Dive 2 that we've seen a lot of teams play is they could counter triple strategists and play the Adam Warlock, because Adam Warlock, because of the live stream and the Soul Bond, it just makes it very, very hard to get picks on the back line. But if they're not comfortable in that comp, it's probably a reason we haven't been seeing them play it. So more than likely, they're just going to try to keep the Venom off the field, play some more comps that fits their style, maybe try to even get some Doctor Strange Magneto out, because that's something I've seen this Vanguard line play a lot for the 0% Vanguards. So it honestly just comes down to, do you have the mental fortitude to keep playing? Because I don't think there's much else they can do composition-wise without getting really wacky.
Well, truthfully, in the neutral, at least for a good portion of the last map, I thought BlackSal matched up very well against Trust Me in the group mirror. I didn't feel like the group mirror was a deficiency. I felt like the deficiency was that 0% would play really well for a huge portion of a point, and then they just wouldn't get a critical mass pickoff when they actually needed to push everyone off to actually end the game. And they would what happened is that they weren't getting good value out of a lot of their ultimates. It would just go kind of awry. Or, you know, there are even points too where like Zestroid got like super key resurrections off with the Hela when necessary. Like there's one point where Meteor M comes in, kills 2 people, including the Loki, and the push might have ended right there. Except Zestroid is able to get pick off, bring the Loki back into play, and suddenly it's still going, right? Like LG benefited a lot from stuff like that. And I think, again, it was like half ult economy, half like kind of circumstance. I don't think 0% actually played too badly in the last one. It simply just did not roll their way in the end.
It's not quite clutch enough. Well, we're waiting to see what this potentially final map of the series is going to be here as Luminosity look to try to blaze their way forward into that finals matchup to try to take down Virtus Pro, dethrone them here in EU, and it's going to be Shin Shibuya to go ahead and see if 0% are going to be able to answer one back. So thoughts on this one, ZP, before you go?
Thoughts on this one as we go? I think, honestly, if you're 0%, you can't be rattled from what just happened. I think they were a lot closer to winning map 2 than they were on map 1. I don't think you radically changed things here. I think you just focus down on fundamentals, maybe better ult economy overall, and you know, run with the same game plan, because I think if you run the last map, you know, 10 times, there's a world where they might even win it like 6 or 7, right? I think they got a little bit binned by variance. Don't change everything that was working.
I'm talking about sticking to the game plan. Do you think that there still needs to be a couple adjustments to the, you know, the ban protect here, or do you think that they could widely go with the same one that they, you know, did there on Midtown and be able to find success still?
I think when it comes to the ban protect, you probably keep it largely the same. I mean, you can maybe argue about, you know, okay, what do you want to do with Namor on that side of things? Because I could argue in the DPS matchup, maybe the Namor went a little bit more against them, but I don't know. I mean, I think if they first ban the Venom, they don't necessarily, you know, need to worry about the banning the Namor later, but we'll see where it goes. And for them, I actually just wouldn't really change much at all, and, you know, run it back one more time.
Yeah,
Any counterpoint? Any agreements?
Well, first of all, I'm glad. Well, even regardless of the analysis, I'm like, it's like ZP. I can't wait for you to get out of here. You're just gonna give your thoughts on this map, and you're gone. We don't want you in the interim. We really get out of here. But like, I do think that like overall that. I do think overall that it's interesting for 2 points, because I look at Shin Shibuya and I think ZP has a really good point where, honestly, like I said, like I don't think there's a composition issue. Honestly, there's like, obviously they could maybe play like a more traditional like double shield with like a Doctor Strange Magneto, but Luxo did look really good on the Groot, and it really was like the ult economy just not getting the picks, the values from their duelist that kind of like rolled them a bit, I think, on Midtown. And going to Shin Shibuya, where it's pretty interesting because a lot of teams, especially with how our format works, right, is like our first map's always domination. After that, it's loser pick. You just can't play the same map again. And so we played the gauntlet of map types now. We played domination, we were done convoy, and now we're about to go to convergence. And the interesting part of Shin Shibuya is that this gives the opportunity for 0% to play a double shield, a very, very standard comp here of Strange and also Magneto, if they so choose to do so, because portals are very strong in this map. The ability to block off spawns, just like rotate, you know, the ability to take high ground in general with Doctor Strange, very, very powerful. But they could just play more Groot. I wouldn't be surprised to see more Groot. So it's going to come down still to just fixing their mistakes and not really a compositional choice. As LG, once again, they don't want to deal with Melio's Wolverine. They really do not want to play against that.
Yep, continue to go ahead and take that out of the equation, and let's see what are the changes going to look like, if any, for 0%. As the onus is.
This is a very common Venom map for LG too. When LG has played this map in the past,
sure, I think the Venom ban here.
So there could be a Venom ban.
They're discussing it though, but yeah, okay. Venom ban comes in again. I don't think you change that just based on the tank matchup that we saw. But now we'll see on the protect end here. Is there going to be any variance in terms of what they themselves want to play? See what it is.
I don't think they need to protect Groot here. I doubt they protect Groot. I think they'll leave Groot alone, because either shield option here, invisible being protected. Now that's pretty interesting.
By the way, it's been a second round ban from Luminosity, so
I do think Groot might get banned. I don't think LG actually like the Groot versus Groot matchup there in the neutral that much. I think if they can, I think they might get rid of it. We'll see, but like I think Groot ban odds here at least 50% for me.
Okay, well we're waiting to see. Well, what are they going to pick? I mean, Adam Warlock Protect makes a lot of sense. LG likes Warlock, and it's the group ban. I mean, ZP, you called it, but also, like I was talking about, I don't think it really matters either way. Both compositions for Vanguard are going to be pretty strong here. You don't necessarily have to have the Groot. You could be fine with Doctor Strange. And Star-Lord being banned makes a lot of sense, denies the team up. And Invisible Woman being in, I think also gives 0%, the more I think about it, a little bit more options to, not only is Invisible Woman just a very strong strategist, but it does give you some very strong ability to actually deny aggression because of the force physics. You get the invisible boundary, which is also great for not just like the heals, but also just setting up for the next fight and, you know, enabling your flankers as well with your guardian shield. So it's going to be a pretty interesting map here and pretty much, you know, their last chance for 0%.
Well, that's going to be my final question to ZP before we do send him off to pasture for the rest of this series. Do you think, or until the next map if they close it out?
We're taking to the farm upstate.
Do you think
he's going to the farm upstate?
Yeah,
off to a lovely
real
avatar. Do you think that 0% are going to be able to run it back?
I think last map was close. I don't think this is entirely out of the question, although I am a little bit worried that the fact that Groot got banned, we'll see how the tank matchup works, because the tank matchup looked really good for them last time around. This time around, we'll see. I think most of the gap on map 1, though, was just the Venom versus not Venom, so I don't think they have too much to be worried about, but we'll see. I think if 0% plays as well as they did last map, there's a good chance we see a map 4, but this is their map pick. We'll see what they've prepped.
All right, well, we will see you after this map regardless. The question is it going to be a continuation of the series going into a 4th map, or is it going to be Luminosity just steamrolling their way 3-0 into the finals of EU here at week 3 of Rivals Fight Night? Let's go ahead and get into the action here. Avast, anything sticking out to you?
Well, I mean, not as if anything, it's nothing sticking out because it's a pretty standard composition here. Is just going to be, you have a lot of options to fight the off angles with the Hela, with the Namor. You have both, pretty standard double shield to just make it through the choke, have your Doctor Strange take high ground. So all of this makes a lot of sense. There's nothing too expected. The only thing that's a little bit interesting is that LG choosing to play the Loki here. So you get the regeneration domain, you maybe get that fast copy, and you get a lot more damage actually from Loki. While 0% choosing to just get that team up value, and I'll have the Invisible Woman. So really just, the Invisible Woman is going to be very crucial. Like, what does Lion Pro's extra value look like here? Is it the shields, is it the pushes? And right now it's neither, as Melio is going to be found.
Well, Sestroid able to go ahead and just close one out in that neutral. Melio going to be taken down. Gives an opportunity for Sestroid to go ahead and establish a lead in regards towards that ult charge, but already pushing up onto the point, looking for that second tick. Let's get a contest here from 0% to go ahead and stop that in his tracks for now. Is just going to be Networks widely trying to lead the charge here and keep that one under control for the time being. But I mean, Sestroid is just here in the flank, just constantly watching over towards the back, making sure that he himself is not going to be getting flanked at any given moment here. And Ahmada now going to be taken down. Lion Pro going to be eliminated, and that should basically be the breakout onto the point. They do get the ult out of Crook, I suppose, as a minor consolation. Maybe didn't need to be committed. But aside from that, yeah, or no, he didn't. Never mind. That's me misreading.
It was just a brutal first point. Just a very, very brutal first point. I mean, they're going to have to drop that early invisible boundary as well from Lion Pro. Lion Pro trying to actually use the force physics, and they're going to get Naga with that, which is great. That's what you need to be getting for the Invisible Woman, is that you need to be getting some value in force physics, like whether it be sucking them in, pushing them out, and they get one pick, but they had to pop an ult early, and the card, I mean, overall, the card's not that far. I mean, there's lots more time for the contest for the spawners to come back as the Meteor gets used here. Everyone has to be afraid of it.
They do manage to get away. Yeah, not even too much splash damage on the back end of that one, so Sense not getting rewarded for it, as Naga nearly getting picked off there in midair. One party is at the ready, but now 0% pulling the trigger, trying to use those ultimates to take some forward space. Immediately do get jumped back around the corner, so Card able to go ahead and start getting escorted forward. Eye of Agamotto going to be going out from Networks, and the follow-up is looking good. Crook, Fate, and Destroyed all going to be taken down. The cleanup, as they chase them for a little bit more, will be rewarded. A full team wipe to be found, and 0% can now go ahead and firmly establish some control.
And that's just the hero play. I mean, Networks goes in, sees the opening, sees how split Naga is, so they'd use some resources early, drops the Eye of Agamotto. And Networks has been a player in general for 0% for this roster that's been very, very strong on Vanguard, makes a lot of plays. So, getting Networks, particularly on the Doctor Strange, so getting Networks onto this character, onto this hero is great for them here. So I think we're going to see a lot of that value as LG looks to just try to remove them from the high ground now, look for the recontest, look for an off angle potentially, as 0% holding extremely aggressively, and maybe a little too aggressively there.
Yeah, Million is out wide and getting taken down. Ultimate still going to be invested here from the side of Lion Probe, trying to keep them sustained. Push forward though, so going to disrespect that. Stack in on top of Fate's ultimate. As the horn goes out, and Naga not going to be able to find a pick off the back of that one, but Black's still going to be taken down. As, trust me, coming away with that elimination. So further space going to be awarded here to the side of Luminosity. Can once again resume the push. Magmata taking down here on the back end. The team desperately trying to backpedal over towards the spawns, but one by one they will fall. And that is going to be a good amount of distance now for the cart to advance, still with just under 3 minutes remaining. Luminosity looking for a bit more in that time bank.
See how aggressively LG are playing here. Finding another Zestroid on the flank, finding Melio that was getting pressure from Trust Me. And this is what LG loves to see. And what you absolutely need to do as offense is just make sure that you can keep the pressure here on the spawns, find more picks. And there's 2 players behind of 0% right now.
I mean, they're getting crushed on
two
both
people.
fronts. Line Pro's just tanking down there as Crook is able to find the eliminations. Zestroid now is just right in front. He's touching the spawn room doors. One opponent is going to be thrown in once. Again, not going to be finding too much there off the back of that, but
Nice deep freeze.
as Naga is able to come away with one onto Magmutta, but now up into the skies, Melio desperately needing to find some kind of eliminations here to stop this tide, but it looks like it's just completely unstoppable at the moment here. A kill found, Naga will get taken down. 2 eliminations coming away here for the side of 0%, but just like that, the answer back comes in. The res is there, Crook is back into the fray, and the cart now glides forward into the checkpoint.
Might be a good time to stop.
And oftentimes when we talk about Marvel Rivals, and I think we look at the top level, like most of the game is defined by this ult tempo. But when you make plays like that for LG, that's where you can really see the value of neutral fighting and positioning, because LG gets those late stagger picks. They chase into spawn. They have 2 people behind. They force ults in a very disadvantaged situation. They're keeping the pressure on point the whole time. And because of that encirclement, because of that flanks that are coming out from both Naga and Zestroid, it completely denies the chance for 0% to have a really good chance of using their ults effectively at all, because they're losing picks. They're worried about the positioning. As now they're going to come out here for another fight on the point. I mean, as they're approaching last seconds already gotten. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, they're just sticking around. I mean, look how fearlessly Rajaro's pushing up, and okay, he does get punished for that, but immediately Naga just sending out the horn. 2 kills going to be coming through his Line Pro and Melio. That combo that they just swapped over to gets eliminated, gets taken right out of the fray. And it just looks like the pain is going to continue here. So much control from Luminosity, just flooding forward, once again touching the spawn room doors. Naga fearlessly just continuing to poke and prod, spear after spear. I mean, 0%, they need to find a foothold. They need to find it right now. That card is being brought to bear. Just a couple more meters left to go.
I mean, Melio and the backline are having the worst day of their lives versus Naga. Naga is just like so aggressive on the flank. Iavamoto again from Networks finds one. They managed to get the burst of the Maelstrom there too as well. So it literally had to get something. Got one. Hopefully you don't lose any of the meter rim. They're trying to shield, making sure no one goes down. No one does. And now 0% may be in a situation where they could stabilize.
Ultimate from Tilby going to be expiring here. Flux it down to about half HP. Iavamoto out from Rajaro, and Tilby going to be taken down.
Oh my, it got blocked.
Backing in, but it's blocked. The shield goes up, and Rajaro keeps himself protected. And in the meantime, I mean, Zestroid is just absolutely tearing them limb for limb. TP's forward, jumps down, gets in behind. The Strange doesn't matter. Trust me, he's already killed him. As this is an absolute slaughter. The push to completion. A minute and 31 seconds remaining for Luminosity as they get to the end of Shin Shibuya.
I mean, finishing Shin Shibuya is a victory in and of itself, but finishing with time, and also just seeing some of those last scenes, you know, it's like you're seeing just it feels like I'm flipping through like a crime dossier gets handed to me at the scene by my junior detective. Is like, take a look at these. I'm like scrolling through here and I'm like, oh no, like put it away. Like, cause I'm seeing the block on the Kraken impact. I'm seeing the Eye of Agamotto get one where this team falls over behind. Naga playing so aggressively, just like pressuring out, you know, just so many cooldowns early, forcing all this healing. It just, right now, 0% doesn't have an answer. They have no answers to the aggression that's happening from LG. And so this is one of the moments where you have to throw something at the wall, right? Like, you're either going to change up something compositionally, like drastically, or you need to play way more aggressively. You need to get power. And I feel like the biggest pain point here is ZP had highlighted when we talked about previously, and we talked, it's just like duelists need to be winning these fights. The duelists need to be winning these fights. Yeah. You can't get any picked early. And so far, they just have not gotten that usual value that you would normally expect from Monk Mutta or rather, and also Melio. They just aren't getting any picks.
Yeah, and I just feel like every single time they are able to get one pick, it's just immediately turned on its head. You know, okay, we got to kill on the Crook, but Zestroid gets a pick, boom, Crook res right back into the mix. So every single time, 0% are trying to take one step forward to knock back 3. Let's see though, 0% needing to dig deep. We're able to take Luminosity down to 0 time remaining on that mid-down push, but then they got full health. They cannot afford for that to happen. They need to pull off a reverse sweep, and it all has to start right here on this map. Pop over onto the thing. A little bit of a newer look here for Networks in the series. See how he does fare. As Line Pro's still going to be sticking through with that Rocket Raccoon.
Pretty interesting here, because with the Rocket Raccoon once again giving the infinite grid, giving that team up to Monk Mutta, allowing to get the the infinite ammo, the fire rate every once in a while, maybe build a really fast amplifier and also have a res.
Okay,
we talked about the duelists. I mean, Melio getting one. That's exactly what they needed.
Well, this is also the change-up that they've had. It's not only a swap back over onto that Winter Soldier, but it is Mukmada playing it instead of Milio going forward over onto that Hela. But as soon as I mention their name, both of them end up dying. Trust me, he's able to find one. Rezi is set up from Line Pro, does bring Mukmada back into the fight. So just down a singular player here at Line Pro.
Not the Rocket Raccoon contest on the high ground with the bubble. Rocket, I mean, they just had Line Bro said, fine, I'll do it myself. I mean, it did not happen, but, and this is the issue here a bit with not having Doctor Strange. You're not having that cloak levitation to get up. You're not having the shield. So there's so much damage here from the high ground that where Networks, if they're going to be playing the thing here, they need to be making more space, making more presence felt, as 0% just struggling to get in.
Okay, well, Line Pro does go ahead, dumps the ultimate, now expiring. Sylvie trying to escort forward here. His fate gets popped. Naga just waiting that one out. The whale coming into the back end, and value is going to be found as once again, it's this duelist duo taken down off the rip. One apiece as Destroyed finds one. Naga gets the other. Fate will get involved as Networks will fall there in that front line, and now it's just panic mode for 0%, backpedaling frantically. We'll be able to avoid, it seems, any additional stagger kills coming through, but Luminosity just have an absolute chokehold on this point at the moment.
Mung to feel like an ancient Roman, like Nero or something, where he ordered all of his soldiers to stab the sea. He's just like firing his gun at the ocean. Naga's just up on the high ground using whales, and it's just, even with the infinite grit pop, I mean, you just get so much value up on the high ground. You're so tanky. There's no one that can really contest him right now. As Network, just punching here on the point, trying to making anything happen, just trying to get Rojaro off, just maybe like get him off the point, maybe move this angle, and they're slowly going to do that. But LG still all poised on the high ground. You see his positioning. So now for 0%, their next issue is, okay, how do we get a pick? Can we even get a pick? Can we make someone move? Because LG is playing so incredibly split right now, Achilles.
Yeah, they're just all across the point. And there you go, Goddess Death going to be popped from Destroyed. Help from above, Meteor going to be going out, and Boxo is able to find one. Fate going to be taken down, a critical pick to be found now that their ultimate not going to be in the fight quite just yet. Kraken going to be popped here from Mukmada, looking for some follow-up, but Networks is going to be taken down in the front line. Does get Rez back into the fight, and Milio comes away with one. Destroyed, eliminated. Fate, however, rejoining, does give them that ult to go ahead and continue to be able to recontest, but for now, first tick going to be surrendered over, second tick going to be likely. The push forward coming through, they get the recontest. As Fate desperately trying to get over towards Trust Me to keep him alive, and is able to do so for the time being. Sylvie, their ult now on the back end, but Naga sends out the horn, and that's going to be Mukmada taken down. So losing out on one of their players, Line Pro not having the res available. Gonna have to wait for him to just try to rejoin here naturally as Milio takes the skies. The Goddess of Death now going to be popped, just looking for a target, but he's split away from so many targets here. But eventually that Hail Mary shot ends up connecting. Naga going to be taken down. A potential window of opportunity, but only 33 seconds now remaining here for 0%. Drop down Eye of Agamotto, finding a stun. Sylvie going to be caught up, as is Boxo, and these kills continuing to come through. Just continue to give Luminosity the advantage round over round, fight over fight here, Avast.
I mean, there is just nothing in the bank left. There's nothing in the bank left. Mukmada has been losing to the Ocean. It's finally time. Surely Gun beats Ocean this time. About to have the Kraken impact. About to have another amplifier. Network's close to the clobbering time. The bank is pretty good here. They have some options. They just need, wait, they're frozen. Network's just frozen. Okay, they get touch. They get touch. No, they're fine. Black Soul has to get the touch. All is well. All is fine. They have the amplifier. Now they need to have something happen with this ult. The answer is no. Nothing's happening.
He's going to be the only one getting caught by it. Meteor going to be sent out. Crook able to find one. Blackstone's going to be taken down. Sylvie going to be taken down on the back. And a tank, one of their healers, both going to be eliminated. Now Milio dead as well. The desperate swap onto the Psylocke. But there, no fruit. Naga is just absolutely popping them one after the other alongside Destroyed. And it's similar scenes as Midtown. Another full hold. A 3-0 in the map and a 3-0 in the series here at Vast. Luminosity looking dominant and looking like they may just be able to challenge Virtus Pro in that finals.
It is certainly possible. And I mean, so huge ups to LG because they played, not only do they play something that we've seen them play a lot, which is like that Venom comp, which they love to play with a very, very mobile triple strategist with the Star-Lord, but we got to see them flex a lot. And in particular, I mean, look at Shin Shibuya, that hold there. They played it so expertly. I've never seen a Winter Soldier get less value, ever. Especially with the Winter Soldier, the caliber of Mukmada, who's been a player that's been very, very good historically for this roster. And, typically a lot on the Hela, but also on the Winter Soldier. And Mukmada was just essentially ineffective. Didn't get value from the Kraken impact, wasn't able to remove people from the high ground, and I'm not even going to be necessarily blaming them for that because like the positioning was so incredibly strong from the rest of the team there for LG to where it just had to feel powerless at points. But it really comes back down to there were no picks being gotten at any point from 0%.
Meanwhile, you look at what happened on that final defense, right? Like, it was kind of a microcosm of the entire map as far as what Naga was able to do on the Namor, where you just see Naga just chilling in this cubby hole, protected by all of his squids, getting pick-off after pick-off in the neutral, and every single horde got ridiculous value. I mean, the difference in what you were getting from the duelists between both teams in this last map was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Destroyed also carrying a decent part of that, but my goodness. And then you look at the swaps that were coming in where you protect Invisible Woman, you play it for half of a map, and then you get off of it because you go, no, we need to like buff our Winter Soldier instead with Rocket Raccoon team up. It was very discombobulated from 0% on this map, which by the way was also their map pick.
Yeah, just not being able to find the value there on the map picks. And I think, unfortunately, yeah, I just looked back at the screen here. 0% got 0 objectives, 0 percentage on domination the whole way throughout. Brutality here. Luminosity, I mean, to kind of put it further into perspective, as you were talking about the lack of value from Winter Soldier, we didn't hear Winter Soldier say the word again once today. And that's shocking.
Astronomically low chance that's been happening in recent Marvel Rivals play is seeing no agains like at all. I mean, it's more change it to never. So I overall just I think it's almost tough to talk about because this roster has historically been very good. They just finished up the EMEA MRI, the Marvel Rivals Invitational, and they played a really close match versus OG there. And it doesn't seem like, maybe they're testing stuff out now with this roster. Maybe things are shifting a little bit, like figuring out where they're footing, because it could just, there's a lot of different options, right, as to why they work out. But this roster is definitely better than the performance they showed here today versus LG. But I do think also, not to underplay LG, this team is very, very good. And I talked about at the start of the show how there's a very kind of like sort of power vacuum of like who is the consistently second best team in Europe behind Virtus Pro, and there's a lot of different teams fighting for that, including like LG, obviously the 0%, OG, Ex Oblivione. Like there's a lot of really good teams currently, so I'm thinking 0% should more than likely be able to bounce back from this.
Yeah, I think today I'm definitely more willing to say it was a masterclass coming in from LG rather than ZP looking particularly rough. I can't say just ZP. I have to say 0% every time. I cannot abbreviate it. It's too much. It's ZPception. But on that note, we do have our MVP of the match, and this was a tough one. You could have made an argument for Destroyed, but you had to give it to Naga, especially from map 2 on. What we saw from the Namor was just brutal consistency. In the neutral, getting pickoffs reliably, having all the summons in the right spot, but mostly the whales, the horn being blown at the right time, oftentimes not even just getting one, but getting two over and over again. You think back on Midtown where 0% nearly had the first point hold. The person that broke it open on the first point and the second point was Naga with the horn every single time. Naga was just absolutely the best performer on the server, hands down.
Yes, yeah. The regularity that they were able to find impact, just some of the off angles that they were able to play here and just catch people completely off guard. Naga, truly a different beast, and I think different is the key word here, because there was a bit of a diff across the board, and Naga was just outplaying everybody.
The ocean. It's just the power of the ocean. I mean, it's definitely saw on that last map. And Naga was definitely the difference maker, and you see why Namor gets picked so often, right? There's a couple just like key duelist picks that are very standard, and Namor is definitely one of those right now, the top of Marvel Rivals. And I think that you see that because you have the sustainability, you have the ability to take high ground, you have the ability to go flank fight, you have the ability to burst someone down, you have the ability to kill, get a limb through Stratusol with the Horn of Proteus. You just have a lot of value in that kit currently, and Naga used it very, very expertly. And the great thing about Naga too is that they're not a Namor one trick. They're not a player that like, you take them off Namor, like they don't look as good. No, they play Star-Lord. They play a lot of different great heroes, and they play it really, really well. But clearly the Namor was a huge difference maker for them in this match, and even their Star-Lord play earlier in the series too. So definitely a player to watch out for as we move on through the rest of the tournament today, and also just in general in Marvel Rivals in the holistic scene. And it's had a relatively long pro career outside of this in shooters. So I do think that they're going to be continuing to take that pretty much all that experience and make it work here in a game like Marvel Rivals.
I do want to ask ZP before we swap you out, because we're going to be having Jake step in for our EU finals, our EU money match. How do you feel about Luminosity going up against Virtus Pro? Obviously, Virtus Pro has been just indomitable thus far. Do you think Luminosity stands a chance?
I do, and I think part of it just comes down to the fact that, as we've seen in multiple games, especially early in their lifetime, we see a lot of times like you have one team at the top and they stay at the top for a while. But while you're at the top, everyone now realizes you're at the top and they are game planning for you more than anyone else. There's a lot of game tape out there on VP. I think people know what VP does well, especially in regards to like preferences for how they like to play on duelists, how they tend to value things like Winter Soldier. I think for me going into this, you'll know LG has done their homework if they go in and they are leading with Winter Soldier bans, not letting Sparker go in and rack up the agains and just play with the strategy tailored against VP. I don't know if we'll see it go down that way, but I'm hoping we do.
All right, well, time will tell. We're going to get ready to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we are going to get into that money match. $1,000 on the line. VP, will they maintain the throne, or will it go the way of Luminosity with a new challenger on the horizon? We'll have to wait and see, but if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, follow us on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, etc., because this happens every single week. I am not as good at shilling as Puckett. He's kind of the sultan of shill, but we love you all. We appreciate the support. Continue to do so, and we'll see you on the other side of the break for more Rivals Fight Night number 3. Don't go anywhere. And we are back and about to go into the money match here at Rivals Fight Night 3, our EU division. Defending champions Virtus Pro going to be taking on Luminosity, who just quite handedly were able to deal with 0%. Avast, you and I just got off the back of that series. A 3-0 in kind of incredibly fast fashion, something that we're not really used to over here at Rivals Fight Night.
Yeah, that's never happened before. We've never had a fast 3-0 in Rivals Fight Night ever. So, I mean, it was a very dominant game from LG. I mean, you saw it just in the fly-through there of all the level 1 crooks becoming a level 10 Mafia boss, perhaps, up on the high ground. I just think that, like, it is a very, very good game from LG. They showed a lot of flexibility, showing some comfort picks with the Venom, and also moving off of that and playing a lot of different comps across the board. Double shield, Garut, like, you name it. Anything on the table, and the more in particular for Naga. So, it felt fast, and it was fast. And the positive of that is we get to see Virtus Pro now. So I do think it's going to be a very exciting game coming up next. And with LG's performance there, hopefully we'll give them a great performance.
Well, obviously, we have a lot of people who are tuning in from various different things on various different platforms, and this might be the first time seeing Rivals Fight Night, as it's only the third one. Avast, would you like to give them the lowdown on the format, how everything works here?
Okay,
Puckett normally does this, so I'm shoving it on you instead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I know you don't have to know this. It's fine. I'll be the guy to do it. So most importantly, like, obviously, if you want to watch the games, you have to subscribe. Otherwise, it's going to turn to a black screen. Kidding. You don't have to actually do that. But our actual format is it's BO5s or first to threes. So it's going to be loser pick. So after each map, which our first map will always be domination. So into our next map here for our money match of Virtus Pro versus Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be starting on a domination map, then loser pick. We can't repeat the map ever the rest of the series, but we can repeat the game mode. So they could play domination like 3 times if they wanted to, right? And that could just be the whole series, and then after that they reach that first 3, it's over.
Yeah. Well, we're at the stage now where we're getting ready to either re-crown Virtus Pro or crown a new champion here at EU, as we do have Luminosity, but we also have another analyst standing by. We said goodbye to ZP, and I think we can go ahead and bring in Jake if he's ready to give his thoughts on this series. Jake, what were your takeaways from Luminosity to start, I suppose?
I mean, I think it's a great start to the day for them, but here at Fight Night, you know, you've got to go through that challenger match to get a shot here at the money match, to get a shot at the throne that Virtus Pro has claimed pretty dominantly in the last few weeks here in Europe. And as good as LG looked in that last series, I think that's pretty much the bare minimum when it comes to going up against a VP. Like, you need to be coming into that VP match feeling hot, feeling super confident, because VP is on, so far in Europe, a different level from everyone else. And so Luminosity, it's going to take their best possible performance to really challenge Virtus Pro. And they look to be in that kind of form. So that's a hopeful sign for them. But I just got to emphasize how serious of a challenge this is. And like, no matter how good Luminosity look in that last series, a different animal is coming at them here in the money match.
Well, just in case anybody has just recently tuned in, missed the opening series, it was a fairly quick one. Let's go ahead and take a look. Another quick little hit on the roster here of Luminosity. And, you know, he just won MVP. We were highlighting them ad nauseum. The real ones to highlight, it felt like after that opening set was Destroyed and Naga here on this Duelist lineup.
Yeah, this roster is it's very good, and Naga obviously been a highlight for them. We saw in the last match that they have a lot of flexibility, and hopefully we even get to see more Venom, because I think Venom has kind of like, we see a lot of Venom, but not that much, especially with North America kind of prioritizing the thing. So it's always fun to watch this roster in particular, because they love putting Trust Me on Venom and having Naga rotate around, fight those flanks. So a very, very exciting roster, but just like Jake was saying, they're coming up against a monster. They're coming up against a monster roster for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I think they're going to need to have big games, especially on the Duelists. I think it's also going to be a lot of pressure on the tank line. I think that's in particular where VP has looked indomitable, is Finzi and Nevix. They've kind of ran through a lot of the opposing tank lines that have gone up against them. So those Vanguards, I think, are going to be under massive pressure, not least from other Vanguards, but also Fi and Sparker, some of your best duelists in the game right now. I mean, VP is arguably best in class on every role, so this is going to be a tough one.
I mean, after the performance that we just saw from Naga, you think that, you know, just coming in, being able to play a very contentious series versus Virtus Pro, if not get the win, would he be able to potentially dethrone Sparker in your mind there, Jake, as the best duelist in the EU?
I mean, if they can get this win, that changes a lot for me right now. But I feel like the position, you know, VP is in, calling them the defending champion almost isn't enough. Like, they haven't really been challenged. They haven't really been tested yet. So for a squad like LG, I mean, it's kind of
it's a tough spot to be, because honestly, if they can win a map or two, I'm gonna start feeling better about LG. It's a question of winning the series. For me, would be a shocker. For like, pretty much no one has beaten VP in a very long time here in EU Marvel Rivals. You know, across many different tournaments, many different iterations, this team is just winning everything. And when you see them play, you will see why. So I think fans tuning in who maybe haven't caught VP before, you're in for a treat. If you enjoy Rivals, you want to learn a little bit more about the game, this team always puts on a masterclass.
Looking at potentially the best of the best, looking to continue to reestablish themselves, reaffirm themselves, I suppose, as that. But for now, we're waiting for the map draft, waiting to see where we're heading. There it is. It's going to be Hell's Heaven to start things off on Domination. You know, across these last 2 weeks, I guess we should say here from Virtus Pro, have there been any noticeable weaknesses that you think are exploitable for Luminosity, or is it just too ironclad? Avast, I'll go to you first on that question.
Listen, I mean, I think the biggest thing that's yet to be cracked from this team in particular is Winter Soldier. Sparkar and Winter Soldier has been extremely dominant, getting an incredible amount of resets. I mean, the kit for that hero is so incredibly strong. We saw in the last match, LG actually denied a lot of value for like Mugmana on Winter Soldier, and even Melio when they swapped to that. If there's a possibility there that they could maybe force VP off of Winter Soldier for a map, because they historically are almost never off of it. They're playing Winter Soldier almost 24/7. It opens up the opportunity that, like, okay, maybe there's something that could happen. There's a cracks that can show. I don't know if there's yet to be a single team that's even come close to forcing them off that pick.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, my question for Luminosity is how they approach the Wolverine in this series. You know, when we saw them play in Rivals Fight Night #1, they lost in the Challenger match, kind of because they just got destroyed by a Wolverine specialist. Now they've been banning it out, and that also, to be fair, worked for VP. But I'm curious to see whether either of these teams, like, I think they're less likely to ban Wolverine potentially against one another, because neither team has historically used it that much. But Wolverine, for me, has looked like, in this top level meta, like a key pick in the meta, since it kind of changes the game in a huge way compared to the conventional, you know, even your Nagas, your Winter Soldiers, your Nagas, your Namors, your Winter Soldiers, your Hellas. It's relatively straightforward, right? Like big poke DPS. But Wolverine is just a different game to be played, and it looks like it's going to go potentially unaddressed in those bans, at least in the first phase, where it usually gets taken out.
Yeah, I mean, with
not being targeted at all.
I think it's pretty interesting, because a lot of teams in North America and even in EU have used Thing as almost a counter at times to Wolverine. So they might be prepared to just, like, if we have a Thing, we can get the damage mitigation. We have the Yancey Sweet charge to deny, to do the immobilization, so Wolverine can't leave after, like, you know, have some, so the leap comes up. So I do think there's some options there where even if Wolverine makes it through, like, Virtus Pro feels really confident. And Winter Soldier, if you effectively peel, can deny Wolverine value. It looks like LG going to say, we're not going to do a third ban. We're going to say or a second ban. We're just going to leave it as is, protect the group, protect the Invisible Woman. So does Virtus Pro want to remove anything else from the field? And it's going to be the Wolverine. So they're like, yeah, we're just not going to deal with it.
I mean, they've been the best poke team, right? Like, VP has looked insane. They don't even that often play stuff like the Thing or Venom. I think more often they play like a Groot Strange or a Groot Magneto, and they just play for, like, really just believing that they're going to be the stronger aimers, the stronger mechanical players. They don't want to deal with the chaos that, you know, the Dive Vanguards or Wolverine introduced to the game, which I think makes sense if you're an extremely confident team. You're like, look, come duel me in the FPS. Let's see who's got those hands. And I mean, the last many matches we've seen them, it has been Virtus Pro.
All right, well, another interesting decision this time from Luminosity to not go for a second ban, so leaving things a little bit more open. We saw 0% do that against them. Didn't go their way. We'll see if it's going to be a similar story of that added little bit of availability as far as the heroes are concerned are going to play to Luminosity's favor. Either way, odds are stacked against them as we get ready to jump into Hell's Heaven. Jake, thank you for joining us. We'll see you on the back end of this Domination map. But Avast, we'll take a look and see what we do have prepared. Luminosity eyes very much are going to be on them, because Virtus Pro, as we've been talking about, a bit more of a known quantity. Luminosity, can they break down the barriers?
3, 2,
No Winter Soldier ban, because I mean, I feel like with LG saving a ban, there's like, if anything, like, get rid of the Winter Soldier. But I mean, it doesn't even matter anyways, because I guess Virtus
There's
Pro
no Winter Soldier
now. No Winter Soldier. Which, to be fair, this map, if there's any point here, which is the Super Soldier Factory in general, is this point. Actually, this isn't Super Soldier Factory. This is the other point name. I forgot the name of it at the time. But the pretty much the point here is that it's actually pretty good to control the high ground, right? And so Namor is a bit better at fighting for that high ground because you are going to be able to use a bubble. You can also fight really effectively with the flanks. Well, Destroyed has been hit by 3 different pieces of damage at once and falls over. And now LG got to back.
Absolutely destroyed. Yeah, just going to get picked apart there off the rip, and that's going to be a very nice early cap at the side of Virtus Pro, starting things off hot. Clearly, even though, you know, they've been sitting back watching Luminosity, maybe coming this a little bit colder, they're still fired up.
It's the Eldritch Monument, by the way. That's the name of this point. It's Eldritch Monument. Just remember that. Keep that in your brain. Because of the big monument in the center. It's Destroyed now, making it back. Virtus Pro with the first cap. And you notice here, again, something that we point out a lot, especially at the high level, is how our team's fighting for flanks. As you see that there's just going to be Naga just like trying to fight, trying to push. Having to use the cooldown really that blessing the deep going to back on up.
He's still very low.
All the pressure.
Yeah, a little bit more healing does come through. Naga going to be kept alive here for the time being. Does have a slight little lead on Sparker towards that horn. As he's run by Rajaro, just trying to push up around the flanks here, but still, Contest on the point itself, not quite coming through just yet from the side of Luminosity. So Virtus Pro continue to be moving forward. Is Trust Me going to be taken down. Finzi just able to come away with that one. Rajaro now at risk as it's Naga once again down to 38. The chase coming in as he goes up and over the top. Some heals here from the Luna Snow just to try to keep him sustained as they backpedal. Destroyed will be able to find one as Fi is going to be taken down, but still Luminosity shoved so far away from this point as Virtus Pro now crest past 60%.
And the ult banks here too. I mean, there's going to be 5-6 ults for both teams coming up very soon. 70% about the crest for Virtus Pro. I mean, they're just, and you see the setup here too. You have the walls, so they can navigate to the high ground, up and down with Nemex's walls there. Just anchoring the point is now LG trying to make the move, trying to make some space. They're going to be watching for the flanks as well, if someone to win. But Destroyed already down, but going to trade with 5, so there's still a chance.
Ooh, Rajaro narrowly escaping over into the field from Crook to try to keep him alive. Trust Me once again getting taken low, getting taken down. Finzi finding that elimination before the prison can really come into play at all. 6 ultimates available here for the side of Virtus Pro. 10% remaining. Final fight. Luminosity still down 2 players as Rajaro.
Are any ults going to be used to
screen? I don't know. Where's Rajaro at? Man is just almost dead somewhere off screen.
There's about to be 6 ults for both teams. No ults.
No ults. It's an ultless round, and it's 100-0. Virtus Pro
I don't know if I've
to pull things off that I didn't think we could ever witness. Also, it was Frozen Airfield. Eldritch Monument's the next
Frozen
round.
Airfield. Eldritch Monument's the next one. Okay, right. You know what? My bad. I thought that was the monument. Of course, that's the airfield. Of course, it has to be the airfield. You see all the planes? I mean, of course, that just has to be the airfield. How could we forget?
The last person who should try to call you out on that. But what a bizarre start to this one. As we've got 28 seconds, I kind of want to get a chime in from Jake if he's on standby. Jake, do you have any thoughts on what we just witnessed?
I mean, you could save ults through the rounds on domination and Marvel Rivals, but you didn't force anything out of VP. And I mean, right now, I just see like the frontline gap is pretty ridiculous. Finzi and Nevix are just, you know, gang for right now.
Look at the UI.
Disgusting. There's so many lightning bolts. But look at that, Nevix top damage. I think Nevix Groot is just such a great cam to be on because it shows how VP always has the early advantage in these fights. Positionally, they're just outplaying Luminosity in the Vanguards.
Okay, well, here we go. We're about to have just 12 ultimates available across both teams. I think that it's probably worth saying if you have any photosensitivity issues, you might want to look away here soon because I think things are going to get crazy as the neutral fighting can begin. Nevix going to be eating a little bit of damage here. Some split attention on that high ground coming through, just trying a little way at the Groot is, and Trust Me, getting juggled nearly out of position, but is able to reconnecting with the rest of the team.
And Jake made such a good point there when we brought him in there too, is about this Vanguard positioning from Nevix and from Finzi. They kept that pressure very early onto Trust Me, just making sure that they had to commit something very early to just try to there's strengthening prison. Can they bring anyone through with the Hornet Proteus? The answer is yes.
Yeah, they absolutely can. They also had some additional damage there as Spy was taken to the skies. The Goddess of Death just raining down from above, so that in conjunction with the root, with the horn, and the kills start flying. Fi able to find one there on the back end. A little stagger on is destroyed. Luminosity time to reset and go again. Just the Fate used there from Fate, as they still have 5 ultimates to try to utilize here to gain control of this point. Luminosity going to be looking for their first percentages so far here on Hell's Heaven.
And that's the win condition right now, is that they didn't use a lot of ults. They used less ults in Virtus Pro. However, they don't know They don't know that there is a Fi behind them. They're not a spy, but a Fi. Oh, they figured it out, actually. Destroyed.
Okay, they've sussed it.
So they're down 1, and they do have the ult advantage here, so this is their moment. This is their time to just make some space, try to make something happen.
We're gonna be looking for the combo here in all likelihood off the back of Trust Me and Naga. Looking for the setup. Analysis destroyed. Up into the skies, got it to death, gonna be coming through. The Bulls out there from Dridro to try to keep everybody alive. Horn gets used. Valiant not gonna be found quite just yet. And Fido's gonna be coming back here on a Spider-Man.
Now
Fast
that is
rejoin.
pretty interesting.
Yeah, can dive in on top of him. We'll have to see how this one does fare for him, but it's not something that we've been seeing too frequently outside of last-ditch touch efforts for the most part. But let's see how it does fare as the fight goes on. Rojaro, Meteor M going to be lobbed down. Kill not quite going to be found, but it looks like maybe some setup damage there as Fate's able to play off the back of it. Dridro going to be eliminated. Fi going to be taken down as well as Fate finding one. So far, just Nevix killing away one kill as Destroyed did get picked off, but Luminosity still in a decent position to try to turn the tides of this one as Fate has the sustainability, keeping them all alive, and Nevix comes away with 2 kills. I guess just finding them not in on top of that Lunasnow ultimate. Able to pick them off and keeps Virtus Pro still in control. Look, being threatened here, Luminosity trying to desperately gain control here for themselves, but Sparker coming away with 2. Trust me, getting taken down, Fate falling, and it looks like it might just be a repeat of the first round. They get so damn close here to Luminosity, but Virtus Pro are just absolutely entrenched.
And they have no ult bank. I mean, Fi's just gonna go and go for a little bit of contest early, gonna be taken down by Naga, but can they even touch? They built the walls. I don't know if anyone can make it in time. It's gonna be a mad dash. No, it's just not gonna happen. No one's gonna touch. I mean, that's round, that's map.
That's just a 2-0 here as Virtus Pro clearly nonplussed by what they witnessed from Luminosity in the opening series versus 0%. They come in with a game plan, and they give us some of the most dominant, yet also most bizarre rivals that we have seen pretty much anywhere, but especially here on Fight Night. The ultless round into just a solid, still steady.
I mean, just look at the
you look at the kills. Yeah, it's just such a one-sided affair, and Nevix is just racking up accolades.
And he did. I mean, Jake had talked about it earlier, and the positioning for the Vanguard, just like they're hitting every shot. They're like essentially fat duelists. They're hitting every shot. They're doing so much damage. It's incredible.
All right, Fi, that's a classic Spider-Man stat line. I just gotta call this one out.
When he came back, but
one of these is not like the others, man.
There was no reason for the thing is the Spider-Man is even more troll in this situation because like they're playing into a Luna Snow Namor, the team up that's so brutal for a Spider-Man, comes back to touch and does nothing. Nobody did nothing the rest of the round. He didn't even do anything.
All Fi needed to do was basically be the portrait of Dorian Gray for the team. He took all of the deaths while the rest of the team was staying young, staying healthy, and not dying, and it ended up working. And he still goes positive, despite having all of the deaths on the team except for one on Dridro. This is just a bit of a shocking showing, I think, here for VP, which is surprising to say, given that they have already been so dominant.
I mean, even just watching, for me, like when I'm watching these Vanguard lines, I'm just feeling like this is like so challenging for Luminosity because VP are just outplaying them with these group walls. Like I saw Luminosity, they're trying to walk up. They're like group walling the spam to walk up on the point. Like they're not catching people with the walls. They're not able to generate an advantage on the walls. They're just like coming into the engagement with them. The amount of times VP is coming back down one player is absurd. Like there's so many of those fights where Luminosity, they get the opening pick, right? They find that value from the duelist on an individual level, and they just can't close out. They can't continue to pressure. And that speaks to the depth on VP. It's not just Fi and Sparker, who are the tip of the spear and often just winning fights by getting those initiation picks themselves. It's that these Vanguards are just unbreakable, and the strategists behind them are doing a fantastic job never being caught, right? Like being impossible to catch. So yeah, Fi goes down a few times there, taking some risks on the Hela, but comes back fast on the Spider-Man. And I think, I mean, as much as we can criticize the Spider-Man pick, honestly, I think it makes sense there. Like you have so much confidence in your team clutching. You don't need to come back on like the best possible hero. You just need to like get in and take a little bit of aggro, be a little bit annoying. And like you're getting, the enemy team's getting overwhelmed by your Vanguards anyway. There's something to be said for just getting back in the fight fast and having the flex on the Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, they showed it there. Luminosity unable to widely win out the fights when they were full focus forward. When you have that Spider-Man on the flank and it's got heads turning to the side, it just makes it all the easier for the rest of the team to clutch up. So I'm just gorgeously done from Virtus Pro. I mean, if you're Luminosity, where do you try to go from here? You know, I think the domination widely something that you maybe want to avoid. But I'm curious, you know, what map they have up their sleeve here. I've asked any thoughts on that.
I mean, realistically, there's not a lot of maps you can take Virtus Pro to be like, oh, this will be really good. Like, this will be great. I mean, I think there's maps where maybe if they try to play a little bit more Venom potentially and try to force that out, especially if maybe you can get rid of like Winter Soldier, get rid of Adam Warlock, so you prevent like the triple strategist into the dive. I would love to see LG maybe lean into like their strengths of let's play some Venom comps. Let's say like maps like Shin Shibuya. Venom's pretty strong there. That's something that they've seen success on even previously in the last map, the match they just played. So maybe something like that. But I'm sure Jake, you can agree there. I don't think there's really a map to take Virtus Pro to that's like, oh, this is the map. You know,
I think they need to ban Groot, man. Just watching Nevix turbo gap them, I'm like, you guys aren't gonna win against this. Like, he's outplaying you so hard. I mean, that's a huge part of the reason. Like, if you're getting opening picks on Duelists, then clearly like that. You are having the windows where you should be converting those into fight wins. You should be capping the objective. The fact that they're never doing that, I think, speaks to how strong Nevix is on the Groot. And I think Burn T'Challa makes sense here as a pick. It's a way to like really change that. I think it is like relatively weaker group map, but nonetheless, with just how good Nevix is, I feel like you need to start respect banning the Groot. The gap is a little bit too big there, and yeah, maybe the Venom can come out there. Maybe like a Venom Magneto, a little bit more of a dynamic, chaotic playstyle could put VP on the back foot, but I just feel like this VP team, we've still only scratched the surface. No one has pushed them to show what else they have in the tank, but watching them play, you've got to believe this is only the first level. Like, you haven't even enraged the final boss yet. You're dying on the first phase over and over again, and so far, I mean, we're still waiting for that against VP from any team here in Europe.
2000%.
We'll burn into T'Challa. Sorry,
yeah,
you go ahead.
I was just gonna say that even on the point of the Groot, like, even this map, there's still like a couple points. I think it's Warrior Falls, which is the one that's like in the open, and you have like the pretty much the environmental hazard. Groot's still pretty good there. So like they're not even going to be free of the Groot menace, even if they choose to maybe take him to a less strong Groot mid. But I do like the idea of potentially banning the Groot, potentially banning like a triple strategist, and then forcing like Venom. But Venom really on this map is not that particularly strong, so I doubt they're going to try to go for it. So it just kind of depends on like what they're interested in. But I do think the Groot ban is a potentially very good idea.
And we need to see it off the rip here, so we'll see if they lock it in, and it's gonna be Loki.
They go. I mean, the Loki is also super annoying. I think it's important to remember how good the strategists on VP are. We don't highlight them that much because, well, the team is just like dominating most of these team fights, so the stability that the strategists bring is less emphasized. But I think having like a super elite Loki makes these games so incredibly difficult. Like the Immortality Rune is dealing with a lot of your valuable combos, and those double strategists with the copy are a little bit ridiculous. The Protect on the Invisible Woman, pretty interesting. I guess with two strategists already banned out, VP wants to ensure that, you know, they've got like a core strategist that they're very comfortable on here in this map.
Yeah, that would be my guess there, especially because with Adam Warlock being gone, that means you're likely not going to be seeing like any Mantis. You could still see Star-Lord, but you won't be. Yeah, I mean, so Star-Lord will still be picked. You just won't see the team up.
I don't like this, honestly. I feel Star-Lord without the team up, I mean, it's not bad. It's like, it is still strong, but I just feel it's a little underwhelming without the team up, especially with, think about the duelists that are unbanned right now. You got Hela, Winter Soldier, Namor, Wolverine. I mean, this is maybe not the best Wolverine map, but okay, Namor is going to be banned out. I mean, this is like Luminosity's doubling down on this dive concept, and I think VP knew that. They knew that that would be Luminosity's direction, so I think the Adam Warlock ban is actually pretty well targeted, since I think it's probably one of the better dive-oriented strategists with all the damage output it brings and the focus on being aggressive.
I think if VP banned Venom right now, I don't know, LG is going to be such a problem, because okay, they're going to ban Groot.
Oh, this is wild to me.
That's very interesting, because like to me, I see this and I see, okay, no Adam Warlock means you won't have the ability to keep your backline alive through, like, or at least not easily, because you don't have the soul bond, you don't have the live stream to keep, like, you don't have Namor to deal with extra, you don't have a Loki as well, which, like you talked about, is really, really strong. Like, I don't know, I just felt like maybe there's gonna be, but with the group ban, I'm not quite sure what the reasoning for that is here, honestly, especially when you see last map.
I'm just excited. I want to see what else Nevix has in the tank. I also don't get this ban right. I thought Luminosity would need to respect ban with what Nevix just did to them on the last map. They got completely worked over in the group matchup. However, like, regardless of the strategy, I'm just excited because I want to see more depth from this VP team. I want them to show us all the strategies that they can bring to bear, because honestly, they're the best team in the Europe, maybe the best team in the world right now. I think if we, this is a team that probably is really hungering for an international land to be able to prove that. But now we get to see a different look for them. As it seems to be the Thing and Magneto. Nevix has always impressed me on every Vanguard I've seen, so I'm excited to watch the Thing gameplay.
All right, I'm excited as well. Thank you, Jake. You mentioned an international LAN. Maybe one day we can have that happen here at Rivals Fight Night, and the only way to make that happen is with your continued support. So make sure you're subscribing to all of the channels. Thank you to Hanny Extra. I'm trying to do Pucket's job at the same time for the subs here on Twitch, as well as the people co-streaming. I see Shrouds out there amongst some others, so cheers to you all.
The $20 million lands incoming.
But look at this, Destroyed coming out with the Black Widow, a man after
and
my
a Venom.
own heart.
Like, so this is, I expected LG to be playing them, and okay, Destroyed has been destroyed. And then you're going to see here immediate aggression coming in from Nevix, from Fi, and then on the Star-Lord. And it's cutesy. It's very cutesy, trying to get some opening picks. I think Venom is great for this particular point. In particular, you have so much room to move around. But I mean, the Star-Lord and the Hela is going to make that very tough. You're going to get so much pressure. And it's Destroyed already making the swap. I mean, they're not even going to bother anymore. Like, okay, that's enough.
We'll just be matching in that regard, but I mean, he just respawns his enemies instantly dealt with. Where was Sparker at? He had to have put him basically right in front of the spotter of doors.
Oh, no.
It seems like is the rest of the team as they just continue to push forward. Naga able to find 1-5, going to be taken down, continuing to be maybe the sacrificial lamb here for Virtus Pro, but then gets traded out as Sparker continues to absolutely dominate. I mean, you can just hear those dinks flying here as he's just 21% away from having that ult-on line.
And you see here with the Invisible Woman, what's so crucial, I think in particular for this map, is great find there from Level 1 Crook there, just using the damage boost, the self-damage boost to find Fi. So they managed to rotate around, make it to the point here. But having the Invisible Woman from Saipai just means that Sparker can take really aggressive angles with the Guardian Shield, right? As trust me, looking to find something, just force anything here in the backline. But I mean, a Venom into a shield is just a sad time.
Yeah, into a shield, into a, some supports that are nearby. Sparker going to be going to the skies there with that Goddess of Death moments before getting picked up. You can see the HP, how low it was. As Crook is going to be popping the ult to try to keep everybody alive, but Naga off on the flank. A pixel spotted out of place, and Sparker able to collect. Naga going to be taken down there. As Virtus Pro able to maintain control of the point, maintain the dominance now. 70% getting ready to be here in their sights. Fate pumping the ultimate here. Matched by Tridger on the opposite side. Fate's extended a little bit longer, but Sparker is just absolutely dunking on him. Crook going to be taken down, destroyed, dead as well. Sparker finding the 2K as Rajaro. I mean, the Meteor M, I'm not sure where it went. It didn't help. It didn't find a kill. Sparker's just destroying them all.
Got thrown at the backline. I mean, using retaliation, try to absorb some of the damage there from Fi, but it just wasn't enough as Naga getting the bubble, coming on in, but trust me, already down, trying to make space. I mean, look at the hiding. Look at all this. They have the bubbles too. They have a lot of sustain. There's so much sustain. They're using the stellar shifts late as well to survive. No one goes down to the Galactic Legend, even with Naga right above him. Perfect cooldown usage from Virtus Pro.
Yep, looking for a perfect closeout once again. Sparker for the finding the fadeaway shot there onto Naga. It's destroyed, desperately just sending out the ultimate, but this time nothing to be found. Everything kitchen sink used by Luminosity, but they're not going to be able to get a percentage gain here. Stellar Spaceport is going to go the way of VP. Warrior Falls now needing to be the turning point if Luminosity wants to start getting their first vestiges, their first taste of some of these objectives.
Mr. Achilleos, I am not feeling so good right now for LG. I'm not feeling so good. They were just a masterclass. I love that they're trying to pull out the Venom. It's something I think like maybe that's going to work for them. You know, there's no triple strategist, so it's a little bit harder to keep your backline alive since you want to be Adam Warlock. But right now, just didn't get the value they needed. Maybe got a little too cheeky with the first fight. And you know, the tough part about domination is losing that first fight is always hard because you're down to the ult percentage, you're down to the total cap percentage. So maybe just trying to get a little too cutesy with it potentially. As you know, rolling here to the second round, and is that surely no. Never trust the spawns. Like if I were about to see, I mean, they were gonna have the team up potentially with Penny Parker, Venom, but yeah, they were gonna keep that.
Oh, they're sticking with the Psylocke though.
Yeah, Psylocke stays up, which means that there is going to be a lot of, I mean, this is a map where there's a lot of ground you can cover. So being a visibility, you can cover ground really quick. You can pressure the backline a lot. You can also get to the high ground pretty easily because you can destroy the pillars so you can walk on up. You have the jump pad. So Psylocke's like, I say, disadvantages a little bit mitigated here, and you can kind of hunt for some of the squishies a bit more.
Okay, well, destroyed, continuing. I think out of all 3 rounds of domination we've seen so far, the first kill, the first death, I should say, for Luminosity ends up getting taken down once again as Naga similarly going to suffer the same fate as Fi, coming away with the elimination. Crook just trying to layer in some damage here and keep Rajaro alive here as they backpedal, but well, it looks like they still want to stick around, still want to try to turn the tides of this fight here as Fate pops the ultimate, sending it through. Trust me, building it up here, looking for the drop down, looking for a decent position perhaps, but Legendary Ghost Spy just whittling away at them. Crook going to be taken down, Finzi finding one, and now, the ult is still going to be committed here from Trust Me, despite the fact that they lose out on two of their strategists. Rajaro's out in the back end, so maybe a bit of a miscommunication. Either way, a bit of an overstep. Vi finds the punish off the back of that one as soon as the ult expires, just grinding through the shields, and Virtus Pro are once again in control.
Despite that ult being used pretty late, I mean, best possible scenario did force Dredro to, feel pressure to drop the Fatal World, so no Luna ult available here for VP as they're going to hold aggressively. And, going back to Jake's point that we've talked about is Finzi on the Magneto and Nevix just making almost an infinite amount of space and doing so much damage at the same time, because both the Thing and Magneto also do an incredible amount of damage. As LG going to be top of the Dance of the Butterfly, trying to find one. They do find one. They might find more.
Key target, Sparker going to be taken down, looking for a little bit more on the back end. Dredro going to be taken down to about half HP, seeking some sustain, but will not be able to find it. As Destroyed pops the ultimate. Galactic Legend able to go ahead and start whittling away at these remaining HP bars. Looks for a little bit more, and with Finzi taken down, that should be Luminosity being able to finally get the first taste here of some percentage gain on a point. Nevix sticking around, eating some heals, popping the shield, but Widely will have to make their exit. So Luminosity looking for the flip, recontest. However, getting ready to come back in. They're right back in onto the point. Freeze there, on is Destroyed. Taken so very low. Tucks back around the backside of the point. The pillar does end up staying alive as Dredro will fall. Finzi, however, is right back into the mix, and like you say, they did not gain control. They are still not yet in the driver's seat whatsoever. Now Naga going to be taken down. They managed to find one to trade there on to Fi, who oversteps a bit with that aggression, but it's 75% built up.
I mean, they're going to have to touch. I mean, Finzi here with a swap to Doctor Strange just get back even faster. And I'm seeing more and more the value of protecting the Invisible Woman here for Saipe, because you had the team up with Nevix. Nevix just gets to stay alive forever on the point of this thing. They have that team up value, give them the bonus health, give them the regen. See the aggression here, and Trust Me, onto the back line, trying to make some space. They do have the ult available to get it back. Gonna pop it, get a lot of value there, but they need something else.
Yeah, they're looking for Sparker, could not quite take him down. Trust Me, on the exit, getting back over towards the point. 98% now built up here for the side of Virtus Pro. They are looking for back-to-back perfect maps of domination, running for no percentage gain. The ult going to be rolling, but not in that one. Does end up getting taken down. Visible Woman will be felled. Sparker takes to the skies and got it to death now in play. Down some damage, looking for some eliminations, but Widely, everybody from Luminosity staying healthy here for the time being. Dredro 5 both going to be taken down as Destroyed pops the ultimate, and this time it seems like surely Luminosity will be able to gain control. They've finally done it. They're in the driver's seat, but it's 99% built up here for Virtus Pro.
I mean, just a Herculean task. I mean, just actually Herculean, just fighting for all their might for all that for a drop of blood, and they've done it. They finally got the cap. Had to commit a lot. They're playing very aggressively here, trying to look for, just deny the injury, maybe find a pick up on the high ground. They're closing in on a couple more ults potentially, but I mean, VP's bank not looking super healthy either. So we're going to be seeing a lot of pokey and a lot of just neutral fighting. Is what's so important right now is who wins the high ground fight. As you see, flanks coming up. There's the dive.
And it's going to be Noggin taken down. It's Fi able to find one. It's Destroyed, similarly taking quite a bit of damage, as is Trust Me, backpedaling here, dropping down. For a little bit of healing before the re-aggression, just riding the walls, then going in for the jump. Let's get pushed away. 12 HP remaining. Tucked back, breaks line of sight, and does get chased down. Sparker able to pursue deep enough to be able to pick off the enemy Venom. The flip now in overtime, starting to bleed away. Body going to be traded out 1-for-1 thus far as the respawns get ready to rejoin. But Crook is going to be taken down. Sparker continues to just be an absolute thorn in their side. With Fate falling, it looks like that'll just be the end here of the map. Brennan T'Challa, the pick of Luminosity, not going to be delivering a win. They do get their first little steps forward, but ultimately Virtus Pro is just a couple steps ahead. So 2-0 now as they take this to match point, and they look for another dominant showing here in the money match. $1,000, just one map away from the pockets of VP once again.
Invisible Woman. I mean, Jake's here, and I'm sure we can discuss it more, but like the more and more as that map went on, the Invisible Woman protect for Saipe just made so much sense. Nevix was unkillable on the Thing because of the team up, and anytime, trust me, try to make any sort of engages or just any of the duelists in general, force push, just guaranteeing picks, disengaging entirely. I mean, the Saipe, and also just giving the Guardian shields as well to Sparker, who lets Sparker on the hell up peak so aggressively using the shield, which not only protects you from damage, but also heals you at the same time, and you can put them anywhere instantaneously around the map. So that Invisible Woman pick, that protect, made a lot of sense as the map went on. And Jake, I mean, was there any difference there? I mean, they played the Venom, but I mean, realistically, Virtus Pro look invincible.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it was fun to see another look at a VP, right? Like they've won so much with that Groot setup and playing like the more front to back poking style that okay, yeah, it's like going to be super dominant. Now they just show us something very different, something much more mobile, something much more active and aggressive. But it just strikes me how many times that VP is like there's that one fight at the end of that second round where, Luminosity get like 3 pickoffs and you're like, surely they're going to win a fight, but they're so good when they're even down numbers and the fight looks impossible at like just scratching back any kind of little mistake you make. They will find a pick. And then as soon as you see that like one person gets into the feed, Sparker finds a pick back on Hela, it's like, they're going to lose, man. Like you already feel like the VP is just inevitable, even though they're down numbers, like mathematically things are really against them. That's what's so impressive to me about this VP team. Yes, they're getting ahead most of the time and just snowballing it, but when they fall behind, they still feel like they're just a wounded animal. They're going to strike back twice as hard.
Yeah, just brutality here. And I mean, I think that this is going to leave Luminosity reeling, scratching their heads. I mean, we're talking about it. Yeah, they're coming in a little bit hot off the back of that victory versus 0%. Seemed like maybe with those warm-ups, it was going to be doing them some favors. But Virtus Pro, they just are a different beast, it would seem here. So a reverse sweep is what would be needed for Luminosity to dethrone this team. Something that, Jake, as you're already saying, seems very unlikely given what we've seen. Now, I mean, I think this goes beyond Herculean tasks. I think you would have to combine every single Greek legend together into one to be able to really paint an accurate picture for what we would be witnessing. But
cut the check to VP, guys. I've seen enough. Get the bank account info.
Maybe let's move away from domination because it's just not looking.
They're just making it worse on themselves, or better, perhaps.
The Black Widow. I'm like, this is so creative. This is so. Oh, he's dead.
It's so hard, and then you just see. I mean, like, you pointed them out, Jake, too. Oh. I mean, look at the Vanguards. Look at how much damage Finzi is doing. The isolation, like you pointed out, and that's like one of the benefits I think that Virtus Pro has is besides their overall coordination, the power on every role they have, is that their Vanguards just do more damage than everyone else. They live longer. They get more limbs. They do everything. I mean, that solo contest you were bringing up of like, oh, they have one person on point. It was Nevix on the thing with the Invisible Woman team up. It just never able to die. Just literally never able to ruin their point. It's so hard to deal with them.
I mean, I think games like Rivals, right? There's just this exponential effect when you have a team like Virtus Pro, where it's like the duelists are best in class, the Vanguard's best in class, the strategist best in class, and then you combine all that together. That's the only way you're going to be getting these like constant 100-0 obliterations on these maps, is that you're just winning on every front. So even when, of course, like even if you have a really amazing duelist, they're going to take some risks. They're going to get shut down eventually. And even when that happens, the depth on VP is just so extreme. The strategy is so well executed and well thought out here that, I mean, honestly, I think every other team in Europe and maybe other teams across the pond in NA or Asia really should be looking at Virtus Pro and just thinking like, how can we just copy what they're doing? Can we just do what they do as like a starting point to being the beginning of beating them? I don't think this is a team that you're going to outstrat. I think this is a team that you just need to study really what they're doing, because they're on a different level. They're putting on a class here for Luminosity, and honestly, it's pretty clear LG are in a tough spot here in this BO5.
You need to clone them. You need to, just steal their DNA, clone them like the Spartan program in Halo, and then just raise them as your own and just be like, yes, we will assemble the greatest Marvel Rivals team that the world has ever seen. It's going to be Royal Palace, potentially for a third and final map here.
And domination, again, by the way. That's another domination map.
Triple domination. We talked about how we see it, how it's possible, how we can sometimes see it. Well, we're seeing it right now, and it might just be triple domination at the hands of Virtus Pro.
I mean, as bad as it is, that like the way the last two maps have gone, I think VP is even better on attack defend maps. Like, that's what's so terrifying here. I think there is a certain logic to this for Luminosity. They have shown that they really like to play the Venom. They like to play a dive strat. That's a little bit more comfortable for them, and I think that's a little bit more viable on domination in general. I mean, it's like maybe it was just like the Black Widow cheese on that one map. Okay, like it was like some theoretically you were believing in that, and then Sparker just showed like, guys, I'm on Hela. Like, respect me, please. No Widow in my lobby.
By the way, they said no. Get it out of here. No Invisible Woman for Saibei. So they're already tired of this. So that's removed. It's gone. And with Adam Warlock being banned, I'm gonna say it. It didn't look out for them, but I think they might play Venom again. I think they're gonna play Venom again, and I think it's gonna happen.
I mean, moving into this one, I prefer to I mean, do you just protect the Groot again? Does it guarantee it for Nevix, who's just been
Nope.
insane? Okay, it's going to be the thing instead. Where for Nevix, who has just been looking insane. So why not?
Which I think makes sense because, like, not only did you see in the last map Nevix anchoring point a lot, but because a thing does a lot of damage, like a lot of damage, especially with the stone haymakers where you cleave, so you can pressure the backline, and also typically with, I mean, there's not going to have the team up though, but you're still also able to do counter dive because you can jump back, you can give the shields that damage reduction with the dive, it's the leap pretty much. So it's a pretty strong counter dive ability as well, and that's what they're going to protect the Venom. So yeah, they're just like, okay, hopefully with no strategist counters, we're just going to play Venom.
Yeah, maybe without the team up, you could think that the Venom could have a better chance in the matchup. They banned the Loki as well, not wanting to deal with that. So tons of strategist bans coming in. It's a pretty small strategist roster left remaining in the pool. See what VP wants to go with for their final ban here. But you know, like we've seen in the other maps, I'm not sure how much it matters. The gap between these two teams is enormous right now. I'm just hoping that VP continue to put on a lesson. I think for a lot of the fans watching, this is just an opportunity to learn from the very best players in the world right now in Rivals. And it'll be 4 strategists banned. I mean, so you're really looking at what, like, I mean, for sure, Luna.
Yeah.
And then
It'd be Luna. It's gonna be Luna and
Cloak
I
and
mean,
Dagger?
at this point, Cloak
Is
and
this
Dagger.
Jeff time? Is it time?
No, it's not Jeff
coming out,
time.
baby.
It's not Jeff time. It's definitely not. Unless they're gonna do some Groot Jeff combo. I don't think we're gonna see Jeff. I mean, to be fair, I do think there's moments where, like, theoretically Jeff, especially because I think players have gotten a lot better at using his ult in particular. There's moments where Jeff could find value, but I just don't think this is going to ever be the time. And I like the Mantis ban in particular because, I mean, level 1 Crook on that was getting a lot of value. And if your strategist is able to hit shots, it is like having another duelist because of, especially with the damage boost and having a sleep as well for the CC. So it's a very, very strong hero to take off the field.
I appreciate you humoring me with your hypotheticals, Avast there, but the likelihood of the Jeff going to be pretty much slim to none. But Jake, thank you as well. Let's go ahead and get into this. A third domination map for Luminosity to try to start turning the tides. Need a reverse sweep if they want to become the new EU champions here at Rivals Fight Night. Let's see what they got. As right now, I mean, the Luna Snows, you know, very much were expected, but it looks like both teams going to be coming out with the Rocket Raccoon.
Wait.
Oh my God.
That's a Jeff.
Oh my
That's
God.
a Jeff. We have backyard barnyard. We have the barnyard backline here. I mean, we have a Jeff, we have a Rocket Raccoon. I mean, it's the petting zoo. We've done it. We've activated it. It's beast mode time.
Okay, how does it look? He's into the back line. He's immediately destroyed the res field here.
They're using him as a TP. They're just gonna use him as a duelist. They're gonna use him as a duelist, let him float around. Jeff does do a lot of damage, Achilleos. So they're gonna have Jeff just float around, try to pressure their backline.
It's incredibly squishy, so has to be limit testing incredibly well here. Does Fate, but I'm very curious to see how this plays out. For now, though, it's destroyed, dropping down off the high ground, layering in a bit of damage, but so far HP bar is pretty steady, and 5 will be able to find it. Fate gonna be taken down to Jeff. No. Ends up getting eliminated. Destroyed himself, also taken low. Finzi for now the only one really tagged up on the side of EP, but trust me, getting taken down, that is going to be the fight victory, very firmly going the way of Virtus.pro. They maintain control of the point and move up past 20%.
I mean, this is desperation. This is desperation. If you've ever seen desperation before, this is your back's against the wall, and it's like, Jesse, it's time to cook. Like, we have to do anything possible. As Finzi peeking there aggressively, just stopping the rotation. Finally says destroyed is
the lab is
on point, looking to back cap and just immediately execute it.
Yeah, I mean, just get stabbed from behind. Feist is right there, and just comes away with the elimination. I mean, given some of the accuracy that we've been seeing from Sparker, from Fi, playing the Jeff feels that much more sketchy, I suppose. 30%
This is
still on to
God's
go before we can get
strongest
the chomp ult, though. So maybe you can see a couple people from VP getting spat off the side of the map. Maybe that'll be enough to get on the board.
And here's the real problem too, is that you see the engage come through. Is like, even if they get that in time, as trust me, FaZe Live there with the ult, is that they have bubbles.
Frozen,
They can
though.
bubble the ult entirely.
Naga just going to be noted here, trying to escape, but Finzi pursues, finds that kill. Destroyed, going to be taken down as Finzi just absolutely wrecks the duelist lineup. And immediately, I mean, you have to go for a last-ditch reset here. It's going to be final.
They have
fight
Jeff
on the side of
ult.
Luminosity.
It's time. It's time, Achilleos. They have Jeff ult. Maybe they could do it. I mean, they're going to have several fast characters to make their way on back. Fate here on the high ground. Drijo just runs past them, and they just pass each other in the night. Is Fate, or is it going to go for the contest? Is it going to be Fate looking for it? I mean, they're looking at him. They're shooting at my Jeff. My poor Jeff. They're making him run away.
They destroy the platform. They're keeping him zoned away. It's now going to be swapping over onto the Wolverine. The touch getting ready to come through. 97%. Dives in. Gets taken down. We're not going to see the Ultifest. No. Fate is dead. Sparker comes away with the kill. Luminosity now needs to get entrenched. Meteor M at the ready. Jar taking so much damage, but does manage to find that little bit of a fadeaway there on a 5. You're able to trade one back. Fate going to be sprinting back over to try to get the ult layered in. Finzi taking to the skies. His own Meteor now going to be sent out, but no value found off the back of that one. It is very possible. Fate, can he find the setup? What does he trigger? The answer is going to be right now. He's going for it. Does he find anybody here?
They're just running away. They just run away.
They just run away. Goes up. Okay, doesn't manage to find one.
They can't touch because Jeff ult doesn't count as a contest. It doesn't count as a contest to Kilios because he's Jeff ulting, and so they don't touch. Where was the rest of them? I think also he swallowed one of his own teammates as well. I think he took 2 of his own teammates. So they just took them up and they didn't contest. Oh my Lord. I think. Oh no. Oh no. Disaster.
Oh, dearie me.
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, that's just shenanigans.
Yeah.
And what's so crazy about this too is that just like on the other side, having
one a limb.
I mean, one a limb for the whole team. A whole just on Rajaro. I mean, this. I mean, Jeff Troll. I mean, that's just. If this was a ranked game, do you know I'd be typing Jeff Troll in the chat like 100%.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Oh boy. Well, all right. We'll shake off the previous round.
All you need to do is
Try to forget what happened and focus up here for what could very well be the final. As Virtus Pro just one sub-map away from closing things out. And it looks like Fate this time not even going to play around with it. Naga as well straight off the rip over onto the Wolverine.
Look at this. Groot, Saipe, and Nevix doing the team up, walking up into the high ground. Always fun. And immediately taking off to the high ground, but that's fine because of the jump pad.
Shoves him back.
Yeah, they're all good as they're going to be some initial fighting. Take that. With Naga on the Wolverine, I mean, this is a pretty interesting pick. I mean, they do have the Wolverine, rather the Magneto Bubbles. Strength in prison goes up very early, finds one.
Yeah, Nevix able to find that elimination. Trade out those. Both Raccoons going to be taken down. HP, though, a little bit lower on the side of Luminosity across the board. Naga will falls. Destroyed, able to find one, though. Sparker does get taken down, but they need a lot more eliminations if they want to try to get themselves back into this fight for a fast retake. But instead, it's just going to be a couple staggers here as Jaro desperately trying to escape. The walls come up. They're just looking to run him down and juggle into the corner. Does meant to backpedal a little bit more. Instead, it's going to be Trust Me who ends up falling. Jaro does survive, but the cap is there. Virtus Pro once again in control.
See how aggressive that Virtus Pro is going to be playing here, just making sure to deny this entry, putting up the Groot walls, these Iron Lash walls as they come through. Just the passive does more damage. LG looking for an entry here. They are going to have about 4 ults. So stuff on the board here, and a lot of pressure onto Naga right now. Naga, they need to be trying to find, that capture, find that leap, to maybe find one, force the bubble at least. And so far, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, right now, just trying to scale back into some kind of position where you can begin to look at a retake here, begin to look at getting into those flanks and finding those picks. Naga does go diving forward, and immediately he's going to be met with death. The bubble's there for a brief little moment, but it gets melted right through, so Rajaro just not going to be enough to try to keep that Wolverine alive, and the ult gets nullified. It's destroyed. Does manage to find one. Pops the ultimate, got us a death now in play. Looking for a little bit more, though, but line of sight is not going to be too favorable here on the map. Finzi does get taken down, though. His Fate able to find one ult invested, but Rez is there from Saipa. Brings Finzi right back into the mix, and it's going to be a Meteor M out from Rajaro. Looking for a target, a little bit of splash damage. Fight once again swapping over onto the Spider-Man for a fast rejoin. Does get taken out. Solid kill, but once again, Luminosity still not able to find this flip into their favor. Now Crook is going to be eliminated at 70% built up for Virtus Pro, just 30% away from closing out this series in 3-0 fashion, Avast.
I mean, they just can't dislodge him from the point. They can't get Nevix off the point. He's unkillable. He's like a mighty redwood. There's another Meteor M out, finds 2, and I mean, that might just be the fight. That might be the map.
That should basically be the death knell, it would seem. I mean, Nevix does fall, but look at the trades on the back end. The remainder of the team absolutely gets demolished. As you said it earlier, all this for a drop of blood, it would seem. Maybe a last little rally back if somebody can get the touch here, but it's 4% ticking up. And I just don't think it's going to happen. Even if they get there, they're just going to be met with a brick wall that is Virtus Pro. 3-0 fashion here in the series. Once again, Virtus Pro maintaining the throne. They are our champions here for Rivals Fight Night Week 3 EU.
Disgusting performance. I mean, just disgusting.
Another $1,000 in the bank.
You just beat someone so bad you force them to play Jeff. You know, you're just beating them so bad. Like, okay, let's try Jeff. And then chat coming up with a very funny line as well from that Jeff ult happened. The C9, get it?
The like C9 spelled S-E-A.
C9 spelled S-E-A. So I mean, that is what happened, and it's. I mean, there's not much to say. Virtus Pro, they're the perfect bean. I mean, you know, they're too strong across the board. They weren't challenged at all during this series, Jake. I don't know if you disagree, but I just don't feel like at any point were they just taken to their limit.
I mean, this is full chaos from Luminosity, which honestly, I like them just like going YOLO and doing something wild because it's pretty clear your plan A and plan B got just like cleaned up so easily on map 1 and map 2. But this is a Virtus Pro squad that honestly, I think it's going to take some time for any teams to catch up to them. I think there's few teams who are going to be happier about Intel supporting this broadcast than VP, who are just cashing checks week after week. And honestly, you got to put some respect on these players. They're the best Rivals team in Europe. And honestly, one of those teams you really got to look to like a global level of competition to wonder if there is a squad that can challenge them. Honestly, I wonder if they're not the best in the world right now.
It certainly looks that way. And I think that if you were to say like, okay, next week, boom, global LAN, we're inviting all of these teams, VP would have to be the front runner. You know, I'm still curious and I'm still holding out some hope, given that I'm over here in Korea, that perhaps the takeover could happen in the future, but you never know. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, VP, they are the team to beat. We're going to show the highlights.
Is the highlight him killing the BRB?
That was the value that was found.
Big Jeff. I got the TP, guys. I got the res.
It's got res down.
Push,
I mean,
push.
It feels bad. And realistically, credit to LG. And there's the C9 because it swallows several teammates. But credit to LG. I think they clearly tried to make things work in their style. They looked really, really good for 0%. But like we've been saying, Virtus Pro are so incredibly strong. I mean, I would love to see them play 100 Thieves. I think that would be like the matchup is like Virtus Pro versus 100 Thieves currently. And currently, I would definitely take Virtus Pro. I still would. I think 100 Thieves look really, really good, but like Virtus Pro look insane across the board. And it always feels weird sometimes coming in here to EU for this, our third Rivals Fight Night, is that I'm like, okay, I can't wait to watch Virtus Pro. And then it's been just been a speed run every time. And maybe, you know, we get that international LAN. If everyone keeps supporting, we keep getting the subs rolling, we can put our own $20 million international LAN for Rivals Fight Night. Of course, that's just the most important part is that, you know, we get the support. It could be us. It could be us.
It's surely the next step after what we've already established.
One or two more Prime subs, and we're gonna be able to
one or two more
$20 million land. Somebody donate $1 million Prime
$20 million prize pool. So get those subs in now. But let's take a look at our MVP. I think that this was a pretty concise decision across the board. I'll give a shout out, you know, for Sparker because in his first two map performances, he's won it too much.
He's won it too much.
Nevix,
okay?
But yeah, this was very much the day of Nevix. I said if Sparker goes crazy in that third and final map, but Nevix the whole way throughout was just indomitable, untouchable, immovable, whatever other synonyms my brain can't come up with because I'm still very tired. The group, the thing, they were all just fantastic from him today.
Yeah, he's got the versatility on the Vanguard that I think is really enviable for a lot of teams, but also just the synergy with the rest of the squad, right? The Vanguards form really the core of your strategy in Rivals, especially someone with less mobility like a Groot. It takes a really strong player to always be in the right spot, never getting caught out, especially we see often Groot can struggle in the Wolverine matchup. I think that's a real test of your strength on Groot. But Nevix, I think, had a really great read of like never over pushing the limit, being just so dominant, and like when it's a group mirror, he's always creating an advantage. Like it feels like every single tank trade is going to go Virtus Pro's way with the help of somebody like Nevix.
100%. And I think for Nevix in particular, what you highlighted a lot of things like, oh, like Groot's not very mobile. Well, guess what? Nevix uses his walls to be extremely mobile. So a lot of those downsides when we see from people on the Vanguard is that Nevix, have we repeatedly called out, he mitigates all the downsides. He gets value when typically you're not seeing a lot of value in those parts of his kits. And I think it's very central to the pillar of the strategy for Virtus Pro is how strong the Vanguards play, including obviously Nevix for this series. And he looked really, really good. So MVP well earned.
Well earned indeed. I mean, it's another well earned, well deserved, dominant victory here for Virtus Pro. So maintain their position on the throne here as the Kings of EU for now. Maybe next week could finally be the time that we see somebody really challenge him and take him to the limit. Seems unlikely though, but for all the people throughout the first two very fast, blazingly quick maps that were 3-0s that we're asking, when's NA? Did I miss it? Has it started yet? The answer is no. It's about to start pretty much right now. We're going to have another quick little break, and when we come back, we will be taking the plane back across the pond over to North America with Envy versus Sentinels to start things off, all for the chance to try to challenge up against 100 Thieves. We're going to go to a quick little break. Stay tuned. Rivals Fight Night 3 will continue with North America when we come back for the breaks, and do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rivals Fight Night. Now going to North America, show number 3. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, you look at that. It's a C9, but it's not the letter C. It's the actual ocean as Jeff pulls his own teammates off the point. Oh, man. Just the fact that we've had the phrase C9 in that definition, that's what I'll take away from that match.
Yeah, we got to be honest. He's got to really get out the ladder, start grinding the Jeff, build up the experience. I think that's clearly what this match is screaming for, is some stronger Jeff gameplay. It's professional players. They just don't have it on the Jeff like that. We need to get the Jeff one tricks in here.
That's right. A whole new ocean of discovery to be had. But if you're just tuning in, we're heading into the North American portion of our show. And you might be wondering, what is going on here? What is the format of the tournament? Well, we got you covered. Here at Rivals Fight Night, we kick things off in every region with our with our challengers match, which is a best of 5, and the winner of our challengers match goes on into the money match. We invite some of the best teams around in each region every week, try and spread around the top 5 or 6 teams. But you look at our setup here today, Jake, on the North American side, looks pretty stacked. We got Envy with a whole lot of historical hero shooter talent up against Sentinels, one of the very best and most decorated teams in Marvel Rivals so far on the NA end, and the winner goes against 100 Thieves, who so far has looked unstoppable.
Yeah, 100 Thieves has looked like pretty solidly the best team in NA, although they've been competitive at times with the Sentinel squad over the history of Marvel Rivals. I think Team Envy is the big question mark for a lot of fans. This is a team we haven't seen so much of in competitive Marvel Rivals. They're a squad that's been relatively newly brought together. So this is a big opportunity for them, I think, to show what they've got and to set their standard against, I think, the standard bearers of North America and Sentinels and 100 Thieves. So a big opportunity for them. But even this first challenger match is going to be a tough test. Sentinels has been consistently in that top 2, has at times lost 100 Thieves. Maybe I think it's fair to say that they are going to be the favorites in that challenger match, whoever faces them. But Sentinels are no easy team to shut down. They've shown a lot of strategic diversity over the last weeks and months in Marvel Rivals.
And we'll take a look at Sentinels roster. Obviously, a lot of very familiar names at this point. And, it's interesting you bring up the diversity point, right? Because for Sentinels, this is a team that more than others is willing to go, hey, we're going to give triple Vanguard strategies a shot. We might try triple strategist. They're not as locked into 2-2-2 as some other teams are, but obviously the results may vary, because you look at their results versus 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves just like, nah, we'll just run the hell all day and it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think 2-2-2 is probably arguably the dominant look right now in Rivals, but I think in the long term, it does bode well for Sentinels that they're willing to flex out of it, because you got to think, there's going to be patches, there's going to be changes to the game, and this 2-2-2 meta may not last forever. So I think for the future in the long term, that potentially looks like a strength for Sentinels, that they have players who are willing to go across roles. I think many people playing Rivals at home in ranked have realized that's actually super important to be able to rank up, that you can fill for what the team needs. However, you're absolutely right. I think right now 2-2-2 looks very dominant. It looks like what the best teams are running pretty consistently. So I'm curious to see if Sentinels are going to stick with those change-ups, or we got Super Gomez and Amazing. These guys are great on duelists. Maybe you don't need to be too innovative here, especially in the challenger match.
And of course, the opposition, it is the return of Team Envy, where it's kind of comical to me, Jake, where you think about the history of Envy as an org, where, Hastro very much into hero shooters, right? And a new hero shooter comes out, and it's like Hastro, it's like Undertaker getting out of the casket, is like, I must return. And suddenly Envy is back. And look, a lot of very familiar names on this roster within the hero shooter history.
Yeah, I think definitely eyes drawn to players like Space in the Vanguard. Cal is one that maybe people aren't familiar with. Cal had a lot of success in Overwatch 2, but maybe later in the history of the game than some of these other players on both teams. But Cal has really impressed me. So I think for the duelist line, that's a player I really have my eyes on for Envy. I think Cal pretty much needs to have a big game here to lead the charge here for Envy and be the standard bearer against a Sentinel squad that, aside from 100 Thieves, hasn't really been contested so much in North America.
Also, the great thing about the Envy roster having this history is that you have historical teammate support. Hydration, used to play with Remix back in the day, has been close with Remix over a long period of time. Drop some great words of support for, whoa. Great words of support.
Calling him out. And this is a tough match to be called out in, because frankly, I think Sentinels are a pretty heavy favorite right now. As good as 100 Thieves look, in this challenger match, Envy is so much more of an X factor. I don't really have the same expectations of that squad, frankly, as I do of Sentinels, with how much experience Sentinels has, how long they've been together as a team. From a coordination perspective, I think that's going to be a real test for Envy. However, you would think as individuals with all their experience in the genre, maybe they'd be able to put up a good fight. I think a lot of fans are going to be watching this Envy team closely in this series as a real test for, what's their potential here in Rivals.
Well, speaking of words of support, we got some supporting cast here too on the analyst end. That's right, we're bringing back in Achilleos for our challenger match in North America. I read the run of show, Seth. This is the proper time to intro you.
Yeah,
exactly
but I had so many things to say when you're going over the Sentinels roster because I got to cast them last week, and now the time it's passed. I got to wait until we get into the map draft to really be able to cover the topics that I wanted to cover. Also, you still have Hydration out there in the chat saying hashtag #IreneMixLose. So he's continuing on the hate train. D1 hater right there, and sometimes you love to see that. But I'm excited for this one. I think Sentinels had quite a big stumble last week, and I think if Envy comes in with some decent prep and Sentinels continue to try kind of fall into the same treads that they were in last week, that this could be them getting denied that grand finals matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what Envy has been cooking, but also Sentinels and how they've been adapting and, trying to elevate their level of play to bring it right back to 100 Thieves. But first map is going to be Royal Palace, where we head to here again. I believe the teams are pretty close to ready, but it's North America. You never know. North America, it's historically the land where you think
how
you're about
many
to go to the
players
lobby.
will be using the bathroom right as we ask them
Yeah,
to
so
the
you
lobby. It's not about
You have to have one player in the bathroom at all times, actually. So when
That's
one
part of
player
being
dies in
North
game, then they run to the bathroom, and then you just kind of rotate off of that, and then there's just this consistent delay that's happening.
It's ridiculous just how consistent that is. But I think for me, Jake, the big question going into this, for me, is going to be on the Sentinels end. How often are they going to get off 2-2-2 and do the more combination compositions, right? When they do triple Vanguard or triple Strategist, or will they just follow the 100 Thieves example and just go, you know what? Maybe it's time to work in the fundamentals, go more in the 2-2-2 direction, especially versus Envy, which they might see as a weaker team than 100 Thieves, at least from the jump.
I do think the ban protect phase, probably does create opportunities to get off the core 2-2-2, but with how good 100 Thieves has looked, I feel like you've got to sort of look to them and even a team like Virtus Pro across the pond in Europe as being the standard bearers right now. And while in the past, in some of the previous tournaments in Rivals, Sentinels has been a squad that has innovated with the triple Vanguard or triple Strategist setups and has won with them, has made them look really strong, especially on certain maps and in certain ban pick scenarios. But like you guys said, I think probably fair to say that maybe 2-2-2 is just a bit too strong right now with some of these duelists just being so critical in the meta. You think about Hela, Winter Soldier, Namor, and even Wolverine, that really changes the game drastically and sort of acts as a quasi third Vanguard, even though he is a duelist.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things that I'm looking to see is that 2-2-2. I think that when they did shift back over to that in the series versus 100 Thieves, that's where we were seeing a bit more liveliness from Sentinels. That's where we were seeing a bit more impact coming through compared to when they were trying to run the triple brains farting. It's still early.
Triple strategist is
strategist. There we go. That's the word that I was looking through. I almost said specialist. I'm like, that's not correct. Strategist from them. But the other thing that we need to be seeing is some more leveled up performances from Rymazing and Super Gomez, because they were kind of just getting manhandled by 100 Thieves last week. Kaluj as well, just kind of on an island, oftentimes just getting juggled into, being surrounded by that 100 Thieves squad. So Sentinels weren't able to keep him protected. And I think a big part of that also did come down to what we were seeing in the ban protects, which was kind of Aramori getting very much targeted with a lot of those bans, taking that Loki out of the equation, et cetera, to just make sure that they were not on, comfort mix in that series.
Yeah, and I mean,
they are just it's a big moment for Sentinels, right? They got shut down pretty hard last week. I think that's the type of thing that makes a team that has had a lot of success start to reevaluate things, and it puts everyone in a position of look, you can't really pretend like there's not a problem when we just got 3-0. You need to be making changes. You need to be adapting, and I think this is a big test for somebody like Crimzo as the coach and also sort of the flex player for the team. What can he bring to the table as far as a new, better look for Sentinels? I think this is a team that really needs to perform against 100 Thieves, wants that to be a true rivalry. But if you're losing 3-0, it doesn't feel like much of a rivalry. And I know that the 100 Thieves ownership is going to be feeling pretty dang good about their position based on last week's result.
Yeah, but I think for Sentinels, there's something said about, what is going on here? Where are the teams here? This is the words of support.
OGs in force.
Good old fact fiction.
Yeah, fact fiction comes in. There's a lot of authenticity here, and Hydration just finding new ways to just, nothing but love, clearly, from former teammates. But right now, the teams are messing a little bit with servers. It wasn't bathroom related, but we should be getting an MO. And what I was going to say for Sentinels is that, when you're on top, you have to get punched in the mouth a little bit to get adaptation, right? So for Sentinels, anytime you have a number one team, suddenly go down a bit, they're the types of teams I expect to bounce back the most and get the most meaningful strategy adaptation from week to week, right? So honestly, that's why I'm excited to see what Sentinels is going to come in with here. I mean, already even in Marvel Rivals Invitational, right? They were able to take a map off 100 Thieves the last time they played. So there was improvement to be had, but now we've had even more time and we'll get to see what comes into play here on Royal Palace. Jake, as we end the domination, anything you're particularly looking out for here that might be a little bit different from the other game modes?
I think it was a great call out from Achilleos there on the Duelist. I think that's something that we're going to need to see have big games here from Sentinels and also from Envy. Cal and NK, I think, can be real shooters on this squad. So, if Envy is going to unseat Sentinels, we've been focusing on Sentinels so much as like maybe the expected team to go on here. But, Seth, you also made this great point of like, yeah, but Sentinels got kind of rocked last week. And while they could bounce back and be a lot stronger, that also shows vulnerability that a team like Envy could come in with confidence and try to exploit. So this match, I think, is going to be an exciting one for Envy fans as they hope to see that this team they put together can be a serious threat here in North America.
Fully agree. I think just sticking to the 2-2 off the rip, especially Sentinels, if you want to play around a little bit more with it, given how much triple specialist that you were kind of leaning on last week. If you want to lean into what kind of has been leading the charge and has been dominant over the last several weeks for VP, and then for 100 Thieves last week, I think that's going to be good. They should feel confident coming into this versus Envy, but that's when, if confidence is misplaced and Envy comes out and they do have Cal fragging and we don't have, Gomez and Ramazing stepping up, that's when you get caught off guard and that's when complacency very much backfires into your own face. So I think Sentinels, I want to see them experiment around a little bit with a little bit more 2-2-2, play it a bit more standard, just try to get some critical picks in, some solid protects here for, your key players. So maybe even using a protect onto somebody like Aramori, who can have an immense amount of impact from that specialist position. I think that could also be very good.
Well, right now, I will say we are struggling a little bit on the base mechanics right now because the players got on the server, but because the players have to host the lobby. No, the players hosted the lobby, but they didn't put in the proper settings. They started with the no ban lobby. The players have scrimmed and have been in the trenches. Jake, sometimes it comes into match time and you just fumble right on the lobby settings. So, taking a little bit more time here.
Yeah, it's, I think for both teams, any kind of delay is going to be interesting to see how it affects the mental status of the squads. I think Sentinels being a team that has probably come into this and been very focused on 100 Thieves. Like, you got to think for Sentinels, they've been so consistently, like these two squads really have been like number one and number two, trading places at times throughout the history. But for a team like Envy, this is a moment to make a splash, a moment to come in and maybe hope that you catch Sentinels off guard. Because I think Sentinels might see this as an easy or free win since no one except 100 Thieves, formerly Mutants, was a threat to them. And so for Envy, maybe you get to come into this match being a little bit of a dark horse. Maybe Sentinels has no prep on you. Can you exploit that? Can you really attack? And already kind of the respect ban, Doctor Strange, 2 Vanguards banned out here. And I think these are both great Kaluge heroes.
This is going to shake up the front line perhaps a little bit here. I'm curious to see what Vanguards they land. I mean, obviously, strong ones such as Thing, Groot, still going to be available here for either side to try to utilize. But this does take away a lot of the stock standard, and it's a lot of comfort as well from Sentinels with the Kaluge off the Strange. So Thing Protect. Sentinels, I'm curious, do you go for the support? Yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I want to see. Just keeping this Loki protected. It's something that they did not get to play at all versus 100 Thieves.
If you're Envy, you might want to ban the Venom right now. If you don't ban the Venom, I think things could be rough. Sentinels, historically, when they can play a Venom, especially Domination, they like running it. Instead, they banned the Luna Snow, so... I mean, it's a little questionable because, if Sentinels does open with the Venom comp that they've run a lot, right? You would like having the option of using the more with Luna. You now don't have that option, Jake.
I do think it's, you know, that is a factor. I think they want to ban the double Luna copy from Loki. That can be like super annoying if you lose point first. The stability that, you know, double Luna ult gives you with the Loki copy is a little ridiculous, especially for teams like Sentinels, who I think we're really confident about exploiting that combo. Maybe for Team Envy, maybe a little bit more deathmatch focused. They would like something like Mantis to come out. So I think there's a logic to this. It also blocks the Namor team up, which is another problem for this aggressive dive setup. But honestly, regardless of which dive vanguards we see, I'm just curious what the lineup is overall, because typically Strange or Magneto, I mean, at least one of those is almost a perma pick right now in Rivals. So we're going to see something new here on Royal Palace.
I'm going to get out of your hair in just a second, but the last thing I wanted to say was that Kaluj has played this Thor in the past. For amazing flips over, goes to something like the Hela. You could have that with the Loki and get the triple little team up there. But Kaluj on Thor, I think it's overall going to be probably pretty strong.
Yeah, and not unexpected here at all, Jake. Take a look at what Sentinels is running. They're coming out here with Hogs on the Venom, something that Hogs has really enjoyed playing quite a bit. And, you know, tank mirror match here when you look at it, but different choices when it comes to strategists.
Yeah, and they're getting the Star-Lord team up with the Adam Warlock. For Kurova, Adam Warlock has been a real specialty, something I'm looking to have a big performance in that game. That said, Envy has a really powerful front-to-back poke here, so the strategists are going to need to be working overtime for Sentinels.
And for Sentinels, you know, the versatility on the duels is also interesting, just because Super Gomez can be on the Star-Lord or Raimez can be on the Star-Lord. Kurova, though, already Jake, gets a super early punish onto Remix, and, you know, hydration somewhere.
He's laughing all the way to the bank right now. that was a pretty big mistake. I think did he have Adaptive Shield? He just didn't pop it in time. He got bursted so fast for a Venom. Remix, though, trades back onto Super Gomez. Hogs pressured out, forces the skill, but just the res onto Super Gomez. So with Cal dropping, it ends up being worth it, and Sentinels really leveraging this composition and the team up for their advantage.
Yeah, right now it hasn't been much of team fights, just been pickoffs before the team fights, but Sentinels in full control the whole way through. Now look at Kaluj just punching his way through the front right now, 25% away from clobbering time. Super Gomez in, laying damage from the back. There we go, Invisible Boundary gonna be used pretty early into the fight. Envy looking for a way in. Sleepy, of course, got Mischief setting that up. Meanwhile, back row Super Gomez, Galactic Legend gonna be popped into the back. Looking for pickoffs, gets one already, Invisible Woman down. And nice, easy cleanup here, Jake, for the Sentinels.
It's easy, but it is expensive here. That's a pretty big deployment. Forced to use the Adam Warlock res may not have been necessary there, but just for safety from Kurova. I mean, he does deal so much damage on this Adam Warlock. There's something to be said for just locking in the fight win. And Cal, though, is going to have, I think, a relatively uncontested again and again right now. So, or rather, it's NK on the Winter Soldier. So that's really the thing that we need to see pop off with Remix and the Venom ult. You could easily see this turn into a pretty aggressive fight for Envy.
Particularly with Loki in the back, right? It's one of the things where Winter Soldier, you know, oftentimes Loki's enemy. What in the world from downtown? NK getting the pick on the Aramori. Setting up Envy here for this fight. Goddess of Death kind of forced out by Cal, nearly died and does die. Kurova being a real threat, but here we go, Kraken Impact. What's
easy to finishes,
though. Being reset? No, and I think part of that is with Loki dying so early in the fight, what are you gonna reset on right away?
Yeah, Cal went in immediately for the Goddess of Death, but just Envy looked off sync there, right? Like, that's a fight they should assuredly win. They got the opener onto Loki, one of the better defensive options in the comp. And you'd think with Loki down, it's time to go, but it's very slow reaction from Envy. I think pretty weak performance from them, getting an opening pick and not being ready to convert. I think maybe they were trying to be really greedy and win without ultimates in that spot, but Sentinels is just not a team you can be greedy against. Like, they are a squad that will fight back down one, that will try to recommit and win despite maybe being at a numbers disadvantage. So that's a fight that Envy, I think, should have won, that they needed to win, and falling flat there is going to cost them here, going down a round on the first map of domination.
I think you make a good point when it comes to the ult economy there, where, yeah, you get a free pick, and there's that devil on your shoulder that's saying, you can do it for free. But it takes so long to actually finish out fights in Rivals that I think you just have to settle for the light option, right? You know, maybe you use like one ultimate instead of 2 or 3, and you're okay with that. I think full greed, barring exceptional circumstances, may not be the play, but, you know, take a look as both teams come out here. You do have some change-ups coming in for Envy.
I actually think that this duelist triple strategist setup makes a lot of sense with Strange and Magneto ban, Groot as well. Like, you're missing all of your traditional frontline vanguards, and so as good as Hela and Winter Soldier are, they just don't have enough room to work with how dynamic the game is in this Vanguard matchup. Sentinel's playing very slow, not going to point first. They're going to let Envy take position and look to go for a counter dive. But Super Gomez has a relatively uncontested legendary here.
Yeah, immediately drops the Galactic Legend into the back,
nice
just
pick.
pummels NK. Knew his target, went for it. However, the Resurrection is immediately there with the Adam Warlock team up, so the advantage may be short-lived. Hogs getting pummeled a bit. Aramori under a little bit of pressure. God of Mischief, though, about to be out here, and the space down. Sentinels still in control of the fight, Jake.
They forced the ult from Rising, but the flip already came in, so every second of this fight is sort of taking up the advantage here for Sentinels. See if they're going to be able to stabilize Korova. A great cam to be on. You know this guy always performs in the Adam Warlock, and there's a full burst onto Paintbrush, and that's just a fight over Korova on the signature pickoff. I think this is something that many teams have respect banned against Sentinels, and that's why. He just puts that work in. It's you can call this triple strategist, but Korova is basically a duelist.
I mean, Korova's giving me those old school Jonak vibes right now with what he's playing off on Warlock. It is actually ridiculous where you're getting that level of contribution from your strategist line. Really, really effective now. 40% for Sentinels. Well on their way to their map 1 victory here. Envy needs something good to happen their way as Remix is just getting pummeled before he's even able to get in.
Great position here from the Venom. Hogs waiting over the top, ready to dive that back line. Aggressive move in now. Venom still waiting, still looking for the strategist. NK, though, with that legendary, looking to pop off now.
NK needs to find something here, but Gomez on the other side. Galactic Legend, it's legends all around. The healing enough to prevent too much going in, but Gomez, Blaster Barrage into the back line with Hogs, enough to get 2 down here, Jake. And 70%, Envy gets maybe 1 fight to change the destiny here in map 1.
Yeah, the synchronicity from the squad of Sentinels is just over the line right now. Their dives coming in so much more coordinated, so much more aggressive. That sync with that bullet dance from Super Gomez, so powerful with both Vanguards diving at the same moment, hitting all those AoE skills. It just cleans up all the Loki clones and turns into an easy team fight.
90% map 1 in the balance. Envy making their final push out towards the point. God of Mischief on deck.
Body block.
Gonna be popped immediately. Here we go, Galactic Legend in, NK, looking for anything. Was able to get Korova down early. A huge pickoff here, Jake. Korova will not be the menace that he's been in previous fights. Gomez going down right after Korova, though. Able to use the self-resurrection. Yeah, right back on in. Karmic Rebirth, and now NK trying to make something happen. Sentinel still in the fight. Envy trying to stay in it themselves. Cal in it. Remix in the front line, but Galactic Legend popped. Where's that gonna go right now? As you look here, Gomez into the back line, half down, Envy down another. Remix getting torn up, the tank line getting hit from Gomez on the back. And you see how Remix just barely able to back off. It's super low HP space. Remix cannot stay up for long here, Jake.
Gomez just having the last answer there, the final nail in the coffin. Envy just staggering back to the point, forced into a desperation Spider-Man swap, but it's going to be too little too late. Kaluj dominating here on the objective, and that's map 1 going to Sentinels. And gotta be honest here, Envy look flat-footed here in the series so far. This is looking like a very dominant victory for Sentinels if the series keeps progressing as this map did.
Yeah, and I think for me, as interesting it was where, we had a lot of airtime and look at Super Gomez setting up on the Star-Lord and, of course, grabbing MVP at the end. But to me, I'm looking at other contributors that are making things easy for players like Super Gomez, and you have to look at Korova. What Korova was able to do on the Adam Warlock was setting up a lot of those kills, regardless of whether or not it was Korova himself that got the kill credit, right? It was just a fantastic showing of why Adam Warlock can be so devastating. And, for Envy, you think about, Jake, so many of these fights started where they were down a person in the neutral before they even used their first ultimate. It's very hard to win in Rivals when that's your setup.
Yeah, and Hogs and Kaluj, just no deaths on the Vanguards, right? Like, that's how you get that, 100-0 domination, that you're able to just have those tank line, permanently be up, permanently be fighting aggressively. Pretty significant damage gap as well, coming from that increased uptime. Sentinels sweep the floor there with Team Envy. Envy's going to have the map pick, so ball's back in their court, but man, that's a rough one. You got to think maybe that ban on Dr. Strange, taking out some of those core frontlining Vanguards was a mistake with Envy wanting to play the more long-range duelist style.
So, and of course, we're bringing you back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
We're bringing you back in. What do you like?
I liked kind of everything there from Sentinels. I mean, I still want to see them play some 2-2. Maybe that's something they're going to be saving for these future maps as Envy gets into their map picks, or maybe even they're just keeping it in the back pocket, assuming that they can make it to that rematch versus 100 Thieves. Either way, they just came out and they just look so damn strong. I was fully expecting to kind of just see the whole Asgardian team up coming through there from the squad, but Kalush with a flash on Thor doesn't stick with it, plays the thing, but the comp overall just looked gorgeous from Sentinels. And I mean, Jake talked about it, 0 deaths really on that front line, and it was only, 7 deaths total for Sentinels throughout the map, which is not something that you want to be seeing if you're an Envy fan, if you're here cheering for iRemix to be able to find the win. They need to be able to get these picks. Gomez completely just off the leash here, completely uncontained from Envy. They need to find a way to shut this guy down.
Yeah, and again, when I looked at this, you can point to a lot of factors, but for me, it was just the neutral game. The fact is that you
Body
cannot...
block from Kalush, so sick, actually.
Yeah. Kalush is great, by the way, when it comes to that level of situational awareness, whether it be on heroes like that or on the Strange. I mean, Kalush is great about, like, by the way, I'm in the doorway, I'm going to step out at the right time and make things difficult for you. But it goes back to this idea of neutral game where Sentinels was winning fights without really having to spend resources, Jake. And when they did spend resources, it was incredibly effective.
Yeah, and even with pickoffs that Envy is not able to close out those fights, the aggression doesn't look nearly as well timed, where Sentinels, when they hit, they're really hitting hard, they're hitting as a whole team, and they really have that sync across all these players. And that's something that Envy, I think, while they might have strong individuals, in a comp like that with the triple strategist, like, the Thing and Venom, it's not about individual pop-offs. There's no one in that comp. Maybe Adam Warlock could get solo kills, but pretty much no one else is really going to be doing that. It's all about the sync and hitting hard and fast on the enemy backline. And time again, it was Sentinels able to take that initiative on map 1.
Yeah, I think this just goes to show you that right now, like, Sentinels, mechanically very strong, shrugging off the loss from last week, but also the communication between the team and the synergy that they're bringing to the table is something that, Envy is going to have to rise to the occasion of if they want to be able to shut this down, because every single time, a little bit of chip damage coming through, boom, it's called out, Gomez is swooping in, he's able to go ahead and confirm that kill. So when you have teams that are in sync like that, that's when they are the toughest to beat. Looking like maybe we just run it back kind of like off the first series of the day. Midtown is the second map here.
I think there is a road to victory, though, for Envy. I think what they need, though, is to ensure that they have a more stable tanking front line. I think it was pretty clear that, like, on this Dive Vanguard frontline, I think they're just outclassed. I think Sentinels are way too comfortable. When you take that many Vanguards out, and like this triple strategist looks way better. I think with no shield Vanguards in the lineup, it's so much harder to make things like Hela and Winter Soldier work. Like, Envy rolled out on those characters, but they were just stuffed at the chokes. They had no opportunity to actually walk up and take space. And I think maybe on a more of a attack defense map, I think if they can have a bit of a shield tank, let players like Cal and NK shine, I think that's going to be a much more hopeful situation in terms of the matchup for Team Envy.
I gotta say here, as we're waiting to get in the lobby, NA lobby stuff just continues to be very entertaining. A little bit of password-related issues, but we figured it out. And looking into Midtown now, I think for me, Seth, as I'm looking at this, what I'm curious to see here for Envy is, I feel like once you get off domination, you start really getting into the idea of what is a team prepped on. You get more map-specific strategies on longer maps in Convoy and Convergence. And we'll get to see if they have anything in the tank that at the very least can surprise Sentinels from what we saw in the last map. I think for me too, I think anytime you have a team that on paper you might consider a little bit weaker at the moment, it's on you to kind of not do mirror matches. I think you want to avoid mirror matches and go in the set strategies where you have a little bit more experience than the other team. Your home domain, as it were.
Sure. Obviously the big concern there was just be like, what happens if that gets shut down? Do you have a repeat of VP versus Luminosity where they ended up having to play Jeff? Like, you don't want to get beat down too much on your A and B strategies, as Jake had put it. But I think that changing things up here is, that could be a strong suit for him. I'm curious if there's a bit of a change here to maybe try to tackle the team up there, because the Warlock, you know that if it's available, Sentinels are going to want to play it. You know, if the Loki's there, they're going to want to play it. Do you go for either of those picks? Because Sentinels, if they get the opportunity, they're probably just going to continue protecting the Loki, I would assume, for Aramori. But do you try to attack something like the Star-Lord and get that out of the equation so that you force Gomez off of something that is widely kind of, been, at least over the last 2 weeks, is most played? Like, where do you see an opening? Where do you see potential weakness here as Envy? That's my curiosity. But Sentinels getting rid of the Groot off the rip, and they're still going to continue to ban the Strange here. And it can be very strong on Midtown. Obviously, there's portal blocks and stuff like that. Kalush is going to be well versed with it, but they are going to be protecting the Magneto for themselves.
Yeah, so they're still going to have that key shield frontliner, be able to use those bubbles to maybe save, greedier backline choices such as the Hela and the Winter Soldier. So I like this line from Team Envy that they secure one of those frontliners. It changes the game a little bit. Sentinels are going to protect the Luna Snow, which is potentially scary because now you got to think for Envy, like, how confident are you in the poke matchup against something like the Namor, which tends to change the dynamics, a little bit more combo oriented rather than being individualistic, looking for picks, which, to be honest, that individualism is Envy's hope for me in this matchup, is that, like, you can just put Cal, put NK on the flank and have them win a 1v1. That's the opener that is going to give you the edge here. I think if we make this a game of, like, Luna Snow combo with Namor, I think that's a scary one for Envy.
What do they hate more? Do they hate the Loki more, or do they hate the idea of the Namor more? I think we're going to see one of the two banned from Envy. For me, it's a question of which. Oh, it's a Star-Lord. Actually, Star-Lord. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense because you still have Adam Warlock in play. Envy decides not to take it out, which, by the way, I think would have been a stronger ban choice if they wanted to do it earlier in the draft. But instead, they go, nope, not going to go for it. They're going to let Kurova come out on the Warlock, potentially. But I will say, in terms of ban priorities, Sentinels did shift, right? Last map, they decided we don't want to deal with the Magneto. As they go in the Midtown, they say we don't want to deal with Groot. And I think the reason why you get that difference between the game modes is that Groot as a character, I think, is way more oppressive, particularly on the defensive end, on certain convergence and convoy maps, than he is on domination, just by nature of, the way you have to go through some very tight chokes. So Sentinels, Jake, they go into this, they go, actually, we don't want to deal with that whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think honestly, whether it's the Star-Lord or the Adam Warlock ban, I kind of think these bans are almost the same ban. Like, they're more or less, like, you ban one or the other, and you're probably, like, even Kurova on Adam Warlock, probably not going to be played without the Star-Lord team up. Like, it really is one of the stronger team ups, I think, in the game in terms of incentivizing you strongly to pick that strategist. Without getting those reses, like our Mantis Star-Lord, not nearly as strong right now in terms of just the strategist, I think. So either way, I think gets the job done. Sentinels see the rollout. Aramori on, surely this is just for the team up for, like, the moments out of spawn, let Kalush have that extra damage. Yeah, so she's gonna swap, but I kind of like that tech strat for, like, just letting Kalush walk out with the team up, pop it on cooldown, and, like, it's a pretty innovative way to approach that opening of the map.
You know what else is an innovative remix with the super early catch on the Kurova. Right place, right time as Cal just pops off on the side. Some Hela action completely stymieing the Sentinels off the rip.
Yeah, Cal's really aggressive right now, looking to get more, and I think that's a player that I highlighted for Envy. I think it's a player who needs to pop off, especially on Midtown, where there's going to be a lot of emphasis on the Hela duel. Super Gomez, I think, hasn't been quite as storied on the Hela. I think of him more as a flanker player. So whether or not he's able to take this matchup to Cal is going to be a big question for Sentinels.
Okay, looking at Remix, was able to get the early grab here. Now a little bit of pressure onto Hela, waiting for the dive. See the Magneto shield come out, but Remix getting good solid damage in his space on the other end. Finds Gomez. The front line for Envy looking far better on Midtown so far. Cal able to pick up one off on the side, and the neutral game looking completely redefined right now, Jake, for Envy from map 1 to map 2.
Yeah, big value being found by the defensive Hela here. Sentinels have moved the card up little by little, but so many picks have gone against them, and they're starting to think, yeah, maybe they need that reset. And Super Gomez, see how he tries to get into this, but Cal is just working them over right now. It feels like every time they walk up, it's Cal finding an opening on the rotate, and Sentinels aren't even really able to play the game in the face of that kind of pressure.
They've been struggling. They haven't really had even a full reset here, but they do have ultimates coming online. Sentinels ult cycling has been amongst the best here so far, so we'll see what Kalush does here early on. I do think the Strange bans, by the way, now that I think about it, is more targeted at Kalush. Kalush is really good at Strange, and I think while he's not bad at the rest of his Vanguards, clearly Strange has been his best hero. So, Kalush having to work maybe a little bit out of his comfort zone where he'd rather be Strange, but Remix gets caught. couldn't get away, sets up the 6v5 now. Sentinels have resources to throw in, and for Envy, do you throw ults into a disadvantaged fight, or do you wait?
They are going to pop the Luna Snow ultimate, so they're going to double down. Kurova is stunned and bursted. Cal with another critical pickoff, just carrying the squad right now for Envy. The hero that the team needs is going to pop that Goddess of Death. Meteor M from space as well, dumped in over the top, but Sentinels, strategist ults are looking to do enough. Super Gomez does win that duel, and Cal in real trouble. Doesn't have much to stay alive. Over the top now, Kaluj with the Meteor M. And it seems to be a potential cart rolling forward here for Sentinels. They need to not lose any players, though. They need to be in full strength to be able to full cap this map.
Remix picked up Gomez on the backline, but that's kind of a stagger for not a lot of benefit there. Wasn't able to get a little bit of stall onto the convoy. And now you look where Envy is. This should potentially just roll in. It's going to be close if we get a touch or not. Like, really,
if Envy
really
gets
close.
a fight, it's good, though, because Super Gomez is pretty slow off the respawn. So I think this actually could be value for Remix. However, if they're going to get the touch is the question. And yeah, just a little bit too far away off the spawn there. So Sentinel's going to be happy with that, finding the advantage. Once again, Cal, we got to get on this Cal cam. This guy is just absolutely putting that Wizard down in this game. I want to see what he's doing on this defense. Remix for still holding the front line. And diving in now, pushing past the choke. This is a risky move, very close to the attacker spawn. Big dump of resources.
They're pushing because Luna is down, though. Off the Cal pick, Envy, I think, correctly decides, hey, we could go a little bit more aggressive. They're still trying to win the overall HP war, but Sentinels is back up to 6. The horn blown, catches one. Kurova getting hit by NK, and Kurova has just been absolutely bullied by the Envy duelists so far in this game. And, you know, Envy doing a great job of maintaining this numerical advantage in a lot of these fights, Jake.
Yeah, taking the fight to the spawn is big, but it's a quick reset for Sentinel. So I think in the end, they're not too worried about losing a fight at this position on the cart. When they get a little bit deeper, I think it will become more costly. Now Envy only has the Remix ult, but once again, Cal looking for something on the flank. He's been the opener time and time again. Got to be very cautious. TP away from that Loki. Cal looking for more, constantly playing this third-person peek, looking for all those opportunities. Such a thorn in the side of Sentinel as they try to walk forward.
Also, even just taking down the Loki clones, reducing Loki's effectiveness a bit. NK, though, finds Gomez. The early pick. Amazing, though, drops the horn, and it's big. Gets 2. Kaluj, meanwhile, Meteor M. And the ultimate usage for Sentinels, absolutely sublime here on the second point.
Yeah, just an underrated aspect of the Namor Luna Snow team up, right? It's beyond just the raw team up values. When Luna Snow goes into that damage amping mode on dance floor, the Horn of Proteus from Namor ends up one-shotting pretty much everything except the Vanguard cast, which is such a big difference maker with how much healing is available in Marvel Rivals. To be able to get a solid one-shot is a complete game changer. Super Gomez is going to go over to the Winter Soldier here, so an interesting choice. Ceding the Hela duel to Cal, feeling like it's not going well enough for them. I mean, hard to blame them, but I would say this Hela unchecked is a scary prospect with how Cal's been playing.
Yeah, and you're going to see Cal go even more aggressive here. You have the Goddess of Death, so you know if things get bad, you can pop it, but you can't pop it
he's in
when
trouble.
you're stuck in the bathroom here and just gets taken down. The rotation, really good for Sentinels. They get rid of the Cal threat. They give themselves a 6-on-5, and Kaluj now just gets to walk forward a bit. However, Remix somehow gets Gomez into the back, evens things out. Aramori. Fate of Both Worlds going to be popped here. Sentinels looking to stay even on the point. Cal, though, is going to be back here soon, Jake. Goddess of Death on deck. Sleepy got a mischief, buying time for Envy to get back to full strength. Hogs, though, got Pink. Decent pick.
Horn of Proteus blocked, though, by that Loki rune. Now Venom under a lot of pressure. Remus forks back. This is a real tempo swing for Sentinels. They've got a lot of ultimates to continue to leverage, pushing forward. Not least Super Gomez here with the Kraken Impact, looking to get active here. Maybe won't even need it, though, as the pickup's starting to really come through now for Team Sentinels. It is going to be Pop Kraken coming in, but was blocked by a very well-timed shield from Space.
Yeah, I mean, Space Gang 1, though, off the Meteor M, pretty damn good. As we see Hogs now going in. For Sentinels, trying to keep them in it. This fight turned to a standstill. Kaluj, though, got pinked into the back. Sentinels now working with a real big advantage. Only 3 left for Envy. Surely they can't stall for long. They cannot. Second point done. And now we head into third as Hogs, a little bit of cleanup on the Venom.
Yeah, just cleanups and Sentinels. And we talked about the risk of Marvel Rivals of, trying to win those fights off picks and not dumping ultimates. But when you can get away with it, you do look like a really smart team. So Sentinels coming into last with still a major ultimate advantage. That being said, Envy's quite close to a few of their ultimates. Would love to have those as the difference maker, especially looking for that Horn of Proteus from NK. Could look to get that online with Paintbrush's ult. Look for that combo one-shot I talked about earlier.
I mean, we're going to see whales flying on both sides here, right? Amazing looking NK looking. Cal, though. See if Cal can do it in the neutral once more before anything is even popped in the storyline for me for Envy in this game so far. But right now, both teams taking their time neutral, building up on the ultimates. Nearly a full bank for Sentinels here. We'll see where this goes, but now Envy decide to move in. Pain with the Luna ult. Horn popped. Nothing happening there. You see the counter, Fate of Both Worlds in. Both whales have been dropped. Both teams still full, but Paint getting caught at the end from Kaluj with the Meteor M. Key advantage here from Sentinels. Cal into the air. Goddess of Death going to be popped, and Cal likely going to be brought immediately back down. Rough position being here is Hella, looking for anything right now. Flies off to the side, still alive. Breaks some of the pressure. In over the top. Hogs gets one. Can you get the pick off? Cal can. Gets the hit onto Korova. And gets another versus, gets Sleepy back into the fight here, Jake. Envy, though, still getting pushed back a bit.
It's a big pickoff, gets an opportunity here for Envy, but they've lost so many players, and Namor being that unstoppable force here, continuing that payload rolling. It is overtime, though, for Sentinel, so no more mistakes, and it's a full deathmatch now. No teams have any ultimates online. Cal couldn't get that second pick-off onto Aramori's Loki, just a little too quick with that Immortality rune. Now both teams looking for an opener, keeping the pressure on heavy, but it's risky. You can see how quick even the Vanguards drop.
You need the touch right now. They're almost at the very end. Finally, Envy in onto the point. Remix first in. Gets a barrier from Magneto. Gomez, though, the huge pickoff onto Cal at the start. Now the Cal threat is gone. Envy gonna have to win 5 versus 6. It's all about the Horn right now. NK, where's this whale gonna land? Looking, gets one, keeps him alive. Sleepy, though, down in turn. Amazing, a Horn of his own, ready to go. Another whale about to fly. Sentinels, where is it gonna go? Envy, they still need to stand the point all the while here, Jake. Amazing, holding on to Horn, Hogs in the back, devours Cal. It should be Sentinels bringing it home.
Nice burst timing from Hogs, waiting for that secondary skill to pop before committing with the ultimate, getting that instant burst onto Hella. The Sentinels get it over the line there, but that was hard fought. That was much closer, I'd say, than map 1. And I give a lot of credit to Cal in this map, right? So many times, Envy is finding the early pickoffs on the defense from Cal, just finding openers, especially think about first point. It was looking like a little scary there for the Sentinels, and they end up going away from the Hella duel. Pretty interesting with how strong we've seen Hella be historically.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it's just the move you need to do, right? Like, there's no shame in being like, hey, I'm getting diffed right now. Time to swap. It's not the greatest feeling in the world, but I mean,
there's a little bit of shame. There's a little bit of shame.
There's a little bit of shame, but it's like, okay, let's clarify. It's still the better move to swap if you are getting diffed. But look, what I found interesting to me too is that we didn't see it a lot in the first map. I also thought the Envy front line between Remix and Space had some really good moments, especially on first point defense, right? Like, it wasn't just Cal applying the pressure. Remix and Space were actually funneling Sentinels into some unfavorable spots, giving Cal the room to find those pickoffs. So, you know, I do wonder how much of here is Envy leveling up as time goes on. And, you know, it's just all the hallmarks of they're a good team, but they're not polished yet.
Yeah, I think Paintbrush went down way too much for my liking there, especially on defense. I feel like Kaluj, in particular, was able to constantly find that pickoff, which, you know, we talked about this early in the round. When you lose your Luna Snow, it really takes the legs out from under the composition. For now, Paintbrush rolling on the Invisible Woman, looked at maybe to pop a barrier and keep the fight rolling. Both teams on a relative mirror, but Gomez sticking with the Winter Soldier, willing to let Cal have the dominance in terms of the Hella, but valuing the team play that Winter Soldier offers. And Remix is going to have to be very cautious with those movement disruption abilities available.
Well, I think that's the other key thing, too, is that when you go to the Winter Soldier, you're able to apply more pressure on the Remix, more pressure on the Space, and sort of change your terms of victory a little bit, relative than if you're running the Hella, where you're way more focused on taking out enemy duelists and strategists on the whole. We're looking at Gomez right now on squid duty as Remix comes in. Getting the hook ready, looking for the finish. Instead, goes for Space, a little bit extra damage on the Magneto. Cal, those strikes, Jake! Early pickoff on the Aramori, and the Envy offense is looking supercharged with the 2 Cal picks.
Cal with the headshots time and time again. It's what makes the difference. Super Gomez trades it back, though, extremely low on the flank. It's turning scrappy, but it seems to be going the way of Team Envy. A little bit more health in the tank. Space starting to work this cleanup. Cart going to be rolling forward for Envy, and that first point choke that was so difficult for Sentinels goes down very quickly to Team Envy.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels will get one more contest here. I think they have enough time to touch and go from there. The problem is, ult-wise, it's not great. I mean, they're really going to be banking on Kaluj to open up with Meteor M and create an opening for Gomez to get some Kraken impact chains. It's what they're looking for here. We'll see how this one goes. Remix for now, on the wall. A little bit of pressure, looking for his counterport. Forces out the shield early from the enemy Venom. Feast online. Envy holding on to ult, so is Sentinels right now. Who's going to be the first to break? Remix forced back, but now good. Fate of both worlds, though, opened up here by Envy. Remix going in turn, says it's time to feast. Gomez responding, Kraken impact. Gets the reset number 1. Looking into the back line. Again, feasting on the Loki clones. Meanwhile, though, Space Meteor M. Super Gomez down first. The Goss of Death strikes. And Envy is going to get point A.
Yeah, even with the strategist ults online, Murray wasn't able to find the opportunity to get hers off, and that leaves Envy getting the cap. It was expensive. It cost them 6 ultimates, but they get it done, and so much time on the clock now, and it's got to look at Sentinels not able to find the windows to get some key ultimates off in that last engagement. Definitely a mistake from them here on Midtown as Envy look to potentially cap with more time.
Yeah, and when you look at the situation here, I mean, Sentinels, this first fight should be pretty economical for them. I mean, they can open God of Mischief into the Luna clone. They can open even with the
Frozen
Horn, but a cow nearly getting punished. That would have been economical and then some, but also on that same note, Hogs getting forced back. But God of Mischief could be used here early by Aramori into a little bit of clone dancing. As Sentinels try and push a little bit of advantage. The Horn ready, you see the damage boost ready to get time. The Horn comes down. And the counterpart, Luna, going down in turn, paint out of it, and Sentinels, really nicely executed fight, Jake.
Yeah, I love these combos we're seeing from the Venom. That's definitely something great that the viewers can take to home, is where you pop that secondary skill on Venom, setting up for that nuke to come in, and then right when it pops is when you pop the ultimate. And it almost is a one-shot combo, right? If you time it perfectly, especially with the damage amp, it pretty much gets over the line there. So great setup for Sentinels. It's a fight they really needed to win. Now defending with a little bit better position. We'll see how they elect to take this fight from the high ground.
Envy, a better spot in ult-wise here to kick off this fight. NK going to be looking for the Horn opportunity right away. They might wait for Paintbrush to get Fate of both worlds up. You know, it's an option there, especially if you want to go for more of a one-shot opportunity. But for now, Sentinels, Hogs, a little bit of zoning. Now into the back, the opportunity gone, and Cal's flank is punished early, putting Envy in a really tough spot here, Jake, where I don't know if they want full disengage, but if they don't, it could turn away, but they get Amazing back to even.
Amazing had to use his shield bubble to get up to the high ground to make that play, so it's great awareness from Envy to turn for the focus fire. Magneto super deep into the backline, is going to get bailed out, though, by some strategist ults from Envy. So far, they're not able to find the lockdowns, but there it is from Kaluj. Once again, he's the Magneto making the huge difference. We talked about his Doctor Strange being so strong, but this is one of those players who I think just across the board is a massive threat right now for Sentinels, one that you cannot ignore, especially when the ultimates are online.
I think when it comes to Kaluj, whether he's on the Magneto or the Strange Jake, he might be one of the highest efficiency at getting value out of his ultimates out of any player we've seen across all regions.
Yeah, and that Meteor M, I think, is such a bellwether for your Vanguards, right? Like, if they're just using it to defend people and, you know, to keep them alive, it's like the minimum value. But the Meteor M, when it's able to one-shot a backliner, just completely turns the game on its head. And Kaluj has been the one fighting that so many times. Remix getting nuked super hard there by Amazing, has to pop the shield and back off.
NK got Amazing. Amazing wasn't able to get away. Sets up the man advantage now for Envy. Envy gonna go in even deeper. Fate of both worlds used. Space with the Meteor M. 2 up as they look to just burn ultimates, secure the advantage. Hogs, though, gonna feast in turn. Sentinels trying to burn something the turn. They use the cloned Luna ult from Aramori. Kaluj, though. Meteor M. Can he do it again? Kaluj is waiting, looking. Can't get it this time. NK, though, down. Goss of Death in from Cal. Cal looking for anything. Positioning for Sentinels pretty decent for avoiding the worst of it. Amazing back into the fight. Ready to blow the Horn. Looking and waiting. The Horn is used. Drops it and gets it onto Paint in the back.
So massive. That was a better strategist ult for Envy. They had the long fight, but the burst combo comes through, found by Amazing, and it turns everything on its head. Envy down, lacking the damage to follow through on that Loki copied Luna Snow ultimate. And once again, stymied here in second point. And Sentinels, this isn't even really their last fight on second. This is a bit of a throwaway fight, but they've been winning it time and time again. When with all this structure destroyed, it looks pretty scary here for Envy to walk up. And there's Cal dropping off the rip.
That is huge, because now you look at the timing here, Jake. Envy's going to have to touch while down one to an extent. I mean, Cal's now running back. It really hurts their positioning for what could be the final fight. NK. A little bit quiet for a little bit now. The Horn is ready to be blown. Not going to have the Luna backup here, either from the Loki clone or the Luna herself. So NK will see how it works out. Hogs, though, into the back here's Venom. Gets hit with the freeze. We'll see if the follow-through is there. Forces out the regen domain early. Hogs forcing resources to be burned into the backline. Envy, meanwhile, has to go forward. We are in overtime, and the Venom is just such a huge threat into the back right now. Hogs able to get away, still healthy. Gomez, cracking impact used. Meanwhile, space off the Meteor M gets one. Envy still in a decent spot here in this fight. Fate of both worlds get used here by Pain. All resources on deck for Envy as they look to stay alive. Now on to NK. The Horn ready to be blown. Takes down Super Gomez. The Horn put in over the top. Waiting and waiting is NK. Sees the Fate of both worlds used on the other side. Still waiting here. Sentinels though down one Jake as Envy pushes the advantage.
Yeah, and these picks, they're maybe going down very late here. Dying on the cart, though, is a great choice there by Aramori. Needs to just stall, and Sentinels looking to regroup, looking to get one last fight, but it's going to be a tight touch. I mean, that spawn for Aramori, for Kurova, so long, and with Kaluj going down, I think that will be Team Envy capping second point in overtime.
Envy staying alive when pushed to the brink, but Jake getting the final point here on Midtown, easier said than done. Sentinels, by all metrics, ahead in the tempo on the map. I think you have to look at Envy here and go, they need economy, they need Cal to get some neutral picks more than anything else.
Super Gomez is so low, and just the better spam from Envy forces the strategist ult. See if the combo comes through, and there it is from Rymazing. The sync has been beautiful from this Sentinel squad. They never miss that combo, something they're always timing, always perfect with it, and just as, perfect, beautiful from Kurova that, like, he's only on that damage for just a fraction of a second, enough to ensure the one-shots, and then right back to heal, so there's just no window for Envy to counterplay. Now the cart being held pretty much right in front of Envy's spawn, and so Sentinel's gonna start to run the clock down, although hold on. What are you looking at, bro?
Caught bro, third person peeking is what just happened there. Cal does not miss those when the target is not moving at all, which would be expected at this level of play. So Cal, early pickoff onto a distracted Super Gomez, sets up just this repeated momentum now. Gets the other pick on the Rymazing, going up, tells Hogs what's up, forces out the Venom Shield. I don't think Hogs is getting away from this one so much as he wants. Another pickoff from Cal, team assisted, and off the pick from Gomez, Jake, tragedy.
Sleepy, though, does pop the copy, though, which, as much as that's a great fight for Team Envy, they are only going to have one strategist ult. They have everything else, so they should be in a decent spot, but NK without the whale, Sleepy without the copy Loki ultimate, this actually looks like a potentially difficult fight. Sentinels are going to have double support ultimate, going to be very hard to evict from the payload, and Envy going to have to hold on. We're going to need to see a very defensive ultimate, I think, here from Paintbrush. Needs to get perfect value.
See Cal right now just playing terrain editor in the top line, looking for peaks. Hogs, though, under bit pressure, still has a shield in reserve, not going down yet. Kaluj looking to end it here and now. Meteor M, not going to get this time. Kurova using Fate of both worlds. Sentinels trying to put away. But space, huge Jake with two. Cal goes to death in over the top, grabs two for himself. It is death from above. Meteors and crows raining on in for Envy as they stay alive here in overtime, real close to the end.
It's one more test, though, and it's going to be Aramori with the copy here. So essentially a second dance floor going to be available here. Envy, they don't have any ultimates to work with. This last fight is going to be a real challenge. They want to get some spawn kills, want to deny Sentinels the touch, but it's going to be difficult here. At the same time, Sentinels need to get out of spawn and convert this ultimate into real kills to make this defense happen.
Aramori, Fate of both worlds, setting things up here for Sentinels. Off they go. Envy, meanwhile, NK has the Horn ready. Will be an unassisted Horn. Wants to wait out the Fate of both worlds before dropping it. Throws it in the backline. Gets banked. Is Rymazing. The Horn strikes first from the Sentinels. 3 pickoffs. Only 3 left for Envy. Surely this is the map coming in for Sentinels. We'll see if Envy can turn around, but 3 versus the world would be ridiculous. Right now, it's just payload control Jake. Both Cal able to get one. Cal, there's a chance. Oh, but not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been hard to stay in the car. I think that is pretty much a C9. I think that was almost winnable there for Envy, but with Hogs coming up on the Venom ultimate, I think it would have gone against them there in the end with the, long distance from spawn that the attackers are facing. But close map, but in the end, not enough. Sentinels going to be up 2-0 in the series. And wow, this is serious signs of life for Envy, showing that they can be competitive, especially when their duelists are allowed to really shine. I think Cal had a fantastic map there. So did NK. Look at those damage numbers. I mean, monster damage numbers from the duelists. But the team play, the awareness from Sentinels, that's historically been their strength, and it shines through for the victory today.
Yeah, I think for Sentinels, though, you look at this version of Envy, and you're a little bit scared. You're looking at this going, I didn't like how this felt. And Seth, let me ask you, because you may be the greatest strategist of all, don't let anyone else tell you otherwise, of the 3 here. If you're Sentinels, do you take out the Hela into the next map?
It's definitely a consideration. I think that was a little bit closer than Sentinels probably would have liked it to have been. But yeah, I think that's honestly something that they might as well look to maybe just take out of the equation. My question is, how do they adapt against Envy? And because I don't think that Envy widely needed to change too much in the draft from what they had kind of been bringing to the table in that map. I think that they could kind of run the same thing. They played them close. I think a couple different just more clutch moments from them, and we would be seeing, extra innings right there on Midtown with potentially Envy being able to close out a victory. But I feel like I'm having deja vu from a little bit of last week from the series earlier, because 2-0 lead here for Sentinels. I mean, they might just be looking to give us one of the fastest weeks that we've had so far here at Fight Night, because right now, I mean, Sentinels, they're in the driver's seat. They do barely kind of close out the victory here, but they're looking at potentially pulling off yet another 3-0.
And, in a way, ZP, this is kind of what I expected to see from this match. Like, I thought Sentinels would be the stronger team, but I've been particularly impressed by the individuals on Envy. While the team play isn't coming together nearly as well, you think about something like these Horn of Proteus combos, they're just landing so much more often for Sentinels. Feels like Sentinels hitting it every time, very well practiced with that look. For Envy, the individuals, I would say, are outplaying. Like, Cal is getting a ton done on this duelist, on the Hela. He's creating tons of opportunities, but they're not able to close out these big team fights. They're, struggling at some key parts of the maps. And so Sentinels are winning based on experience right now, based on team play. But if this were just a raw deathmatch game, I think Envy maybe has the edge.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, you think about the history also with the teams, how long they've been playing. The fact is, Sentinels, while some players have changed here and there relative to their early days, the core of Sentinels has been very static for a long time. Envy is a newer team, and they have all the hallmarks of a newer team that has individually skilled players, but not as much experience in both the game or necessarily as teammates with each other. And you see some of the flaws come into play, especially as you mentioned with ult combos, ult economy in general. But the mechanical play times, whether it be from the front line with Space and Remix, whether it be from NK or especially Cal, just showing off brand new Helitech. Where I took a brief look at chat in the middle of
I've never been to that part of the map before. I'm about to go there instantly in my next ranked game.
Yeah. It's actually the brand new tech, which, by the way, Jake is not kidding. He mains Hela. He will be stealing that tech.
I'll be there. If I'm here in my next ranked game, watch me, bro. I'll be up there with Cal. This is hilarious. Super Gomez is holding down the flank. He's like, turns around at the last second. What are you doing here? Oh, crap. I want to also highlight the strategists from Sentinels, right? Like this Luna Snow dance floor synergy of being able to switch to the damage right at the moment a key burst spell comes in, whether that's Meteor M, whether that's the Venom ult, whether that's, of course, the Namor Whale being the most critical of those combos. Those have been hit like pretty much 100% of the time, and that combo is not that easy to pull off. Like, you need to hit a very small timing window to turn the damage on, but obviously not for so long that your team actually dies during the Luna Snow ultimate. And that's something that Sentinels is like doing 100% of the time. I think honestly, to be an elite team in Marvel Rivals, you kind of need to be able to do that 100% of the time. It makes me think Envy has more potential as a team if they can increase the proficiency on combos like that. But Sentinels kind of outclassing on that strategist front right now.
Yeah, I think it's leveling up in that regard, but like you were saying before, the team play, and that's kind of what gives, ends up getting Sentinels the victory here. I'm in full agreement. I think that the individual performances on the side of Envy have been looking quite strong, which is why I don't think that they necessarily need to change too much as far as how they've been approaching the ban protect phase. It's just about really tightening up the team play and making sure that they are having cohesion rather than having to rely on these hero moments. From the likes of Cal, etc. So I think that if they can do that, and we can continue to see them develop, across, I guess, technically the next map of all of Dajalia, like they could still run this back. They still could make this a lot more competitive than the scoreline shows for the time being.
Yeah, hanging in the Dajalia is going to be interesting, just in terms of again, setups you can have on the map, where I think one thing that also seemed to prove to me, Jake, and this is also something that maybe to be expected for a team that's newer, is that Envy going to their own map choice was a big improvement from map 1, right? Where if you're a newer team, you're still getting your strategies down, you're still building team cohesion, you're eventually going to have this area where certain maps you get better at earlier than others, right? Which maybe for the overall series bodes a little bit ill for Envy, but I do think it means the chance of them maybe taking a map may not be as wild as some may have thought going in, because even looking back at the last map, their map choice a lot closer than I think many thought going in.
And I do think this is one of the stronger domination maps for the Hela. So I would actually like to see Sentinels respect banded out here. I mean, Cal, despite the series being 2 over Sentinels, Cal has been putting in work. And I think you got to start looking at that and say, okay, look, if we walked away from the Hela mirror in that map, right? We decided, okay, look, we're getting worked over. I'm going to go Winter Soldier. We're going to play a different game. That gets you over the line, but it doesn't feel good, right? When you allow Hela into the server, you're saying, I'm going to take the Hela mirror. Like, we rarely see, if it's unbanned, we pretty much see it always played. You know, Sentinels, I think the strategy was beautiful in map 1 and map 2. They dealt with it really well. But here on Hala Tajalia, I kind of want, if they're not going to take the mirror, I want to see them ban it out here. I think you've got to put some respect on Envy as a squad that just push you to the limit on Sentinels.
Yeah, and
yes. Sorry, this is an awkward pause. Yeah, I fully agree.
I'm saying it's like Seth. I would love.
You shouldn't be relying on me for interjections because right now I'm like a middle-aged billionaire. I'm about to crash out of the stream because I'm about to fall asleep.
So for reference, with those wondering, Seth is broadcasting from Korea right now. You know, we're hitting a whole wide range of various geographical locations between the talent and.
It's a global broadcast. Global broadcast.
Yes, it is full global. Indeed. So in Seth's case, his body clock, is struggling a little bit. It's like, hello, what's going on right now? It's like, yes, it is time.
I ran out of coffee before this series began, and it's just been trending downward.
Don't worry, Achilleos. Sentinel's about to put you to bed. I mean, the way this series is going, I feel like if they ban the Hela, I'm honestly really worried for Envy because that has been the one hope. I think when it comes to the Namor, NK has been fantastic. Don't get me wrong, putting out huge damage, like individually, mechanically, super strong. But the fact that Sentinels is always landing these burst kill combos, the Horns of Proteus, always, was it 100% of the time? I don't think I saw, I mean, there must have missed something, right? But so many times Sentinels hits that burst combo, it wins them the team fight. And they don't need to win on like the mechanical 1v1 level because they're winning so dominantly on the team play, on the coordination front.
Yeah, I think the fact that you have to question whether or not he actually whiffed any is just enough of a telltale sign that he's just been having the regular impact and has been putting up some significant figures with the horn. So, I think that the ban on Hela could end up being a little bit of a death knell for Envy, unless they have something else up their sleeve specifically for Hala Tajalia. But I think we'll probably find out soon. I'm assuming that there's more lobby shenanigans or bathroom breaks that these players are taking.
And that is what, in fact,
it's overall been a very fast series. How tiny are your bladders? Stay put. Stay in your chair.
Look, it wouldn't be North America without the bathroom breaks. But what I will say is that I think there's also an argument for Sentinels to not ban the Hela. And this might sound a little bit counterintuitive when you're in the middle of a tournament, but you're up 2-0, and you also know going against 100 Thieves that you think about 100 Thieves and how they play, they have one of the best Helas in the world. So if you're expecting that you might have to deal with the Hela regardless, depending on how you want to prioritize your pick ban, even if banning the Hela might assure you an easier map versus Envy right now, you can use Envy as your own personal training ground and be like, okay, this is a really deadly Hela. Give us that Delina practice right now before we get into the match versus 100 Thieves. But here we go, Jake. First ban coming up. Does Sentinels remove Hela from the field of play?
No.
Not banning it yet, and I mean, they could ban it second, right? Because Envy hasn't been protecting it, so I don't know that, right. And it's a little bit, you could use the protect on it, but is that really what you want from Envy? They've been protecting the thing a bunch, so interesting choice, actually, because think about it, I don't think Envy they've used it on map 1, but didn't they protect it on map 2? Am I crazy? No, they protected Magneto, of course, map 2.
Yeah.
That was what they practiced. They really want the Magneto in. I think that allows a little bit more of this front-to-back style. Protecting Star-Lord is an interesting choice because I feel like you could still ban the Adam Warlock, and I have to imagine Envy will, which will really reduce some of the threat from Star-Lord. But it's Hala Tajalia, so I mean, Star-Lord could be played without the combo here. I think Domination is probably the best game mode for Star-Lord with his mobility, and yeah, they are going to ban the Warlock team out. That's just too obviously dominant for Sentinels with that being such extreme comfort for them. But Hela's going to be available.
I think that this is one of the things that is like the crux of what Sentinels want to run. So getting rid of the Adam Warlock with the Star-Lord available, I think that this is kind of going to be one of your best little jabs that you can send out. So I like that adjustment at the end for Envious, but we'll have to just wait and see what happens here.
You know, the other thing about
map 1, don't let that combo through. It's just too good. It's too good for Sentinels.
Yeah. The funny thing to me, though, is like how much you telegraph what you're going to do via your protect. I do wonder in the ban protect strategy if we'll eventually get to a point where protects at times you'll get almost bait protects in the sense of like trying to bait out the actual ban that people want. Because you think about the strategies people use right now, right? Is that if they protect something like a Warlock or they protect, Star-Lord, you kind of go to ban the other option. But like, what if you wanted to run that combo, Jake, and instead you ban another obvious combo like, the Luna or the Namor, right? I feel like those mind games do actually exist within this game.
I'm just worried for them, though, because I think Hela is really strong on Hall of the Jolly. I'm not really convinced you can counterplay it. Maybe Sentinels are going to show me something I don't know. Maybe Super Gomez is going to take a run back here on the mirror. But yeah, I mean, they protected the Star-Lord, so they're going to go for it. But I think Hela dominates this map, especially with Namor to help protect that backline. This is going to be a really difficult one. I think Cal is going to have a lot of opportunities here to make picks.
Also, we're saying domination repeatedly. This is convergence is what we're getting on here. This is... yeah, I was saying that it's like, I'm pretty sure it's convergence, but maybe I'm wrong. I was just holding that the entire time. But yeah, this makes a lot more sense, I feel like, for Envy and how they like to play, in a lot of ways that a Hela can just be a menace here, as seen as Gomez is already down.
Yeah,
I thought I was wrong. I didn't want to say anything.
Cal's, I mean, this is like a really, I think, an odd map to be forcing the Star-Lord on too, but with this front-to-back playstyle, I mean, it's not domination, but this is still an insane Hela map. It's a lot of very long, very wide sightlines. You can see Amazing just peeking little by little, but so hard to actually find a kill like that. And walking through the choke with no Doctor Strange DP, super scary prospect on this map.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because this is you could put this up for like hardest first point in the game to attack, and you have no Strange on top of it, no freebie attack as it were, that a lot of teams need to actually complete the point. So Envy right now doing a masterful job of applying pressure to Sentinels, but now Sentinels, they have the double strategist ult ready to go. Remix looking to force some of that out. So far though, Kurova and Aramori holding firm. Sleepy gonna be first one to dance, cloning the Luna ult. Ready to go, and Cal got the pick on the Kalush here, Jake.
Cal has just been running rampant. He's gotten pick after pick here. Such a critical player, still with many ultimates to deploy. Sleepy does go down before Paintbrush pops that dance.
Cal got another.
Trading onto Kurova, keeps this interesting, gets the res now. Okay, Hela is just turbo gapping right now. Cal running this server, and I mean, not even a tick found here for Sentinels. Bad ultimate trade for. I mean, I guess it's still, I guess it's a 2-for-1 ultimate trade. You do get the strategist ults out, but it's painful, man. The clock is running low, and Cal's just doing whatever he wants in this game, and I don't really see how you stop him, given the map, given the distance he can play from.
Cal has just been ridiculous. You have Envy, which has been playing relatively well the last map and a half now, and then you have Cal, where Cal is looking like the best Hell in the world. What we're seeing right now, just an absolutely absurd performance in from Cal here so far. Something that Sentinels has yet to find a real answer for. Gomez, Galactic Legend, up early, looking to apply a little bit of pressure. Instead, forced back, looking to remix now, turning around, looking and down. NK having none of that, Jake. The immediate disruption into the horn. No pickoffs from the horn because we got a little bit of dancing in from Aramori. Meteor M though, in over the top, looking for the dunk. Space though, no kills. But here comes Cal, Goddess of Death, as the ultimates come down. And it's the finisher, Jake, setting up the 2 kills, even if it's not Cal getting credit.
And we're looking at a full hold here. It's just going to be the Amazing ultimate for the next push. And I just struggle to wonder whether that'll be enough. Gomez is going to go over to the Hela mirror, but too little too late for me. I mean, maybe I think this probably is the right decision because honestly, you don't have much hope here. You need a hero play, but to go this far in the map without the Hela, it's looked like an obvious strategic mistake here for Sentinels. And to be honest, you can't be showing weakness when you got to go up against 100 Thieves in the money match here. Even if you win out this series, I feel like you're going to need to be banning the Hela against a team like 100 Thieves. Maybe, Sentinel's just thinking, you know what, we're going to win this series no matter what. So we're going to ban the Hela against 100 Thieves. So we'll pretend like we don't want to ban it. But it's looking scary here. And honestly, Envy is getting blood.
If that's a pretend, it's not working out right now because there's just been enormous pressure from Cal anytime Sentinels even remotely peak. We are looking at Amazing, who has the horn on deck. Remix just into the backline. Remix in real danger, has to back out. 97 HP, gets the shield off just in the nick of time. But here we go. Fate of both worlds. And the horn from Amazing,
always
huge here. Gets both supports and Sentinels. This is exactly what they need here, Jake, to get the first point and get the convoy moving.
Yeah, they get it over the line. They get the ball rolling, and that's critical because Sleepy died with the copy there. Could have had a second dance floor, could have been, you know, that key factor in keeping the team fight going long enough. But it's been the story for Sentinels, right? When they're struggling, they get it over the line with this incredibly powerful combo. They've been so consistent at landing it. Now Super Gomez free to take this Hela duel. I think this is so important on this map. Like, if you're gonna let the Hela through, you need the confidence to take the mirror. I think it's just crazy to not. Kaluj taking a super aggressive angle though on the off angle and trying to route Envy out of a position that historically we've seen to be really strong for the defense. I love this move from Kaluj.
Kaluj also always does this when he has ult up, whether it be on Magneto or Doctor Strange. Kaluj uses ultimate being up as a excuse to get up in people's faces because you have a way out of a bad situation. But now, Fate of Both Worlds up. Answered by Meteor M. Kaluj scanning, looking, gets Sleepy down. Cal on the same note gets Raimazing, and Cal again is able to run Sleepy right up with the pickoff, gets Hogs on top of it. This Hela is a menace.
Oh, the focus fire on that Hela ultimate was just instant. He got one shot off. That's beautiful there by the defense from Team Envy. Great focus fire. Now Sentinels sent scattered to the winds, trying to survive, but they're falling back. They're splitting the formation. Envy senses blood in the water, and they're going to charge forward and wipe Sentinels off this map.
And remember, because Sentinels took so long to get the first point, they only got a minute left here, Jake. They're not really working with much time here for second as Envy cleans up and then some. What could be the last fight approaching swiftly. Look at the ult situation here, though. Do you like what you see for Sentinels or no?
I mean, they're lacking, you know, I guess it's just going to be the single support ultimate, but I mean, time and time again, right? It's been Luna's Nose Dance Floor with Raimazing toward Proteus. That has been enough to get it over the line. So Sleepy, I think, is the one who can stop that with the Immortality Rune. That'll be the difference maker here. Cal as well could find a pick off before the fight really begins.
Space getting poked down a lot. All eyes on Sleepy for the regeneration domain. Cal working into the back, but it's Raimazing, perhaps the first mover here. Holding on to the horn. Looking at Kurova. The horn will not come out until Kurova does Fate of Both Worlds. Kaluj with the Meteor M. But it is going to be the final fight for this point. The setup here has been set. Early God of Mischief into the horn. The horn does not connect. But Gomez gets caught. Cal with the early pick off Sentinels. Do you have the response? Kurova with the Fate of Both Worlds. Raimazing waiting. Aramori is down. The window is closing right now for Sentinels. They're down 2. They're able to take down Paint. Raimazing has used the horn. Kaluj has used Meteor M. They're moving on forward, looking for a pickoff, but instead NK takes down Kaluj. And Envy, Jake, they're going to hold here.
They get the hold, they get it over the line, and Cal, once again, the savior of this team, right? Even with Loki going down, just finding so many pickoffs into the Resurrects. I think that's such a powerful team up there, especially if you want to play more aggressively on the Loki, take some more risks. I mean, it's a big gamble, but when Cal finds his pickoff, it's not just a one-player swing, it's a two-player swing when he's able to res the Loki back into the fight. And I mean, Super Gomez at times went to the Hela, it worked, then back to the Star-Lord. Star-Lord, I didn't feel any impact, frankly, from Star-Lord in this map. I'm sure he's, you know, shooting the tanks and putting some pressure on, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that Cal is getting so much more done in this game.
Well, again, it's just it's the aura that's being projected that's literally holding you back, or metaphorically holding you back, I should say, and not quite the opposite of literally. But with the Super Gomez, you show your head for 1 second, and you got daggers being thrown at it. Your window to apply pressure as Star-Lord against a Hela as good as Cal is so minimal, Jake. And I think here, even if they did want the extra Hela practice, should Envy win this map, which now they are in a very good position to do if they don't get first held, this is the last we're seeing of Hell in this series. I'm calling it right now. It's
you got to be banning the hell out. You have map picks, right? So you could take us to some maps maybe that are like really congested and, you know, use the rest of your bans. There's like a way through here, but I wish they would have banned the hell on this map. You know, I think that would have been a smarter play given that it's so wide open. There's so much opportunity for a player as good as Cal. It's a little bit of disrespect on Cal, frankly, the way Cal's been playing this series to let the hell through here. It looks to me like an obvious mistake. That being said, Sentinels, I mean, this is a map that's very full holdable. There's no Doctor Strange to flip the choke. Maybe Super Gomez can just be really aggressive, punishing those enemies as they walk through the choke.
No fear. Space just gonna climb up and go, we will contest the high ground. We will try and rip it away from you, but the Loki army is up here. The regeneration domain immediately popped. Envy trying to win the choke fight right now. My question is, where's Cal? Is Cal off in the flank or is Cal off in the front right now? I think it might be buying time for Cal to find a better position.
Dude, I don't think you can get through this choke. Like, this is some crazy pressure right now from the Loki as well. Remix is through. We used everything defensive, forcing everything, but still, 1 HP just barely slips out. And still, Rymazing finds the kill onto Paintbrush. Starting to pour the pressure on. Super Gomez cleans up a flank fight. That's a critical 1v1 to win there from Super Gomez, right? You can imagine Cal started to turn that around, but Rymazing overstepped, dies to NK, and losing a defender, I think, pretty painful with how long the walk back is. Envy are going to have a momentary opportunity to grab a power play here.
Yeah, and if nothing else, you give up positioning here, right? We're part of the power of the defense here, and why you see Doctor Strange always used for the portal is that you can contest really aggressively before anything is gone. Instead, Space is able to walk up a little bit for free while Sentinels is waiting to be back up to full strength. Now they are back up to full strength. We'll see where this one goes. God of Mischief is going to be used here. Sleepy about to dance. Kurova nearly goes down. Kurova had the pop ultimate in response to the Cal pressure with Remix. So the early support or strategist ult used by Sentinels. Horn out. Gomez low. Not killed off in the middle of it. Kaluj with the Meteor M also doesn't get anything. Meteor M in from space. Diving. Looking. What's he going to get? Finds Super Gomez in the bushes. Now Envy working at the advantage. Is it going to be enough right now? Cal still a threat on the outskirts. Gauss Death nearly charged. And with Rymazing down, Jake, Envy's looking great right now on the first point.
Yeah, they got a lot of point to capture, but Sentinel's going to really struggle to get the recontest. Now the flank in from Cal into the back line just decapitates Sentinels, and it's going to be a point cap for Envy. Remember, there's not so much push they need to get on second. This is looking like a very potential map win for Team Envy as they look to fight back for the reverse sweep in the series.
All right. And you know the tides have changed where even Hydration in chat suddenly, Jake, is dropping the Remix reverse sweep. His heart beats. We've found it. Hydration now fully Team Remix. But will that moral support be enough? Sentinels, no stranger to adversity. Sending up
Cal.
here, Jake. Super Gomez, Galactic Legend online versus the automatic Galactic Legend and Cal. Forced back though here early. Blaster Barrage. In over the top and doesn't like that one bit. Cal pops us, Jake, not really for damage, but more so just to live.
Yeah, needed to just stay alive here. I actually don't mind that, just playing it for tempo. It's not the most consistent ultimate. Super Gomez gonna go with the legendary though. Knows Cal is on the back foot for a moment. Won't waste any time here. And this is the type of fight Sentinels need, right? One ult should be getting a big cleanup, although Envy backing well together, fighting it out. That being said, Sentinels, they know they have a huge advantage with 2 picks, going in for more, getting the solid cleanup. Can't give up any kind of a mistake here. Super, super important, but they get the job done exactly that fashion. There's no room for mistakes, though. With 3 minutes on the clock, 1 pickup from Cal could be all Envy need to break this hold open and potentially grab their first map of the series.
And for Envy, I think they were fine doing a little bit of an eco push there, too. They only need 1 good fight to take this map, to keep the series extended. And now...
Cal.
Oh,
You speak his name and he will deliver now. Starting to push forward are Envy. They got 5 ultimates online. Sentinels have quite a few ultimates of their own, but they know they need to delay. They need to stall this clock. Kaluj needs a lot of support. Already the dance floor forced out.
They're looking for a horn right now. They're looking for Rymazing. Use your lungs. Blow that horn one more time. Kaluj off the damage boost. Meteor M finds paint. That's big. Is it going to be enough, though? We have the God of Mischief being popped here by Sleepy. Envy is committing. Cal is still hunting. The horn is being blown by Rymazing. And another 3 are going to go down. Sentinels getting the better of this fight. Another minute burned off the clock. And resources burned out from Envy. But 2 minutes still to go, Jake, with the convoy nearly there.
And despite heroics from Cal, Sentinels, they're so good in these heavy ultimate team fights. They really understand how to get the most out of their skills, how to get the most out of the combos and the team plays. And for now, that's been good enough. Envy, double Vanguard ult, but not the easiest ultimates to work with. That being said, Super Gomez, if he pops Legendary, it's going to be an instant Meteor M from space. Very hard to get value into that matchup.
Super Gomez, how you feeling? He's probably going to say Legendary up to the top. And as predicted, Meteor M out in response. Getting a lot of the factor of that Star-Lord ultimate, but also getting Meteor M out. Envy, look at their ultimate situation right now. Gauss of Death up, Feast up. Are they going to get value from it? Remix going in. Says it's time to feast. And Cal finding Hog. Space on the Rymazing. 2 down here for Sentinels. Envy about to extend this series. Super Gomez diving in. Blaster Barrage looking for anything. Only catches the Space hands to the face. As it's going to be Envy taking a map off Sentinels and extending this series.
We talked about Envy's conditions for victory, letting these DPS pop off, and Cal and NK both had big moments in this series, especially that defense. It was just oppressive. Sentinels tried time and time again to force their way through the small chokes. They got it over line in some big fights from their team plays, But Envy just show, like, hey, you guys are sick on the ulti combos. You can cheese us and one shot us with a Namor. But when it comes to the individual fragging power, we have you outclassed. And right now, when Hela's on the server, it's really looking like that for Envy. Sentinels, they've got to ban this out going forward in this series. I think it's very dangerous to take Envy as an easy victory, and they've just shown what a threat they can be.
Yeah, and we're going to take the time to bring back in Seth, even before we see him on camera in this moment. And Seth, I mean, we just saw the Hela Masterclass 2 maps in a row, and this time it actually bites Sentinels. I mean, again, if you're Sentinels, do you let this go through again, or do you finally pull the cord?
I don't think you can. Cal, when you have back-to-back performances like that, I mean, I think that there was enough logic to take it away after Midtown. They let it through, and yeah, Cal is just an absolute menace. This is kind of what we're talking about, though. Just Cal continues to deliver, and you also have good performances from NK, but the team play across the board looks a lot better for Envy. They were so close to being able to extend that Midtown to those extra innings. This time, it's a close map, but it results in a win. If they're going to continue to trend in that direction, they absolutely can pull off a reverse sweep. For Sentinels, I think you have that ace up your sleeve, potentially, which is just going to be trying to get this Hela out of the hands of Cal. But I think it's something that absolutely needs to happen, regardless if they win the next map or not. They have the pick. They have the ability to take this out of their hands. Sentinels should, in theory, be able to close the series out 3-1. But Envy, they're building up momentum, and that's a scary prospect.
Yeah, I think, you think about the momentum of the series. Map 1 was a big win for Sentinels. They probably felt super confident. Map 2, they get it over the line. They get the 2-0 win, but it's close. It's very competitive. And now Map 3, Envy, I think, fairly dominant, right? Winning with a bit of time on the clock too, making a great hold on second point, almost full holding on first point. I honestly think for Sentinels, I think they also know that they should ban Hela. I think this is a strat for them of basically just trying to trick 100 Thieves. I think they're trying to not ban Hela.
I don't think 100 Thieves is going to fall for it, man.
maybe not. But I think their goal is to, like, we're never going to ban Hela in this first series. We're going to just win anyway because we're better and we're going to outplay. And so 100 Thieves might expect that they're going to be able to use Hela, and then you just full ban the Hela into 100 Thieves, so that you at least you don't show your hand completely here in the challenger match.
Sure.
But Envy, I don't think are going to let you get away with that. I mean, from what we've seen so far, that risk is starting to look like a little bit too much for Sentinels to take. It's a little bit maybe hubris for them to think they're going to win without utilizing the ban pick to the fullest.
All right, well, we got Envy showing signs of life, led by a true Hela in Cal. Will Sentinels remove that weapon as they look to get the rematch versus 100 Thieves, or will Envy show that they have other options in play? The series still has a lot of life in it. This is Rivals Fight Night North America, and we'll see you soon after the break. Rivals Fight Night North America continues, where people went into the series thinking that Sentinels might have a quick 3-0 against Envy, but they ran into a goddess of death, if you will, in Cal, showing hella supremacy, keeping Envy in the series. ZP here with Jake and Achilleos, and Jake, we've been talking about it for a while now. There has to be a change in the pick ban strategy for Sentinels. Going into map 4, you cannot let this threat remain.
I'm also curious to see what map Sentinels take us to. I think that's another way to approach the matchup, where Envy have shown that they want to play this, long-range duelist forward style. And so for Sentinels, you could take us to a map that emphasizes the close range, right? Maybe is a little bit harder for Hella to work with on, but like we've said before, I think at this point, if you're not going to play it, you got to be banning it out, attacking it. They're going to Yggdrasil Pass. So if they don't ban the Hella here, or take the mirror, I'm at a loss actually for Sentinels.
I'm calling up Rob Moore and being like, "What's going on? Why we need some help? We need understanding as far as what's happening in the internals here." Yeah, I think that it's no matter what, we can guess and conject. Are they hiding things for 100 Thieves? They're trying to make them think like this, that, and the other thing. You got to get to the series. You have to make it to the money match. If for any of that to matter. So I think just play it as safe as possible, get rid of the Hella, take it out of the equation so you don't have to worry. Cal, can they perform on other heroes, on other duelists? Yes, absolutely, but the Hella is the critical problem that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I think up until you lose a map, right? You can be tricky with saving strats in the challenger match. It's something to be said for that meta here in the Fight Night format, where you really are focused on that challenger match. If you're a team like Sentinels, who's expecting to get there, but Envy's taking a map from you now, the gloves got to come off.
Yeah, I think here, if you went into this with the old anime trope of I will only show you the minimum of my power, well, congratulations. Envy has hit you hard enough that you can unleash a little bit more of your inner potential going in here. But I do agree. I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship here, because don't forget, it's not just the tournament here today, but also other tournaments over the course of the week. You always have this meta game from teams of, we have our good stuff. Do we show our best stuff? But Seth, one thing that's true in the end, teams in general don't like losing under match situations regardless. So here we go.
Yes.
Sentinel's first ban coming up. Seth, do we see it?
Nope, we see the Groot. And I mean, Envy, I'd be curious if they actually do opt to just go ahead and protect it here, or if they do want to continue to protect. They've been doing what, Magneto this entire time for the last 2 maps at the very least. Do they just send it on the Hela to guarantee that they have it? I honestly would love to see it. I think that it might be wise.
It's tough though, because if you don't protect the Hela, they're going to ban Magneto, and I'm not so convinced you can play the Hela with all 3 Magneto, Groot, and Strange banned. But Sentinels, are they going to let it through one more time?
Ban it. You need to ban it. Like, just full Palpatine. Do it. Just do it. Get rid of the Hela.
Or take the mirror. You know, this. I would be fine with that if Sentinels play with confidence into the mirror. But this is a map where Hela goes crazy.
Yes.
Okay. I actually like banning it second for what it's worth. I think it would have been a bait for Envy to protect it because you'd ban the Magneto out, which I think Sentinels are even more confident. Like, we saw the Hela on map 1, and it was just like fell flat because you couldn't come into the fight with the double dive tank coming in the mirror. So I think banning it second is actually the smarter tactical approach here from Sentinels.
All right, well, this does feel like Sentinels, kind of wisely piloting this, being able to get themselves a pretty advantageous ban. You know that basically after securing the Star-Lord, they're going to have to ban that Adam Warlock, and that's just something that's going to be taken out of the equation. So it becomes a lot more predictable as far as what Envy is going to look to do. So I think Sentinels do set themselves up very nicely to try to close the series here on your Yggdrasil path.
Yeah, and I think also as you head in the path, Jake, here, just this map in particular, because it can be such a good Hela map, to me, it necessitated the Hela ban, because I feel like we just would have gone into a ridiculous universe if they bring us to this map in particular and then still says, like, you can play the Hela, it's fine. So they did make some adaptations here.
Yeah, Hela really cut her teeth on Yggdrasil Path in some of those like early beta tournaments that hero was just taking the game over. So I like that it's banned out here for Sentinels. I think, you know, Envy have shown you that they're a serious team. They're not to be trifled with. Cal in particular has looked fantastic. So even with this ban, I still got my eyes on Cal. Cal and NK both have really impressed me throughout the series. That being said, there's no DPS that's quite as much of like a solo carry server admin as the Hela. I mean, Winter Soldier, very powerful, but much more team oriented.
Yeah, and I mean, that being said, I do like the Winter Soldier here, especially on defense at this first point versus a Loki. I mean, look, with what we've seen from Cal on mechanical level, we could go from the Hela show to the Again show. Remix, a little bit of dive back, nice timing. See Gomez under pressure, and we'll see how this Envy frontline, Jake, is able to hold one of the toughest choke points in the game here off the rip.
Yeah, I think Remix is kind of getting bullied out of this forward position. We'll see if he's able to stay there for now, holding on to the car position, denying any kind of progress. But little by little, I feel Sentinels are winning this poke trade, starting to take a really wide position right now.
It's going back and forth. I've been impressed with Remix just having really good sense of when to go in, when to back out, using Things abilities to the maximum. Regen domain used pretty early in the fight. And right now, Jake, I just feel like we're in the ult building phase where Sentinels, they're just going to Kalush's like, you ready? You ready? And Kalush's like, I'm almost there, but Cal strikes early, gets Gomez out of the sky via the Winter Soldier, sets up the 6-on-5, and now Kurova gonna burn the fate of both worlds, even down numbers. One-shot combo on the table with Kalush with Meteor M ready to go. Hasn't been used here just yet. Now, looking, Meteor M up, dives in. No kill this time, Jake, as Envy holds strong.
Big ultimates now from the defenders. Envy looking to get the cleanup with the help of that Kraken impact from Cal, who might look to chase the spawn, but didn't find a connection there, so no executions available to come in. Seems like Sentinels are going to get the retreat back to the spawn there. But this has been characteristic of Sentinels. They're willing to commit ults in down fights, and they end up with a decent trade from a macro perspective here. So I like Sentinels' odds here in this next engagement. They never waste a team fight, even when it goes against them.
Yeah, the economy is looking pretty good. I mean, the only downside is that you look at it here, and it's actually, no, it's not even a downside. They're going to be able to use God of Mischief into the Horde.
Super Gomez,
yeah,
deleted out of the ultimate.
Gomez just died immediately. He just got clutched out. He was like, okay, we're waiting for the sub. What if your Star-Lord just dies, Jake? What the?
That's not good. And, you know, they're using that copy ultimate from Aramori, but it's really just without any aggression here. Envy responding kind, happy to take the fight now to these attackers. The Hornet Proteus comes in from NK, and Sentinels sent reeling now. Momentum strongly against them in the series. They've been just crushed in the last few team fights, and maybe they were coming into the series, you know, hiding some strats, expecting it to be an easy win, but Envy have gotten an inch right now, and they're taking a mile. They're showing that they're not to be trifled with, potentially looking towards a full hold. The ultimate economy is terrible for Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, if you're amazing, you kind of want to wait till Fate of Both Worlds is up. Same for Kaluj. So, in a way, for Sentinels, you're a little bit time-gated right now from Kurova getting ult up. Meanwhile, Envy gets the advantage. Clobbering time in. The pickoff right after. Hogs unable to get away. Final minute here. And Sentinels, this was kind of an eco push, but they end up feeding more ult to Envy in turn.
NK is crushing the flank fight as well, and then Amor, such a huge factor that Sentinels aren't able to get through. And it's going to be kind of one last fight for Sentinels. I mean, 50 seconds on the clock, but with how many ultimates are online, it's probably going to go long, probably going to go to the overtime. Envy don't have much to work with, but Paintbrush, I think, with the dance floor is going to be really valuable in extending this fight and bridging the gap to those other ultimates coming online soon for Envy. Sentinels need to strike hard and fast here.
I think your Sentinels, you look at Gomez. Gomez will be the opener and Raimazing the finisher here. Here comes Gomez. Galactic Legend ready to go. Raimazing uses the horn super early, unassisted. Nothing really happens from it. I mean, I guess you get Paint to use Fate of Both Worlds. But now Kaluj, Meteor M, Envy still alive here, Jake, as Kaluj goes down. Sentinels down one, final 12 seconds. This is final fight on first. Legendary,
Meteor
gonna
pop,
be used
though.
here by Gomez. Meteor M out in turn, looking, trying to get at least one pick off here, but the Fate of Both Worlds keeping Envy nice and healthy. Blaster Barrage in, Envy pushed a little bit into the corner here, but Envy now coming right back out. The Horde of Proteus up here for NK. Envy could be holding this here, Jake, as soon as Fate of Both Worlds goes down.
And when these support ultimates drop, it's going to be Cal here with the Kraken Impact, looking to get a cleanup, pops it now, dives in, get the execution now, again, and again. And Sentinels have just been full held here on map 4. Envy looking to even up this series with a beautiful defense.
What in the world is going on? No Hella, no problem, Seth. I know you want to get a point in here, but what do you say about that?
Including which side.
I say that if I think Sentinels are going to be knocking on your door, ZP, I think they're going to say, hey, how about this? We have a suggestion for changing the format. Instead of banning characters, we get to ban opponents, and they want to ban Cal. They want to get him out of the lobby. They want to stop Envy from being able to play this guy and field him on the roster because he's just insane. NK as well. They continue to pop. The shutdowns have been looking great, and Sentinels need a fuller hold now if they want to win. Back to you two.
I mean, this whole series, I've been highlighting Raimazing mostly for the combos with the Hornet Proteus. That, like, with the strategist, they've always been hitting the damage amp, always hitting those one-shot kills. But NK has been consistently having better damage numbers, even in losing maps, showing that maybe getting a little bit better in terms of the raw deathmatch, the ability to pump damage. And I think the defense here on Yggdrasil Path is a spot where that Namor 1v1 on the flank can be game deciding. If you get a small edge on that flank, you start to push through, things get really difficult for the enemy backline. And Sentinels were never able to accomplish that. Felt like NK was winning that pretty much every time. Really no opportunity for Sentinels to break through the flank. And the Star-Lord, once again, just not really getting the value. It's a Sentinel signature, but without Kurova's team up, it doesn't feel nearly as effective.
It's been rough going for Sentinels because I think the biggest change for me in that last map too is that Sentinels usually had great ult value. The ult value was not there. They were not able to push through first despite multiple attempts. And now, Jake, we get to see if they can do a hero shooter tradition, the fuller hold for Sentinels if they want to win the map and go on to the money match, or is it going to be Envy forcing a map 5 looking Resurgence? The iRemix reverse sweep, as Hydration called it, potentially on the table here.
I mean, Super Gomez needs to get a lot done here on the Star-Lord because, honestly, the value of Winter Soldier is that he's going to be constantly winning that tank trade. NK moves over to the flank, gets frozen up, commits everything, but gets support now. And Sentinels went on the back foot for that, tried to respond, but the save was there. And now Envy back to focusing the tank trade.
A little bit of Blaster Barrage here. Still a huge threat here, too, is Cal on the Winter Soldier, looking for hooks all the while in the neutral game. Actually pretty powerful up until the fact ultimate trades start coming on in. So far, though, Envy good. They go for the early Loki clone here. Gonna be Fate of Both Worlds used. Galactic Legend ready for Super Gomez, who might be dead and is. Cal's able to finish it. Super Gomez wasn't able to get out after using the Blaster Barrage. And Envy with the 6-on-5. They're just looking to block the door right now, Jake. Sentinels need to go back out, their own fate of both worlds. It's up to Kaluj really to save this one, but here come the impacts. Kraken impact out. Will there be it again? So far, it's looking like no. Cal, forced back. Kaluj, Meteor M. Sentinels looking to stay in. No kills off the Meteor M. Here comes the horn. No kills off the horn. Aramori, fate of both worlds dance up, but space now, Jake. In, ready. Fate of both worlds. Here comes the horn. No kills off the horn. And
Opportunity for Gomez, legendary.
Finally get the kill as a second Galactic Legend comes on in from Super Gomez, but space connects, Jake.
Yeah, it looks all over here. Envy crashing over the Sentinels who are trying to make that hold. It's not to be. And Yggdrasil path goes very quickly in favor of Envy. Now on series point, down to a game 5. Sentinels after map 1, they had to think, you know, this is in the bag. We are the better team. Envy is not a threat. Now, doubt creeps in, and it's got to be more than creeping in. I mean, Sentinels are struggling in this series. This was, they brought the Heliban. Maybe they thought that would be enough to get it over the line. One more shot for Sentinels, but that was your haymaker, right? When you're up 2-1 in a series, you don't go to your second best map. You go to your best map. You go to where you think you have the best shot at closing out the series. Now we get the plan B from Sentinels, and they are an experienced team. They do have a deep book of strategies, so I have to think they've got something else in the bag that will also be threatening. But Team Envy pushing it to game 5, I think this is a really impressive showing for the squad.
Seth, at what level are you looking at this and going download complete if you are on Envy, where the ultimate combos from Sentinels, they were not hitting the same on Yggdrasil path just now? It did not happen. We saw ult after ult where they were just able to back out and shrug it off. It's such a change from earlier in the series.
It really is. And I mean, that's as you're coming off the back of what looked like a really advantageous draft for the side of Sentinels, but just everything falling to the wayside, everything falling apart. And I think, you know, Jake was talking about it. We mentioned it earlier. If you come into a series like this and you start saying like, okay, yeah, you know what, like we're gonna be set. We're the better team here. We're gonna be able to crush this. That's where that complacency hits you in the face. That's where the desperation starts coming in. That's where you start panicking. And falling apart in really, really critical moments. I mean, that shutdown we just saw from space onto Gomez, absolutely critical. But it felt like here, Envy could do no wrong. Every single ult, every single projectile, just hitting critical targets time and time again. These are the things that were, you know, kind of somewhat present at the beginning of the series, where we're saying like, okay, you know, the hero performances are looking good for Envy, but the team cohesion's not there. Now everybody's doing it. Everybody across the board, they're connecting with their ults, are connecting with all of their abilities, and they're playing around each other so incredibly well. Sentinels, they still maintain a slight advantage in that they do have the map pick for this final one, but they have to be very concerned about this now.
Emotionally, you know, like from a purely rational perspective, you're even. But I think any professional esports player can speak to this. When you're on the brink of a reverse sweep, it doesn't feel like you're on even footing, even though you should have the edge, right? You have a map pick here, you know, that should give you a little bit of a strategic edge, but it wasn't enough last map. I mean, you could think maybe we messed up, we misplayed, but to be honest, I think the Star-Lord pick has been thoroughly shut down here by Team Envy. When there was the Adam Warlock team up, that was not the case, and I think that strat is still very strong for Sentinels. But Envy aren't going to let you get both of those.
They'll never do it again.
They're not going to.
Any team. I think Sentinels, they'll probably never get it again because it's the strongest setup that they have.
Yeah,
I think they're not going to get it. And I mean, part of it is that Envy has adapted their ban and protect a lot over the course of the series. And look, I don't begrudge Sentinels. I think they had the proper ban and protect in the last game. And I still think they need to do a similar ban and protect like that for the last game. Because, yeah, even though Cal still looked really good on the Winter Soldier, I don't think in a deciding map 5, Seth, you want to go and back down the Cal Hela territory. I think that strategy-wise, I think Sentinels was good. I think for me, it was the execution and maybe the fact of the reliance on the Star-Lord. Maybe you shift that part out, but I don't think you shift the Hela ban going forward.
Yeah, I think that, you know, map depending, we'll see what it is. It's going to be Hell's Heaven here, so they're going to be taking a Spectre domination. But I mean, even then, we saw earlier that Hela can still have an immense amount of impacts there. So I think that banning it away still probably is likely for Sentinels. But I mean, how much more do you dig? You know, do you change up the lion's share of the draft and what you're trying to protect here to get into a better position? Like, do you try to protect the Adam Warlock instead of protecting the Star-Lord and try to run something around that so that at least you can run the triple healer? You know, I really don't know where Sentinel's heads are going to be at coming into this.
You know, I think this is a much better map for Star-Lord, even though we can assume they're not going to get the Adam Warlock team up. I think this is like a much more congested map, and domination in general plays to some of the tempo that Star-Lord can bring. So maybe that front to back strategy that Cal and NK were able to provide on the last map, maybe they'll be forced off of that. That being said, that's far from a certainty, right? You think about Europe, where Team VP, they're pretty much playing they're super happy to play the Winter Soldier and the Namor, and they'll throw a Hela in there if you leave it unbanned, but they're still very confident, even without the Hela, playing a front-to-back strategy. So pressure's on for Sentinels, but like you guys said, I don't know that there's really a change-up I want to see in the ban protect. I'm just starting to get worried for them in this series in general. I feel like Envy has been just picking up steam. They've been learning throughout this series. You got to remember, this Envy team is very new. They've had very limited practice time together, very limited experience in the game, and this is an extremely scary place to be for the Sentinels roster, who had a huge strategic edge in Marvel Rivals, was coming into this the heavy favorite, drastically more experience in the game, drastically more prep time. And if you fall now to Team Envy, you got to be asking some very serious questions.
Well, the ban protect phase is coming on in here, and yeah, immediately they just say no Hela. We're not even gonna toy with the idea of keeping it for later. We're still big on that. Envy's still the Strange ban, which, by the way, I think 100% is an anti-Kaluge ban, because Kaluge, while still good on Magneto, I think Kaluge is even better on Strange. Yeah, it is 100% anti-Kaluge. We'll see who Sentinels protect here. I do wonder if it'll be the Star-Lord, because I think the most potent point we've brought up here is the fact that Star-Lord has been struggling, and you know what, Seth? They still stick with it. Ride or die.
It also forces the hand of your opponent. Like, they have to ban Adam Warlock now. Like, there's really, I feel like, no choice for Team Envy as far as that ban goes. And they are, interesting, still going to get the group ban. So just flipping the order of the bans. In the end, though, same result as last map, unless Envy change it up. No, it's basically the exact same bans, just different order.
Yeah, I mean, this is Sentinels again kind of being able to somewhat dictate the way that, you know, the final ban goes from Envy, but I don't think that Envy is going to be too bothered about that, given just how that previous map went. If Gomez isn't able to get into positions where he's having such heavy impact, it feels like Sentinels are very much just on struggle street from there on out. I mean, you're talking about how condensed of a map it is, and, you know, how things can be good for the Star-Lord. I think having a condensed map can also work really well when you're just bringing up Bucky to the forefront, because you have really easy grapples on targets to just kind of go ahead, isolate a pick, take them down. Your right click is going to be able to get a solid amount of damage through to get the reset on your gun. I think that this could be yet another map where Cal just kind of goes off.
Also, a little bit of housekeeping before we get into our final map. Before we go into the money match, this is Rivals Fight Night. Remember, every Thursday we are doing this. Make it part of your routine. Also, check YouTube. We got that up now. If you miss any of the action, we got VODs up of everything that's been going on and future content to come in the future. And also, a big shout out to our sponsor that makes all of this happen and more. Intel is the best. You want to upgrade your PC? Go check out Intel and what they have for you. But Jake, let's check out these rosters here. The gates are opening. The time for trolling is over. And you take a look here at Sentinels when all's on the line. It's triple Vanguard is the play.
Okay, they're going to go all in for it. I don't mind it, but we'll see if it actually pays off. Historically, Sentinels has been really good on this comp. Let's see what Super Gomez can do on the Thor. Envy's got to be very careful. There's a lot of power to pull people out of position with this Thor, so mistakes in positioning can be punished very hard. That being said,
just like that, just as you say that, Cal says, "You're no god to me," gets the arm hook, takes him out, sets up the 6v5 for Envy. Envy looking very healthy here, right? Amazing. On to the Star-Lord, playing it now instead of Super Gomez, who's on the tank. But Remix swings away, finds Aramori, and it's easy cleanup here for Envy, Jake. A reversal from our first map, which was also domination.
It's starting to look grim, because you look at this duelist line, right? Like, honestly, I think you'd rather have Winter Soldier into the triple Vanguard, right? Like, that ability to pull somebody out of position. Thor is a massive damage dealer, but relatively squishier than most of the other Vanguards in the lineup. Team Envy now taking this forward hold. Sentinel's got to walk up through the overwhelming spam pressure that Cal and NK have been putting down on them. And you got to, I mean, think about those duelists. They're going to do so much damage into this comp.
Envy right now in the driver's seat. Sentinels looking for a way back in, real close to getting a whole lot of ults online are both teams. Still neutral to start this off. Sleepy, God of Mischief, ready to go. The dance should be happening soon. Instead, Cal, Kraken impact immediately gets two. That's not killing clones, Jake. That's just killing bodies.
This series is starting to get out of control. Team Envy charging forward to a victory. They were the underdogs, but they want to be in the money match. There's NK with a triple. Not even really needed in this fight, but they're gonna just wipe Sentinels off of the map. They know this is a team that is threatening even down numbers. And Sentinels, I wonder, are they gonna make a change now? It's starting to get scary. You just keep getting picked off on the walk up by Cal, who's been that constant thorn in your side throughout the series, starting to get very annoying, very scary. But on this triple Vanguard setup, what can you really do about Winter Soldier?
I mean, Winter Soldier is one of your bigger counters. He can pull you out of position. He can ruin your day. But here we go. Galactic Legend gonna be popped here early by Raimazing, looking for anything. Kaluj, Meteor M, looking and looking into the back, into the regen domain. Does nothing.
So sick.
I'm ready to put on a
And here we go. Aramori with the fate of both worlds here. Sleepy returning the favor in turn. Sentinels using their entire ult bank here, Jake. No one has fallen yet for Envy, and Cal is ready to return the favor. Kraken Impact almost online.
Cal looking for a hook that could be huge. Pulls in Aramori, who's in trouble on the point, has to TP out, but the damage has been done. And Team Envy gonna win this round, gonna put themselves on series point here. Sentinels stumbling at the finish line, and Envy sense a weakness now as they just clean Sentinels off the map 100-0 after 2 back-to-back map wins. This is looking dire for the Sentinels.
People didn't believe Hydration in the chat when Hydration dropped the hashtag #IRemix reverse sweep. We are 1 round away from that being reality, breaking everyone's expectations for the money match soon to come. Envy has brought the Sentinels to the brink, and we'll get to see now if Sentinels can bring this back. And Jake,
30 seconds.
for now, it looks like they will play as they've practiced. They are sticking on this triple Vanguard comp as we head into round 2.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not that familiar with the meta around Triple Vanguard, but I would have thought that first map with it, you know, being so congested, so close range is a decent spot for the Triple Vanguard setup. And Envy, they didn't even have to dump everything to win that last round. They have a pretty solid ult bank going into the second round. And Sentinels, I can't quite say the same for them. Maybe they could get super aggressive, but there's so much threat here from somebody like Cal. I mean, the executions are so powerful against Vanguards, and Sentinels, they don't really have a defensive tool yet.
Sentinels gonna need to dig deep into what could be a very unfavorable first fight by the ult economy. Jake, the way Cal's been playing, I feel like Cal is gonna see them and just immediately let it rip. Let the Kraken Impact do the talking. We'll see if that's the case for now. Looking for the early hook, does not connect. Now, going underneath. Kraken Impact, good to go. Waiting right now, and the early picks still come out. No ult required from Cal. It's
NK
just
has
Remix
been-
winning in the neutral.
NK has been such a hero on this Namor. I mean, we focused on Cal, and I think that's for good reason, but NK has been lighting it up this series, and now with Sentinel stumbling, every second of this fight is just more opportunity for Namor to just pump damage. And Sentinel's comp, they need to get kills quickly. Like, if this becomes a long-term damage trade, you just cannot outlast heroes like Namor and Winter Soldier. Sentinels, they're trying to like run this strat. It's just not working whatsoever. They haven't really been able to get into a decent engagement. They're just constantly dying to picks. Envy is smothering them with the pressure.
Sentinels is committed, but they might be committed into doom as they move in. Cal licking his chops. The Kraken Impact is ready to go. Cal, though, might be dead. Focused on down. Aramori with the fishing blow. And Sentinels catch Cal off guard. They don't let him get the early start. An economical fight opening here for Sentinels as the God of Thunder comes on down. Super Gomez looking for a little bit of cleanup here. Sentinels still burning quite a bit in terms of ultimates. Fate of both worlds about to fade. And yet Envy, they're buying some time here, Jake, even when it is probably a losing fight. They even make Kaluj use the Meteor M.
Yeah, Sleepy did double down with, the copied Luna Snow ultimate, so it made sense here. Namor gonna drop late, but it gets a lot out of the Sentinels as well. They're not able to win that one for free, and so I think Team Envy, that's showing real fight there to continue to double down in what ends up being a losing fight, but the trade ends up being solid for them. They have a real chance to get back in. And while I say that, though, I do think Sentinels, the triple Vanguard comp, the real strength of it should be holding down choke points. It should be very difficult for Envy to come through a choke when they have these range damage dealers. Sentinels are all about the close range brawl, the aggression, and so holding the cap should be their strength, but there's always the chance for that Kraken Impact.
Early Galactic Legend, pressure on the space. Space able to back on out. Can Raimazing find anything else right now? It's looking a bit doubtful. Galactic Legend is over. Envy still on top. Cal's been holding on to this Kraken Impact for a while. When it's going to make its notice known, Sleep is able to get down Hogs. And here come the resets again and again. In comes Cal, looking for one more. For real close. Gets it
he's
at
killing
the
it. Kill them
end.
all,
Gets
ZP.
one more. Yeah, this is full cleanup. And it's you look at the progress here. Envy will take control again at 50%.
Still though, Sentinel's holding on, gonna double
just
down.
going.
Getting these resets off the Loki clones is such a powerful interaction as Cal is just eating them alive one by one. He's got to reset if he even needs it. Continuing to dive into the spawn. There's players who already died to the Kraken impact coming back into the fight. They think better of it. He could go one more. Oh, if he got on the Loki clone, like I think he wanted to, he could have had that ult running for like 30 seconds or something ridiculous. And being able to get that done with such few ultimates, once again, Sentinels are in this unenviable position of walking up into NK and Cal, who are just dumping damage down main.
66% to 66%. Sentinels on the verge of getting knocked out before the money match, looking for a way in. What is getting close to what could be final fight. Hogs leading the way here on the thing. Moving over and in. Gonna be answered here by Paint. Fate of both worlds in. Aramori gonna have the same in turn. Super Gomez got a Thunder locked and loaded, ready to go. Into the back line we go. Waiting right now. Instead, Meteor M in from space, trying to shut on down. No kill from that. Remix was able to take down Rymazing. Sentinels with 5 versus NV6. 90%. Paint fights Galuge. Sentinels with 3 people left, about to be knocked out into the money match as Cal again and again has put Envy over the top towards the very end. 99%. And it is Envy knocking out Sentinels and moving forward to face 100 Thieves. Hashtag iRemix reverse sweep. You heard it from Hydration first.
We talked about Sentinels being the clear favorite today. Envy being that distant dark horse with much less prep time, much less experience in Rivals, but experience counts for nothing. It's fragging power for everything here. Cal and NK leading the squad to victory. And we saw Envy evolve throughout this series, building that confidence, finding opportunities. And throughout every single map, it was just better and better and better for them. And now this is a team that I think looks ready to face 100 Thieves. Despite this being just a 3-2, it feels so much more dominant based on how the series played out.
Seth, you saw all of this as our analyst for the series. I don't think anyone could have predicted this level of reverse sweep. We were looking at it, it's like, okay, Sentinels might just 3-0 it. Okay, Cal's actually quite good. They're making a presence known. And they just got better and better over the course of the series to where the Sentinels tricks that were working, in the first 2 maps lost effectiveness. The ult combos just stopped hitting the same way.
Did we predict it? No. Did we expect it? Also no. But we did kind of lay the path for where and how this would be possible for the side of Envy. Complacency perhaps from the side of Sentinels, but just the continued improvement map over map here from the side of Envy. It was clear. Blown out of the water on the first one, a close loss on the second, into a close victory, into a lot more domination throughout there. Envy just started getting the gears turning. Cal, the whole team was widely just leveling up their performance. I think off the back of Cal, maybe inspired by him. Maybe he was the one who maybe he was the one who got into the locker room and he had the inspiring speech that the team so desperately needed. But I talked about it. I was like, okay, you got to tighten it map here. That Winter Soldier is going to wreak havoc, and wreak havoc it did. Reset after reset. I mean, like you said, Jake, we almost had like a 30+ second long crack in there. Just unbelievable performances from Envy, and honestly, a well-deserved win. I think Sentinels, they need to zoom out a little bit and really assess what the hell they're doing, because they are just very much ham-fisting either these triple healers or these triple Vanguard compositions, and it's not quite up to snuff.
Well, here's what I'll say here. This brings us to our MVP. And look, there's only one person this could be, Jake. The storyline for Envy, the hero that looked great all match long. Tell us a little bit about Cal.
Cal just came into this series on map 1, really struggled. I mean, I think the bans from Sentinels were really well placed, and they didn't allow these backline damage dealers to get value. That being said, for the rest of the series here on map 2, Cal was just doing wild things on this Hela, constantly flanking, constantly finding picks. Sentinels barely got it over the line here, but that was not for lack of trying from Cal, who put on a master performance. And then for the rest of the series, Cal found his footing even when the Hela ban started to come in against him on the Winter Soldier. Didn't stop for even a second, still continuing to push the tempo and play so incredibly fast, always having Sentinels on the back foot. So a lot of respect on Cal right now. I'm really excited to see this matchup of Cal versus Delana here in the money match against 100 Thieves.
That one should absolutely deliver. I think that does sound damn exciting, especially if the Hela is going to be let through by both teams, and I don't think either team is particularly going to look to ban that one away. So I think that that's going to be awesome to watch. But yeah, Cal just on another level here as the series had progressed. Like we said, from going from hero plays kind of being one of the ones that was very much finding value where the team otherwise was struggling, and then that transitions fully into just cohesive team play, hero plays across the board, everybody being so mechanically on point for those latter 3 maps. Envy, I think they've absolutely just shocked they've shocked the world. They've shocked everybody who's watching.
Shock the world.
Shock the world. Ugh. Yeah, there's your new tagline, I suppose. But just huge plays, and you love to see it because I mean, an underdog story is always a good one.
Yeah, and also I have to say here for Envy, you think about Envy's scouting here, whether it be Tasmo or Hastro. Hastro's right now reviewing the contract. It's like, how long did I sign Cal to? All right, can we extend this? Can it be longer? Like, Cal
yeah, he's calling up Rob Moore. He's talking some trash, I think, is what he's doing. And then he's going to look at that contract. But at first, I think you got to get your the comeuppance there.
Yeah, no, I think that would be on brand on all levels.
Wait, we need to get a Twitter check. We got a production. Let me just get a quick review because I feel like there's got to be something here. I haven't checked anything. I'm catching that vibe.
Okay, I'm looking at myself right now because that actually would be a thing. No, there's no Hastro.
Oh, come on,
just
Hastro.
yet.
You're slow. You're losing your edge, man. We gotta see the BM tweets already being out.
Yeah, dude, Hastro of like at least like 6 years ago, there'd be like 5 tweets out already. It would be no question. But guys, it is Envy moving on to the money match to rip that $1,000 away from 100 Thieves potentially. But 100 Thieves, they look to be potentially the most dominant team in Rivals, perhaps only matched by Virtus Pro on the EU side. No matter what, we have a great match heading for you soon, but it'll be all this action and more right after the break. Rivals Fight Night North America, the money match now underway, but it's not Sentinels, it is in fact Envy with the iRemix reverse sweep as it's being called. And a little bit of domination there from Space on the Super Gomez. Legend that. I'm ZP here with Jake, and Jake, it kind of shows that anything can happen, especially early in a game's life cycle in esports.
You know, these top teams, like as good as they are, there's always the chance for the upset for the players who are motivated, who are grinding the game. In my experience, like the teams that are really strong early, they don't tend to last that long. And Sentinels, I'm wondering, is that going to be their fate here? I think it's too soon to call them out because they have been such a strong team. I think, honestly, if they had like banned the Hella on map 3, this could have been a 3-0. Maybe they would have just closed it out. And this would have been the story of Envy falling short. But instead, Envy found their footing, found the adjustments, improved throughout the series, and now going to be challengers against the 100 Thieves squad that I think was also expecting to be facing Sentinels here in the money match.
And this is the format here on Rivals Fight Night every Thursday. That's right, mark on your calendar. We try not to miss. We have matches in EU and NA. We kick things off with our EU challenging match where Luminosity looked really strong versus 0%, but the Bears of Virtus Pro just continue to be unstoppable. A 3-0 over there. But we just had our NA challenging match here, Jake, where Envy came in, got the reverse sweep, and now they look towards 100 Thieves, the real raid bosses of Marvel Rivals in North America.
This will be an interesting one too, because a lot of teams go up against 100 Thieves and they just get the hell out of the server. They do not take that mirror. You know, they know what a threat that is from 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves has evolved as a squad to be able to still succeed without it. However, this is a match where, based on Cal's picks so far, I wonder, will Envy let that through? Will Cal take that heads up Hella mirror? And how will that matchup go? I mean, you got to think 100 Thieves are probably the favorite here, but it's going to be really interesting to see a team that is potentially willing to challenge 100 Thieves at their own game.
Well, speaking of 100 Thieves, the roster here, really quite a bit of infamous nature to it at this point because they have looked so dominant. But, you know, to run you through the roster real quick, you know, some names here you should be familiar with. And Jake, starting first and foremost, we gave Cal a lot of gassing up, but if we're talking about duelists, Delina on the left, also a Hella legend and looked very, very impressive last week. And of course, has looked impressive over the course of the Marvel Rivals Invitational.
Yeah, Delana just been a top player, you know, even since some of this whole squad, really, even since some of the very early alpha beta tournaments, right? Like just the very start of Marvel Rivals, this was a squad to look out for, a team of huge threats across the board. I also look at Vinny and TTK in the Vanguard line have been really impressive, and Harvey and SJP in the strategist as well, really difficult to kill. And putting down a lot of damage from the strategist role here. So 100 Thieves, I mean, this is a squad that across the board, they're full of threats. I don't think that you can beat this team with just a simple ban out. It has to be beyond that. You need to really be having a full court press of threats of your own. Maybe Envy can be that team, but I do think this is an uphill battle. They are the reigning champions for a reason. Last week, they slapped down Sentinels 3-0. I mean, it's just a beatdown from 100 Thieves the last few matches we've seen them play against some of the other top teams.
Well, you know, we don't do it here alone with just two people on the desk. You got to bring in some extra people with even more expertise. That's right, we're bringing him back in. He might not be royalty, but he still has the name Prince. Avast back in on the action. And I don't know if we have the graphic to go for it, but Avast, your former boss woke up. He finally got on Twitter and he had some words.
Oh, I thought we were talking about a different former boss, but yeah, this is definitely yeah. This was a good match for Envy. This is a very good match for Envy. I mean, I had to reply to him and say it's the old man strength because Envy. I mean, this is a team of some older players. They've been around a bit. I mean, Sleepy has been out the game of playing competitive like esports for like 7 years. So it's been a pretty long. It's been since 2018. So I mean, like this is a very, very very big win, I think, for Envy because they looked good. They have a lot of talent. They looked really raw. Pretty new team. I know they've been working behind the scenes to scrim a lot. So this win versus Sentinels, which is a team that has a lot of history in Marvel Rivals, they've been looking really good, you know, throughout most of their performances. I think this is a huge win for them as a squad, and it shows that they still got it. Like Unk has still got it.
Just such factors across the board here. I am curious to see, though, you know, especially for the performance from somebody like Space, who is a really storied player in the genre. I think had a fantastic series on Magneto in particular. There's a reason they're always protecting it for him because they really believe in his individual prowess in the matchup. So I think the Vanguard line is maybe going to be a focal point here in the matchup, where I think Cal and NK, also huge threats, going to match up well in the duelist line. But the question is for Envy, do you have the coordination across all roles here? Because I think you cannot rely on the one-to-one domination in the duelist role. Going 50-50 is probably feeling pretty good against a squad like 100 Thieves. You're gonna need to also have the team play, the vanguards, the ability to approach these maps with a deeper strategy, because 100 Thieves have also been together, much like Sentinels, for quite a long time. So not only do they bring the huge fragging threats in the duelist, but also they've got the strategy, they've got the deep hero pools, many different strategies on any map they go to.
So right now we are just waiting for the teams to get into lobby. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Is that you talk about strengths of the two different teams. Let's put it this way. Cal will be a legend among legends if we are deeper into the series. We go, look, you got to ban the Hela. Delita just can't compete. I don't think we're going to hit that. I think Delita is incredible on the Hela, and it's going to be a hotly contested Hela v Hela mirror for a lot of these maps. I would be shocked if we saw anything else. And, Avast, Jake brings up a really good point, is that I feel like this is where the other elements of Envy are going to get tested, because they're not going to be able to kind of tilt things in their favor as much from the duelist end here, because I think the duelist end will likely be very even.
Percent. Overall, when you see this duels comparison, I mean, 100 Thieves duels have been on fire. I mean, especially when you talk about Delena and just the impact they've been having on the Hela, like we've talked so much about. But really, when we see some of the best squads, and when we talk about like the EU side, one of the most dominant squads, it's those vanguards. How is the Vanguard? How much damage are they bringing? How much utility they're bringing? I think Envy have looked really good in particular space. I mean, not to say, the hashtag IRemix sweep. Obviously, we're not saying that was a bad thing at all. IRemix has been playing really well. It's just space is continuing to get a lot of value from those bubbles from the bulwarks on Magneto. Making sure that their strategies aren't going down and counter Meteor Imps, keeping them alive, even through that corner Proteuses. And so when I see the play that the Envy frontline has been bringing to the table so far, we're also, players that have a lot of FPS hero shooter experience overall. It gives me a little hope here looking versus 100 Thieves, because so far it seems like in North America it's been like a two-horse race, a bit of like, oh no, like Sentinels, 100 Thieves, like where's that back and forth gonna go? It seems like Envy might have the chops to take it to them, because I think their hero pools are pretty good. I think overall their level of experience obviously really great, and they looked really, really good versus Sentinels here. So there is a chance, I think, in this 100 Thieves match that we have a pretty exciting matchup, especially because 100 Thieves versus Sentinels in our last Rivals Fight Night was relatively close at times. There was moments where it wasn't just a complete blowout. It's not like Virtus Pro playing in EU. So if you're an Envy fan, I think you should have a lot of confidence, or at least hope, that they can take some maps on 100 Thieves, if not even win.
And that being said, it'll be interesting to see how the matchup plays out, because traditionally, like you've said, it's been a two-horse race. It's been Sentinels taking on 100 Thieves. Recently, 100 Thieves has been coming out on top, but Sentinels is such a different team. They approach the game in such a strategically different way. The matchup is as much a game of strategy as it is a game of skill, where I think if Envy just goes heads up here in like the heavy duelist mirrors, it's going to be way more emphasis on the individual fragging potential of the squads. And that's a place where no one has beaten 100 Thieves, I would say. I mean, 100 Thieves has lost before, but they have lost to like really well-designed strategies from Sentinels. I don't think I've ever seen them lose in just like the raw duelist mirrors. So if Envy does that, if they even make this one close and competitive, I think they're really making a mark here on the NA Rivals scene.
Yeah, and I think for me is that this is where I think Rivals Fight Night, in a way, you think about the overall context of the scene, right? Where the Marvel Rivals Invitational is going on again tomorrow. Envy has been a team like in dire need of more match experience, right? So this year tonight, I mean, they get to the match experience against Sentinels. They actually beat Sentinels, and now they get even more match experience against 100 Thieves. I mean, I feel like, Avast, you're looking at this here from the Envy perspective. In a way, they're playing with the house money. Deep down, they probably went in here not necessarily expecting to even get to the money match, but they wanted to play, like competitors have been for a long time. They've actually beaten Sentinels, and now they get even more experience against 100 Thieves. The pressure could not be more off, whereas, for 100 Thieves, a little bit more pressure there, although I think 100 Thieves, by comparison, they're just in the mindset of, we are the best, no one can touch us, period. So I don't think they recognize a threat here, should it exist.
Your aura is so powerful that you don't even see that some of the smaller auras approaching you, right? And I think overall for 100 Thieves is that, I mean, that's what they got aura. They have a lot of aura. They're also one of the only organizations that have invested in terms of doing a physical boot camp. right? Bringing players to a physical location to play, to make content with the organization. So 100 Thieves clearly is throwing a little bit more, I think, investment as an organization. It's not to necessarily throw shade or even to glaze 100 Thieves in particular. It's just showing that they've definitely put a lot into making sure the team is successful comparatively. And so I do think for 100 Thieves, they have to be feeling really, really confident. The results speak for that. But you're definitely right in that for Envy, this is critical going into the Marvel Rivals Invitational. This is critical just gaining match experience for a very new roster. I mean, they weren't even around, essentially. They'd just been formed to compete in the initial versions of Rivals Fight Nights. And, we've had, once again, not to throw shade at other teams that have teams that have backed out. So like, oh, we're going to save our strats, right? We're not looking to compete here just today because we're about to play, like literally tomorrow. But realistically, there's a reason teams like 100 Thieves are playing here today. There's a reason that there are teams like Envy playing here today, and it's because what trumps saving strats is being confident and getting reps in. Reps is like the most important thing. Talk to your bodybuilder, bro. He's gonna be like, yeah, you need to get the reps in, and you need to be on anabolic steroids. Okay, those are the two most important things. You're fine. So
It's
I don't know if
exactly
they're on
the same in esports, all right?
It's the exact same way. And, I don't know if they're on anabolic steroids necessarily. I mean, they could be on something else. But we are getting into the pick, protect or the ban protect phase now.
All right, this is going to be really interesting because I see these two teams as being somewhat similar from a hero perspective in terms of their strategic approach. 100 Thieves going to snap ban the Loki, though. I think they are a team that doesn't want to deal with that double Luna Snow ultimate. It is a little bit ridiculous. Wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of strategist bans. And once again, Envy are going to just ban out the Doctor Strange. So that's interesting. I don't think 100 Thieves is nearly as reliant on the player-hero combo. I do think they have used it really successfully in the past, though.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, okay, I thought it was just a Kalush target ban, which made a lot of sense. Maybe there's a world where they don't like this at all, but oh boy, guess what? We got a different match coming up here, Vast, because Wolverine is available. He did not get banned early, and now tanks, watch out.
So it makes a lot of sense now when I see the protect on Magneto, because I was like, why would we protect Magneto? Almost no one's banning Magneto ever, but they must have known that 100 Thieves here on Hell's Heaven is going to be playing a pocket pick Wolverine. And that's pretty much one of the only true hard counters is Magneto with the bulwarks.
Also, what is this cowardice? You banned Hela. We just saw Cal do ridiculous work, and you've just
Cal on Winter Soldier was good.
You've told Delina, yes, we fear you. We fear you right now.
I got to defend this Hela ban. I actually got to defend this Hela ban. I think what you're really scared of is the Wolverine Hela duo, because when the enemy plays Wolverine, I think you really want to play the Winter Soldier to be able to disrupt Wolverine and deny him some of his leaps. However, if you go to that Winter Soldier, the enemy has a Hela, you feel a little bit more scared, whereas like the Namor Winter Soldier, I think if you don't want to mirror match the Wolverine, is a much more potent DPS combo in just responding to that threat from Wolverine. And I think being on the back foot, playing slow against an enemy Hela would be too scary. So I actually think based on the Wolverine protect, it makes a lot more sense. I don't think this is actually a confidence question for Envy. I'm actually kind of impressed that they find this ban.
Yeah, I mean, if that is the reason, then that is like an extra level of, look, we know the Wolverine is coming. We don't want to deal with it. So there's also a very defensible explanation versus just like, no, Delina just has too much gas. We don't want to deal with that because, I mean, from what we saw Cal, I would say Cal can throw punch for punch, just based on Sentinels being the measure of judgment. But here we go, Jake. We are getting right into it. And what's looking out to you comp-wise as 100 Thieves in here with the Rocket?
They're going to go with the Rocket team up with the Bucky, whereas Envy is going to value that Adam Warlock team up with Star-Lord, which we've seen be, really, really potent. So I'm curious to see which one of these gets more value. I would say conventionally, this Adam Warlock should get a lot done here. It's going to be actually Cal on the Adam Warlock, so triple strategist for Envy.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if you think about it, in many ways, Warlock is basically healer Hela as far as how his main primary shot works. So Cal could be quite deadly on it, but we have the team up here, and this is where you just lay in damage to the tanks, look for the tank pickup, but Magneto bubble really well timed in from Envy from space.
Yeah, also that Invisible Woman team up from Envy, they look really well prepared strategically. However, Harvey, Vinny, open it up, and the team ups mean nothing when you're dead. No reses available here for Envy. The players alive are the ones with the self-res, though NK does pop that. Cal getting cleaned up, and the Groot, uncontested, maybe just a little bit too much to get through. I mean, we've seen VP in Europe just tear people apart with the Groot. It's a reason it gets banned in a lot of series. I think if you're not going to match the Groot, you may be in trouble on domination.
Yeah, I think especially too, the amount of power Groot gives you when you're on the defense, when you can set up really high damage wall plays, it gets really frustrating to deal with, especially if you're not going to run a Groot and have that same advantage on the defense yourself. But Envy right now, on the verge of getting some ults, looking for a way in, and oh, that is a huge Mantis sleep, but it's not enough. Terra still able to finish it off, and time for some again action here as Terra does the clean sweep.
Yeah, I wonder if this Wolverine Protect was just like a bait, or if they, maybe they're going to deploy it on some of the later rounds, but already 100 Thieves with the Groot combo. Classic comp, and it's working fantastically well for them. They're not focused on the team ups, they're just focused on the core synergy, and I think 100 Thieves look really impressive right now, and frankly, as good as Envy looked last series, this is a little bit of what I expected. 100 Thieves have been the toughest opponent in North America.
Envy down 60% right now, looking for their first capture. Key inflection point here now. NK on the Star-Lord, gonna be opening up with Galactic Legend in all likelihood. Meanwhile, you got Remix coming in, got the Invisible Woman armor over and in. A little bit of disruption there. Is that gonna be enough for NK to get a kill? 100 Thieves, they drop the Invisible Boundary in turn. Meteor M2. Both teams still at full strength as ultimates get traded out. Galactic Legend fading. Still, Mantis ult still on the table. Space holding on to the Meteor M. See how Envy burns the last little bit here. Both teams still looking for a first pickoff. Remix back into the fray once more again. Beaten up, able to bounce back, get healed, right back over and in. Soul Resurgence in here from Sleepy as Envy is just struggling, Jake, trying to find anything. The disengage for 100 Thieves, though, really on point.
They just can't get rid of this 100 Thieves backline. They're proving so durable. Space, though, gets the cleanup onto point. Delena counter pops the Legendary, but the flip comes through. So now, playing with a bit of house money, our Team Envy. However, 100 Thieves making it difficult, making it very scary here in the matchup. Cal with that execution threshold cannot take too much damage here. Does get bursted down, and Terra starting to potentially turn this fight around, cleaning up 400 Thieves under pressure, getting that desperate heal from Rocket Raccoon. Maybe it'll be enough, down to just 1 HP time and time again, and Envy just barely get the flip here on Domination.
All right, Envy with the flip back over. And now we'll see what 100 Thieves does on the recontest. A lot of room to work with here. Only one fight needed to take the first round, so Envy must be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, this Groot ultimate, there's no obvious counter to it. So Vinny really going to be looking for that opportunity to set up. Maybe he could snipe it into the enemy backline or just disrupt the tank. Is going to pop it on the Thing, but Thing's getting a lot of tanking support. Very hard to get through it, and Cal burst down TTK.
Yeah, Cal proving to be a threat on the Warlock. However, BRB bring Magneto back into the fray. Galactic Legend now going to be used.
He was stunned out of it. NK got the ultimate canceled there. So 100 Thieves about to double down with 2 strategist ultimates of their own. Cal has popped the res, so they're not eager to get kills now. Sleepy, though, onto Delena, denies some of that damage fallout. Terra so low, can't commit with the Winter Soldier ultimate. That's a painful spot to be.
Here we go, Space looking to end this fight. Meteor M, does it get anything? No. 100 Thieves still in, looking for the way to flip. Looking now at TTK, has the Meteor M. Envy hanging on right now. They've done a lot to bring it back here so far. Galactic Legend in from NK, but here's the Meteor M. Dealing with a lot of it and taking down Space in turn with the aid of Terra. 100 Thieves now up 1. Delena in here from the back. Galactic Legend laying in the damage. Envy loses 1, but there's NK from the back. Deals with Delena. Envy not dead yet, but Vinny laying in the damage on the point and the BRB bringing back in Delena. We have 100 Thieves with a real advantage here as Delena now doing a bit of cleanup, but the reses keep coming in, Jake.
Vinny knows they've got this round locked down. Don't even commit the Groot ult, so experience shines through there for 100 Thieves. However, Team Envy acquit themselves well here as a serious challenger here in the series. That was a very close round, very much back and forth. A lot of big plays from Cal there on the Adam Warlock, showing that depth of hero pool that, I was impressed in the last series, continuing to be so. NK as well. That's some pretty massive damage there on the Star-Lord.
Yeah, for Envy, they just had a tough start there, but once they actually got their footing, they were able to fight tooth and nail. And also, you think about both teams adapting to each other. We had that one fight, Jake, where we had a whole lot of ults being used, and no one was going down on both sides. As 100 Thieves, they really did have a very, very good disengage. And yet, Envy still found a way to make the fight work, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, SJP and Harvey on this Invisible Woman Rocket. It's an unconventional support duo with a lot of strategist ban, but it looks fantastic for them. SJP deathless, I think only 1 on Harvey. So that backline being so difficult to catch is a potential issue for Team Envy. Into this next round, though, they are going to go back to a classic 2-2-2 setup. Looks like they are going to just take the mirror here, and I don't mind this at all. This is a confidence play for Envy, but you need to be confident to be able to win this series.
Yeah, and I think the question here is, how does iRemix feel about the Groot? But also, the Strangling Prison coming up here early could really give an easy setup here to 100 Thieves. So All eyes on Vinny right now. Envy looking nice and clumped up. The Prison ready to go for now. Good neutral damage onto Remix in turn. Moves forward, drops the Prison's fall through, gonna be there. It is. Easy cleanup set up by Vinny.
Nice double wall combo there on the Prison from Vinny. Gets that extra damage amp, and yeah, the ultimate is enough to get over the line. Very patient, waits out the Magneto bubble before deploying the ultimate. And the ultimate advantage is going to translate into a first cap. However, it's not going to last deeper into the round. Now it's Envy's turn to strike back here with an advantage in the bank. Can they make this offense work, though? Attacking into this point can be very awkward, very difficult, especially with somebody like Delena playing these off angles.
The defender's advantage on the stage is absolutely ridiculous, and that's before you get into considering the map just changing on you on a whim. But we'll see. iRemix. Prison, good to go of his own. One of the strongest tools to set things up in combination with Cal. Delena, Blast Barrage over the top. You see the invisible boundary engaged early here from Envy. Terra, though, down. Space able to grab one right after. Early advantage here for Envy as they look to set this up. The Sia gonna be invested. TTK holding on the Meteor M. Do you save it? You're gonna have to because you're dead, Cal. The Kraken impact to put it in over the top. Envy will take control.
Cal didn't get the reset, but isn't looking to need it here. Starting to push forward on the Winter Soldier. Wants to stagger some of these spawners. Looking to take the fight to 100 Thieves. This is risky. This is very, very aggressive. However, something we come to expect from Team Envy. Now Terra, though, looking for a potential counter hook in these Winter Soldier duels off the rip. So critical. Terra, though, also lost the Kraken impact in that death early in the last fight.
Also, Cal's already at 47%. He is building ult at a ridiculous pace already. But you have to look here towards NK. Galactic Legend gonna be used here early by Delena on the other side. Meteor M used by Space in turn, negating a good amount of that. No kills though off the Meteor M Delena. Galactic Legend just about done. NK still holding his. Remix though, getting focused down. You see the pressure on the Remix. Remix is gonna die. Remix still somehow alive, but no. Focused down by Vinny. Meteor M used. Man advantage now for 100 Thieves. NK Galactic Legend in turn, looking for anything right now, not finding it. Now Paint, super close to invisible boundary, not gonna happen. The Kraken impact, the execute is there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful find. I love that awareness from Delena. Goes for that BRB before focusing down Remix, who I think was expecting to be able to get that res in. That would have been huge impact in the fight. But awareness of the matchup from Delena. Navigates it well. And once again, it's Vinny with the Strangling Prison. You do have defensive options, though, here for Team Envy as they look to make the retake with, once again, ultimate advantage.
If you're 100 Thieves, you're okay doing Prison for Boundary right now. In fact, that is your ideal setup that you're looking at here. Vinny is going to drop the Prison pretty early, and it's going to be on Paint to look at the situation and go, do I need the Boundary here? The answer ideally would be no, but I think the answer is going to be yes. Envy pushing on in. Vinny waiting for the Prison. Both teams' Prison actually on deck. Remix looking for the opportunity. The Sia is going to be dropped. The damage boost is in. The Prison in from Remix. The fall through going to be there. And the Invisible Boundary out in time. Terra able to stay alive. Kills Remix in turn. And the BRB, though, brings Remix back up to the fight. Full strength, but it's Cal who gets bursted down. The Kraken impact from Terra, even bigger, Jake.
100 Thieves looking to close out this map. They have a legendary as well. Not even really necessary in the end. And although it's a very back and forth round there on Hell's Heaven, it's 100 Thieves who come away with a relatively decisive victory. That being said, Envy now with map pick. Curious to see where they take us, if we will get that vaunted Hela 1v1 that we're hoping for in the series.
So we're going to take the time to bring in Avast here as we look at the stats screen. But Avast, Envy having moments here. They didn't get blown out. It wasn't 100-0. And yet it felt like 100 Thieves, in some respects, had to clear edge, particularly when you think about the group play and what Vinny was able to do to just keep them economically ahead.
Why am I sound like a burden? Didn't get an outro when you went into the map and then said, okay, we're going to take the time to bring him in. It sounded burdensome.
Avast was crying in the Discord, so we thought, you know, hey, bring him on.
Yep.
It's messed up. It's messed up. Well, I mean, I'm little bro posting, but overall, I'm going to say that I do think we talked a lot about the Hela ban, right? And we talked a lot about like what's the overall level of coordination for Envy, which is a little bit of a newer roster. You know, they've been working their way up versus obviously the 100 Thieves. There's a little bit longer history here in the game. They've been getting a lot of support. They definitely look really good. And it showed there in that first map for domination, because I think removing the Hela, it definitely gave, I think, Envy a little bit of a pause there of like, okay, we're not nearly as effective as like fighting for those flanks now. I think Cal still did a good job on the Winter Soldier, and Cal is obviously still very talented on that role, but maybe missing some of that impact. And then additionally, and more importantly, is when you're playing these very long, drawn-out fights, there's a lot of Star-Lord back and forth, you know, popping a Meteor M to absorb that damage. That's where Envy kind of struggled a bit more, is in those ult leapfrog fights. Even that last fight there, you see like, okay, we dropped the Strangling Prison. Well, guess what? There was an invisible boundary. They didn't force that before. They had no option to, they weren't able to focus fire anyone else through that ult. And then it was just a counter ult scenario for 100 Thieves where they're just wall them off, drop the Strangling Prison, drop a Kraken Impact, finish them, right? Because they've already removed that strategy ult earlier from Envy from the side of Sleepy. So I do, or from Paint actually. So I will say that the coordination difference here is definitely looking a little bit more apparent when you look at the ult cycling in particular for these teams.
Yeah, I feel like also the front line, you know, I think Vinny had a pretty clear advantage when it came to the group. Map 1, of course, not being matched on the group, and then map 2 just coming up a little bit stronger in the mirror. Maybe it was the strategist as well from Envy, a little bit too late to pop that invisible woman barrier that allowed Remix to get bursted down first. It's a critical kill, right? If you lose your Groot in the front line, you're just in major trouble. And Vinny, so experienced in the matchup, really knows how to get the most. And not just Vinny, but the whole team understands how to support the group in this matchup. It's a place where I have to imagine the experience pays dividends for 100 Thieves.
I think what I'm really curious to see going forward is we saw a little bit about Envy's preferences in the last match, right? Where Envy decided to come in and go, okay, we lost, we're gonna go to Midtown, and we're gonna give everyone watching a whole ton of Hella tech to copy as Cal rewrites the book on where you can actually stand, right? I think it'll be interesting to see if Envy does something like banning the Hella again, or we'll see something along the lines of maybe an early Wolverine ban and take the Hella versus Hella on the Midtown, because Envy did give us a pretty good idea of how they wanted to play that map in particular. But, you know, we'll see if there's a difference in how they treat Sentinels here at Vast relative to how they treat 100 Thieves.
I would say that you're probably going to be definitely treating them differently, because Sentinels and 100 Thieves have very different playstyles, right? You're not, Sentinel's still prioritizing a lot of those triple Vanguard comps, sometimes playing some of those interesting like triple strategist comps. And then they, I think in this, you know, most recently to this tournament this week has been a lot more priority on the 2-2-2. But really, realistically, 100 Thieves has always been like a pretty 2-2-2 oriented team, even when they're mutants, right? So I do think that they're probably going to be approaching this very differently. I think they don't want to play into the Wolverine either. I don't think Envy really has ever really prioritized or looked like they try to play a lot of Wolverine comps or try to play into Wolverine. So I think they're pretty happy to not have to worry about that, because especially 100 Thieves has a very strong Wolverine play if they choose to pull it out. So probably going to be looking to make sure that's not played. And I do think they also want to keep Magneto in play here, because Space, even though the Vanguard line struggled into Vinny's Groot, and Vinny looking like potentially the best Groot, if definitely in an A, you know, fighting up there with like Nevix on the side of EU as well. I think they want to keep the Magneto up because Space gets a lot of value from the Bulwarks, and obviously it's got a little bit of muscle memory from another game he played, I think, in terms of the bubble. So I think it's a bit of muscle memory there too. So going to Midtown, I would not be surprised if they try to mirror the Hella here. I wouldn't be shocked.
I think the threat of the Wolverine is neutered a little bit on Midtown. It's just a longer range map, a little bit more open. I mean, that being said, I think that's a place where 100 Thieves are going to derive a pretty big advantage. Even if they don't play the Wolverine, I actually think it shows such intelligence to protect it, because it is something, like you mentioned, that Envy, they're experienced in the hero shooter genre, but Wolverine is a different game. When Wolverine is on the server, it's about understanding the limits, about cooldown management, because if you just like step out of line and, you know, even if you're winning the deathmatch brawl, you just overstep your position and you're just instant dead to Wolverine. You know, he turns around and one-shots your backline. Like, there's so much crazy stuff you have to worry about in the Wolverine matchup. That's a place where I think Envy, with having less experience, I don't think they're really ready to take that matchup. I think that's a very much a test of your team play, your experience in the matchup, much more than like your individual aim skill in terms of battling a Wolverine. So I think 100 Thieves keeping that threat alive. Maybe you do have to like first ban it as Envy, but that hurts. It hurts to be forced to first ban Wolverine. You know, and then there's the Hella. Think about, you're in a spot here where you have a lot of things you need to ban out, and only 2 bans to really get those jobs done here.
Jake, I think you hit a really good point, which is the idea is that even if you don't necessarily want to play the Wolverine, the threat that you could play the Wolverine is just creating big draft advantages for 100 Thieves. It's kind of one of those things like, well, you know, it's not in your toolbox, we could actually play it, but really we just want to play other stuff we want to protect. But heading into the ban protect here, we have Loki Gang banned first for 100 Thieves, so they're keeping with that, and Strange banned at the same time, so nothing changing the end. We'll see if it's a Magneto protect, and Vast, we are flying through this ban protect.
To be expected. I mean, Envy wants to play Magneto. I think they're really comfortable with space on Magneto. I also think 100 Thieves banning Loki a lot makes a lot of sense, because Sleepy has played a lot of Loki and looked really good on it. I mean, it's also essentially DPS, and they protected the Wolverine. So guess what? Wolverine threat is still on the field, and that's why you protect Magneto.
I think you could call the bluff on this map though for Envy and leave the Hela in, because I think it's a map where you don't necessarily need both Namor and Winter Soldier to deal with the Wolverine threat.
Good.
They are going to ban the Groot. I actually love this. I think this is much smarter. I think Vinny kind of put that work in on you last map, and like letting the game be a little bit more fast paced and divey, adding that chaotic element to the game. I think that only benefits Envy, where they are relying on their duelists. They're relying on their individual playmaking, even from players like Space, like Sleepy and Paintbrush. So maybe for 100 Thieves, this denies some of the very stable front line of Vanguards that they've come to play around.
I think more directly than that, I just think from what I've seen from iRemix here tonight, iRemix, good more on things that are a little bit more divey. I don't think Groot is necessarily his absolute biggest strength, and at the very least in the group mirror, it was more in Vinny's advantage. So I think Envy recognized that, they made the adjustment, and I'm excited to see how it plays out on Midtown. But Avast, we're about to head into game. Any final or parting words here before we get it on?
Oh, that's so kind of you. I've actually already leaned back in my chair, so I brought my mic a lot closer to me. But I am gonna say that this match, we talked a lot about the threat of the Wolverine, and what's so important here for Envy is, are they gonna try to build out something very different? With Groot being banned, like Jake pointed out, Groot off the field, but especially for a player like Vinny not able to use it, is really huge for Envy here. So a lot of this strategy is gonna be determined, how does Envy want to play with their Vanguards, and how do they want to take this space on this first point?
I heard a lot of smart things from Avast, and I just want to see Hela shoot each other in the head this map. That's all I care about here. As well, Winter Soldier, gonna be high impact, so I think this is a lot on the duelist of the map. And there's Cal lighting it up onto Delana.
I just wrote chat, there's a lot of 100 Thieves fans coming in being like, yeah, Cal's good, but he's no Delina. Cal heard you. Cal heard you talking crap. Came in, immediately takes the Hela mirror. Jake, I think we're in for a show, because both these Helas are fantastic.
Cal's a big dog on the server here. You got to put some respect on the name. He's standing here confidently out in the open. Some might say even with a bit of cockiness here, very aware though of the enemy threat, the threat rather that Delana poses, and with the Invisible Woman support so critical in that matchup.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it gives you the time to get another 3 or 4 daggers out, which can be the difference between just outright eliminating someone safely. Make it so you don't have to worry about dodging within that period of time. 100 Thieves though, keeping the convoy moving forward here early. Sia gonna be dropped here by Sleepy. Delina meanwhile gets taken down by Cal again. Jake, there's a lot of factors here, but if you're keeping score, that's 2-0 Cal.
No, Cal's my goat. I am keeping score. Big dog on the server. Drops him again off the BRB. Hey, resin one more time. But he wants that smoke, man. Cal is fearless here in the matchup. Drops SJP, and they're just wiping 100 Thieves off the server. Can you think of another time 100 Thieves has just been routed like this on the Hela matchup? Starting to get a little bit scary. I mean, we got a lot of map to play here, ZP, but man, is 100 Thieves gonna have to ban Hela this series?
I mean, maybe. That's what respect you would have for 100 Thieves and Delina in particular versus Cal. But also, I mean, I feel like the blueprint has been set here that no one's gonna let Envy play Hela if this keeps up.
Oh, what a pull from NK. Grabs the support. Without SJP, you can't keep pushing. NK now doubles up onto Delana. And once again, walking up from 100 Thieves with confidence, they just get smoked by these duelists. This game is starting to get scary. Half the time off the clock, and Envy haven't even deployed an ultimate yet.
Well, also, how many times has 100 Thieves had to deal with a situation where Delina just wasn't absolutely crushing the other Hela? I don't think it's really happened almost ever. So this is a change in game plan. It's just like, wait, what's going on in this moment? I mean, Delina of all people could definitely bring it on back, but what a statement by Envy here early on as Terra finds Cal. That's one way to end the Hela threat.
Yeah, will Envy try to double down with that elimination though onto NK? Cal was rezzed by the BRB, so it's a 5-on-6 here. 100 Thieves with the slight advantage. Big ultimates though on the cards for Team Envy if they want to continue fighting this one out. Seems like they will for now, but the stuns coming through, they're able to burst down space. It's up to Cal maybe to find a clutch pick. He gets one, needs I think one more to be able to make this defense happen, but Delana very aware with the Invisible Woman ult of his own, stabilizes on the point.
Visible boundary drop. The Sia about to be burned on down. Goddess of Death on deck here for Delina. Thing coming on in. Delina right now just content to sit here, do a little bit of tank damage. Kraken impact though going to be used here by NK. NK gonna get the resets right now. It's looking like no. Meteor M comes in, no one dead. Goddess of Death in from Delina, laying down the crow shots. Is that gonna be enough? Meanwhile, Delina in over the top. Envy still at full. Cal looking for a little bit of damage. It's NK who finishes off Vinny as Envy now momentum. They push forward, Jake.
in space. He's uninterested in the Vanguard duel, looking straight into the back line. Cal finds a couple more eliminations and Envy bend, but they do not break there. It's a beautiful hold despite a couple pickoffs coming in from 100 Thieves. Envy with the wherewithal to find their way through. Now ultimate's very low. SJP does have that Sia, but even last time, Envy backed out incredibly well against this. It is an advantage, though, pushing forward in the poke mirror. It's going to be challenging for the Envy tanks to stay healthy.
Envy last time around weren't able to withstand the Namor combos. Not a factor here. Invisible Boundary in.
NK.
It's a huge pick. It's an early pick. And Cal onto the back line is able to get SJP. The duelists of Envy continue to feast. Delina, though, takes down Cal. A little bit of life here for 100 Thieves. 4 left. Invisible Boundary, though, soon to fade. Delina able to take down Sleepy. Delina now opening up some room here. NK, though, over and in. Kraken Impact takes down Delina. Looking for more. Again is out. And is this going to be enough? The payload is just getting completely contested on all sides. But 100 Thieves, the tank line is back on in, Jake. And it might keep them alive.
Oh, it's a beautiful hold there from 100 Thieves. That BRB getting in just in time. And that pickup from Delena onto Sleepy made all the difference. Without that key sustain from Rocket Raccoon, Envy, they weren't able to win the long fight. They do run the time bank all the way down to 0. But 100 Thieves finds a reprieve here on Midtown.
Envy unable to do a first point hold back to back. If you think back, just one series ago, but still they drain a lot of time off the clock. It's been a good defense here so far. Space, Meteor M, ready to go. Remix, ready to check his watch. Ask, what time is it? Both Vanguards win forward. Clobbering time is used. Space,
No value off that, it seems, from Remix. Oh, but they do find Terra. The
It was enough disruption, but they go a little bit deep. Terra is brought back up by the BRB. Terra now laying in the damage on the Winter Soldier. Again, the good picks, drops the Kraken Impact, and now it's just about a bit of cleanup.
Yeah, more than a bit. Perfect tool for the job is that Winter Soldier ultimate. And Envy, it's a fight very close to 100 Thieves spawn, but 100 Thieves getting it done with only the one ultimate has got to feel amazing. And they really don't have so much room for mistakes with how hard that first point was. That being said, you get a quick cap here on second, and you're very much back in the fight.
This fight right here, even with a minute 30, could really decide it because both teams are going to invest a lot in ultimate power, and whoever comes out on top is going to carry that momentum forward. But here we go. Underway. TTK here in the back. Meteor M, good to go. Remix is getting bursted, and Remix, it lives, but at the cost of Space, who goes down. The healing swapped off. Remix turns a corner. Nothing but death there. And 100 Thieves in the neutral right now, Jake. Looking great.
Yeah, Respawn in, coming in off the BRB, but it's not enough just yet. Envy, I think they need to find a pick here to hold on to this. Vinny continuing to pour on the aggression, but Cal pops that Goddess of Death, trying to pump damage, but just gets instantly focus fired through, and the Invisible Boundary is delaying the inevitable, but Spawn's coming in here for Envy as they try to fight back, try to keep this alive.
Meteor M out from Space. Delina laying down shots here from that Goddess of Death right now, just covering fire, gets decent value out of it. No pickoffs though, just yet. Terra, ready to go. Kraken Impact has been used, but the reset comes on in, waiting. Is Terra gonna live? Terra under a heavy assault. Delina, meanwhile, was able to take down Cal in the duels first duelist as Terra continues to jump around. Point 2, gonna go 100 Thieves' way.
They get it done. That's a solid push through point 2, but Envy, they ran the clock down very well here for Midtown. I think 100 Thieves are gonna be, based on how the start of the map went, gonna be feeling pretty happy they're on third point at all. Now, ultimate banks fully drained. Back, I think the pressure on these duelists. Who can get that opening kill? Cal has been great in this part of the map.
Cal has been redefining the meta in this part of the map, just figuring out walls. This is like, that could be condemned. I'm gonna use this as a place to stand. Cal, the innovative tech. But here we go, frontline, Thing versus Thing. Sleepy, likely about to drop the Sia. Vinny, about to say, what time is it? Sia is dropped, 100 Thieves. Gonna give it a little bit of respect, but as I say, that clobbering time is dropped and the fall through immediately there. Delina falling in, 2 down for Envy, and 100 Thieves just gets the casually roll forward.
Cal under heavy pressure here, being assaulted by Vinny, getting a ton of support, is gonna just drop. Try to take the reset, but 100 Thieves really found their footing now on Midtown. Envy have struggled since, they had a great start of the map, look so strong, but now 100 Thieves seem to have stabilized. They found their opportunity to get aggressive in the matchup, and Envy haven't been able to find that solid defensive setup they've been looking for.
30 seconds left. 100 Thieves has been under the gun in terms of time for quite a while right now because of point A. And now Remix moving on in. Drops the clobbering time. They're looking for the focus fire onto Magneto. TTK, though, able to shrug it off. Sia, drop from SJP. Still adding bonus damage to the 100 Thieves squad. Envy, though, deals with the worst of it. Space, Meteor M, good to go. NK locked and loaded. Cal is down. Delina getting a little bit of revenge off the flank. Envy now has to win 5v6. Delina here on the flank, the goddess of death. Great opportunity, another 2 picks. And Delina showing signs of life. Could be enough for 100 Thieves to finish this out.
I think it will be, despite NK shutting it down. It's Terra cleaning up here with the Kraken impact from Winter Soldier. Just a little bit of stall there for Sleepy on the rocket, and it will be a full cap for 100 Thieves. It is an overtime. So Envy, that first hold was so strong, just enough to really run the clock down to secure an overtime capture. However, 100 Thieves, I think they did find their footing in the map. I think Cal was just doing different things on point 1, finding so many pickups. But 100 Thieves, I mean, props to them. They're a team that hasn't often been pushed to the limit in the duelist mirrors, but Delina and Terra, they found their opportunities, right? Like they weren't mentally broken by the way that map started.
And not only that, I do think 100 Thieves played the ult economy side a little bit better. I think Envy really did have a real chance of stopping it at point 1, similar to what happened with their match versus Sentinels. But when they just needed a full stop, they weren't able to find it. Delina came out, had better plays. Vinny and TTK in particular were able to just stay alive just long enough. And Terra, perhaps the real person to talk about there, Jake, just the foundational glue to keeping 100 Thieves in those fights where the Kraken impacts were pretty much always on point.
Yeah, pretty massive. I am seeing a pretty huge damage gap there with TTK doing almost 6,000 damage more than Space. So surprised to see that matchup be so dominant for TTK, really getting the most out of a frontline trade.
And I think part of that is just Space has been under pressure a lot. When you see that little damage gap on your Magnetos, it means that one Magneto has had the shield up a whole lot more than the others. So it kind of tells you a little bit about the tempo and flow of the fight so far. Because I doubt it's something like Space is not hitting shots. It's just he can't shoot.
I mean, he has huge, his accuracy is insane. That's the thing. You're exactly right. He has 63% accuracy, so he's not missing. He's just, yeah, like you said, forced into a more defensive posture. Maybe the team electing to emphasize enabling those DPS. Cal looking to go for a tricky off angle here on the offense. I like this play. Wants to find those opening picks that were so powerful on the defense.
Also, I think to extent looking for Delina, this is a real recognized real moment. Just going, I know who the threat is. I think they both know who the threat is here. And, you know, the Hela
rolling forward,
stalking
Envy
Hela.
happy with this. Like, Envy have no problem. I mean, if you don't stop Cart, like, Cal doesn't really have to do anything. Now, 100 Thieves, though, this is the hold that they were planning for. Where they're really going to make their stand is at this choke point.
Full neutral, no ultimates in play. Both teams looking for an edge, and the damage on the Terra severe. Terra nearly getting picked off. Now returning fire here with the team up. Unlimited ammo, quite nice, but TTK can't get away. Remix able to get the final blow there.
Res back in, though.
The BRB limits the impact. So you're still at a full 6, but you are giving up a lot of positioning right now as Envy keeps pushing forward. They drop the Sia right now. Terra real close to getting Kraken impact, wants to do it, but time is running out. They lose Delina, but here we go. Kraken impact just in the nick of time. Evens things out 5-on-5. Ready for one more. Moving on up. Has to prop it here soon. Is going to lose it. Instead, gets pulled. Jake loses the second impact.
That's so important. Cal finds one. Space with another. And Envy cracking this defense wide open. The Kraken impact from NK seems to be just enough here to get this first capture online. And I mean, that's a minute 30 on the first cap. This is a beautiful offense so far from Envy.
What a well-timed bionic hook coming in from NK there. Just what Terra's about to say one more time. NK says, how about you go back to spawn? Space now. Meteor M, good to go. Same with 100 Thieves. Ult economy going to be crucial here, Jake, into second.
We haven't been giving enough love to NK. This guy's been great to watch, whether it's on the Winter Soldier, the Namor, across the matches today. Terra, though, finds the first opener here. 100 Thieves have a bit of an advantage, trying to push it here, trying to shut down that next duelist. Envy tactically retreating, but under a ton of pressure. 100 Thieves are just withering in their offense.
I think the scary part in this and Hell v Hell matchup is that when one of the Hellas is down, it means that either Delina or Cal doesn't really have anyone left to check them. And that is a horrifying spot to be in. But the hook is huge, Jake. But the fall through might not be there right away. It forces out the Meteor M. That's a good trade of resources off the hook. You love to see it as Envy's able to get away without losing anyone. Big.
Yeah, Remix gets out, gets healed up, so opportunity here for Sleepy to open with the Sia, but once again, Terra shuts down Cal, struggling to find the way through these difficult choke points. Now Terra sweeps over to the flank. Envy gonna double down, gonna try to fight this anyway, and they do even up 5-5.
Terra dove pretty deep for the Cal kill. You get the Cal kill, but you don't get out with your life. Even back up 5 versus 5 space now. Up in the front here with Remix, tank versus tank. Vanguard's getting down and dirty here in the front. And now Cal, Gods to Death, ready to go. Remix with the clobbering time. The Sia dropped here by 100 Thieves. Envy, though, shrugging off the most of the poke damage. And we look at NK, cracking impact, good to go. Looking for a bionic arm here, perhaps. And Zelina is down. Paint with the assist there with Cal. And they get the advantage and they just move forward, Jake, economically at that.
Vinny just has to die on card here. No hope to escape, no hope to retreat and fight another day. They're just hoping they can get the spawns in time. Envy able to win that fight off picks. That's critical because now they're able to take position around this final capture point. It's 100 Thieves on the retake. They do have this invisible woman barrier to help delay things. However, Envy have a lot of aggressive pressure. It's going to be difficult to walk up.
100 Thieves, though, needs a contest, but they lose NK immediately. Terra, first pick off. The BRB, though, brings him right back into play. Remix. Focused on the payload, saying, hey, if you guys got for a second, we're going to move it on in. Zelina gets picked, also rezzed right up. Both teams, well, Space gets picked. Now, Remix into the back line. Pressure's going to be on him. Delina with the Goss of Death, pushing Envy back. Envy, Jake, now must reset.
Yeah, they got to fall back there. Too many picks came in. 100 Thieves, they had to dump everything to get the job done, but that opening pick was pretty massive onto NK. Baited out the BRB, and then when the Vanguard fell, there was no res to follow up, not allowing Envy to double down and re-engage. That being said, ultimate advantage now strongly in favor of Envy. 100 Thieves want to force out the support ultimate very early, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Envy taking position, moving into the inside.
Right now, you're hoping Terra can make something happen. You look to Terra and Delina, get a pick in the neutral before the ults really become a factor here. The invisible boundary is going to make things really difficult, but if you get one before it drops, the advantage could be yours. Delina right now, working on the outside flank. Remix, moving over into the point, and they're giving a lot of attention to the DPS that are trying to flank to the upper left. Now, though, into the payload. They need the hurry, though, before the ult stacking gets too big. Now, they're looking for it. Pressure onto Vinny. Vinny, though, able to just get to the side.
Envy haven't found any crack in the defense yet. 100 Thieves holding strong despite the ultimate disadvantage, and every second they buy is one where they're continuing to charge ultimates. Remix goes into the backline, wants to deal with that. The invisible boundary, though, is enough. Two openers come in for NK. Has the crack and impact if he wants to look for more. Very likely to continue this pressure. 100 Thieves, desperation, running to the cart. They've got that execution threshold on the thing. He's so incredibly low. The bubble, though, from Space saves NK. Huge! The critical difference maker.
It also stops Terra from doing more Kraken impacts. Envy hanging on to this fight. Both teams, though, still very much in it. NK, super low, dead from TTK. Now Terra gets the team up, drops more shots. The BRB, though, brings Terra, NK right back in. Terra now dead. 100 Thieves down one. Envy with the advantage on the point. Clobbering time going to be used as Envy right now stays on the payload. They need at least one more pick. 100 Thieves is doing just God's work on stalling right now, Jake, but finally Harvey goes down, and could this be it?
Yeah, the tempo seems to be turning against them here. Envy still full 6 players alive, now focusing down. These defenders stalling the objective, and similar time banks. Both teams had about a minute 50 here coming into third point. Let's see if Envy can replicate that aggressive success that 100 Thieves had on their defense.
All right, a minute 40 left to go. I mean, 100 Thieves, given that they completed the map, I think they're still okay with this, but very even across the board. These next two fights will decide it all. And let's see how Cal approaches this attack. A lot of areas to set up flanks here, but also dangerous with the opposition on the other side.
You got to take risks here in the damage duel. You know, it's all about taking those flanks, finding the openers. For now, Car continues to roll, so 100 Thieves electing to be biding their time here, defend the next corner. See a pop from both squads, so it's a 1-for-1 ult trade for now. Both duelists, I think, looking to find a cheeky pickoff. Remix, oh, whoa, can't step around that corner. Way too much focus fire. NK, though, uses the distraction, finds one. The res comes in onto Remix and Delena, so no res is left available.
Still full 6v6. Meteor M, though. Death from above. TTK looking, and no, instead it's Cal going down. Cal, I think, getting caught by Delina and Harvey. Combo not coming back up from the BRB. Meteor M, though, out from Space. It's huge! Space dunks on down onto the support line. There's no heals left for 100 Thieves here, Jake. A massive ult coming in from Space.
Delena on the back line needs to be the hero, needs to find a critical pickoff there. Cal, I think, made it into the bird and now calls out that team. Everyone else is going to be aware of his position. Does he pop the Goddess of Death? No, he's going to die, and I'm not sure Delena's going to be able to get back to this fight. It's going to be desperation for 100 Thieves. They've got to touch. They have that invisible boundary, though, so maybe they can make this happen. NK looking to stifle that before it can even begin. The execution barrier down on the cart, but defensive ults come out from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and it's a great boundary. It's an immediate cleanup. There's no real resources for Envy to deal with it, but they also can't back out, Jake. 3 seconds left. 100 Thieves Their defense holding strong. Envy so close, yet so far on the attack. And yet, on the same note, a great showing from Envy, even in the loss.
Yeah, despite the series being 2-0 for 100 Thieves, they have been sweating for these victories. Envy has really shown them a serious challenge so far in the series. I'm very curious to see where we go for map 3. I mean, 100 Thieves may end up carrying the day, but this is an Envy squad that is far from realizing their full potential. I think this is a really exciting development for North American Marvel Rivals because we haven't really had that team who's taking it to 100 Thieves in the raw aim duels, in the raw skill duels, and Envy is doing just that here.
Vest, we just saw Cal and Delina head-to-head on the Hela duels. What are your immediate thoughts here, first time seeing it in the match?
Very well. First of all, I think it was pretty close. I don't think that was a gap by any means. I think this is Cal played really well in that. I think what was actually even more interesting than the Hela duels was the composition of that map because of the bans where we saw like, okay, we had the Doctor Strange ban, we had the Luna Snow ban, we also had the Loki ban. There was the first time I think in a while at a tier 1 at a top level Marvel Rivals I've seen both teams playing Rocket Raccoon for the entirety of the map. So they had Rocket Raccoon in for the entirety of the map, giving that team up to the Winter Soldier, just giving the infinite ammo, giving the increased fire rate. So it was very, very interesting to see that particular point here where these teams were playing an extremely poke-heavy style, trying to build the amplifier really quickly, and then essentially using the BRB as a replacement for Hela's team up with Loki, getting that res back, right? So I do think when I look at Envy, I look at 100 Thieves, what was really the biggest difference, once again, was A, the ult cycling. Continuously, 100 Thieves does a lot better job of ult cycling than Envy still, which makes sense considering the maturity of the roster. And B, I do think Envy sometimes struggles a bit on the focus fire, especially when you're dealing with a poke-heavy comp where there's not a lot of heals here in the field, because yes, Rocket Raccoon has a lot of pure healing, but doesn't have a lot of, I guess, utility. That is where 100 Thieves once again is coming out here on top. It's just cycling the ults and getting the focus fire. And Envy probably just needs to clean it up a bit.
Yeah, some of these fights I think take a very long time to clean up for Envy, right? Like when they're capping the point, even though they do end up winning out in the end. I mean, 100 Thieves looked really practiced in these stalling scenarios, in the delay scenarios, and they're very much aware of their win conditions, right? They're able to set up this final fight on the map where they have the decisive portal advantage, they have the invisible boundary for that critical fight. I mean, the only one that matters is the one where you're able to secure the hold. So got to give a lot of respect to 100 Thieves. They are clearly so far in the series the stronger team overall, but I think just through this Envy squad, I mean, there's a lot of hope for the future being shown in the way they're performing.
Now, what I'm curious on is that does Envy follow the same playbook? Because you remember back to their match versus Sentinels, they went to Midtown and they had a close loss, very similar to what we just saw now. Now going forward, they went into Hall of Dajalia in their first series. I think we may go back there again, but given the difference between Sentinels and 100 Thieves Vest, I feel like it's just going to be a very different match, especially, just simply as you were pointing out, the bans that are being put down here are leading to very different games.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think what's also another highlight here when we talk about going to this next map is, okay, Luna Snow was banned, so neither team played Namor because like we don't have the team up, we're not going to get the frozen spawn. But especially on a map like Midtown, I really think Envy, especially with NK, who had looked so good on Namor previously, earlier today, I would have liked them to still try to see the Namor. Yes, is the Namor value definitely lessened without the Luna Snow, but you have the extra ability to take really aggressive flank fights. If you're playing into the Rocket Raccoon comp, which is possible again if we see similar bans, they can walk behind, drop to spawn, immediately delete like a Rocket Raccoon, right? And especially because like a lot of those rocket fights and the fights that are happening between like Sleepy and SJP is just like they're moving in to like kind of clean up the damage, similar to how a Loki is functioning occasionally, like just getting a little bit of extra value from the damage that's taking place and the mobility. So I would kind of like to see them potentially bring out the Namor again for NK, because I think NK looked really good on that pick and also lessens a lot of the pretty much the firepower that they're directing towards the front line there for the vanguards of Envy.
I think it's an interesting choice there between something like the Winter Soldier and the Namor, in terms of Winter Soldier giving you that playmaking and like some of the tank focus fire, being able to pull people out of position, where Namor gives you this like unique opportunity to like explode through flanks. And if the enemy's not mirroring the Namor, it can be very annoying to clean up those spawns. I think a lot of teams are really valuing the team up, not only for the obvious team up, right? The fact that it gives you the third spawn, it gives you, that like extra stat bonus for Luna's healing. But I think also being able to damage amp with the Luna ultimate on the Namor whale and get that one-shot combo is like super, like, whereas a lot of the team up I think are about the team up and like it gives you this special ability or some stat bonus. It's really good. I think for the Luna and Namor, it's almost more about that like strategic synergy, and the team up is like a nice bonus on top of that. We are going to go to Hall of Dajali, and I like this for Team Envy though. I think you can't back down from believing that you're the better team in like the raw aim duels. You have the stronger duelists. That has brought them to be, to these very close first 2 maps in the series. And I think if you are going to win, it's not going to be by giving up on your strengths.
And speaking of not giving up your strengths, I do think it's really interesting just building the narrative of what is the identity at Envy, right? Because they are a newer team to Marvel Rivals, essentially made right before the Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. They're building experience right now, and they're also building their identity. But man, have we got a lot of data just in these 2 matches here of what they like to play where, okay, they lose a map, they go Midtown. They lose Midtown, they go Hall of Dajali. And I mean, part of it is what they like to play, right? Both of these maps are maps where you can get good mileage off your Hela plays. I also think they're maps where it's like the way they're playing with the front line between Remix and Space, right? It's kind of interesting because their maps are like pretty solid for Magneto, but also maps where you have like room to make things happen on things. So, Envy has kind of decided, okay, we have our current style. These are like the fields of battle we want to go to. The problem here now, Vaso, is that even should they win here in Hall of Dajali, it'll be 100 Thieves deciding the maps for the rest of the series from there on out.
Well, I mean, they reverse sweep Sentinels earlier,
yeah.
So it's in, the old man strength is potentially still real, and I do think that's a really good point too, as well as when we're going to Hall of Dajali, is this is a map where you get a lot of opportunities. You get a lot of opportunities to take the fights. You get a lot more time than a domination map. And like you talked about, they're playing a very split style. They're letting their vanguards take a lot of that spaces. The Loki's band, again, is 100 Thieves. They really don't want Sleepy to be on Loki, which is also something I think that's like defining this match a lot, is they're denying the Loki from Sleepy a lot. And sure, Envy's going to deny the Doctor Strange, but I think 100 Thieves is perfectly okay with that when you have things like Groot and Magneto still on the board.
One thing I want to see from 100 Thieves here is they've been protecting this Wolverine. It looks like sort of a mind game so far in the series. They haven't deployed it. I think there's also a very good argument for protecting the Groot here on Hall of Dajali. Get Vinny back on the Groot, where I think he had a clear edge on map 1 that further stabilizes the game and really puts it in your favor. See if 100 Thieves elect to go for that, or if honestly, the Wolverine I think is not very good on this map in general. So yeah, even if they protect it, I think this is a map where it's like especially like not really the hero to protect, and then I don't even know if Envy would ban it based on how the series has gone so far. So yeah, really the Groot response. I think this is really smart, and I think this is where Vinny can really push the edge he has in the tank experience. I think his mechanics on the Groot are just really, really strong, and that's something that is hard to match for Remix.
Here's what I think for Envy. I think you don't even necessarily need to ban the Wolverine here. It hasn't been shown the entire game. I don't know if 100 Thieves would even go to it here. I mean, you can if you want to be sure, but this is where maybe you look at it and you wonder, what else can you take out that might be a little bit more core to the game plan? And okay, they've taken away my point. I was going to say Winter Soldier. I think that makes sense because between the two, NK's been good, but Terra has been even better. Terra has been the duelist backbone for 100 Thieves of the series, not even Delina, as far as I'm concerned. And this, I think, puts more of the load lifting on to Delina, which might be good for Cal in the Hell of a Hell matchup. But Vast, we're about to get into it. Your final thoughts here with the Winter Soldier ban coming in at the very end.
I think it's just a cascade effect here of Envy feeling pressured to protect the Magneto for space, right? Because space on that hero pick is so powerful because they're always afraid of the Wolverine, despite even though and I agree with Jake's take on this, is that I don't think the Wolverine is maybe going to be that strong here, but they're kind of afraid of it. They want to keep space on the Magneto, which gave him the opportunity to pretty much protect the Groot. And now with Winter Soldier being gone, I think it's a very smart idea. But this map, I don't think it's entirely necessary. I don't think you have to have Winter Soldier. I think it removes Terra from the field a little bit, but I wouldn't even be surprised if 100 Thieves might even try to still force the Wolverine, but don't take anything that comes out of Spawn crazy yet. We're probably going to see a Hela. We're probably going to see Star-Lords as a duelist pick, and it's just going to be kind of a dogfight.
Yeah, they still have the Adam Warlock team up is not banned, so we could potentially see that. NK would look pretty solid on the Star-Lord on map 1. 400 Thieves, I'm not a huge believer in the Wolverine here, but and Envy, for their side, they're just gonna say, you know what, we're not gonna play the Groot. We can win with the Thing, and I actually like this. I think playing into the mirror against 100 Thieves is not a great look. Rocket Raccoon booster over the flank. Cal, does Cal expect this? Maybe not, and that's a huge pickup from Delena. The experience on the Hela matchup showing.
Welcome to Marvel Rivals, says Delena to Cal. Yeah, you might have potential, but I knew you were there. Very quick pick off, just calm with his pants down, and now gonna be
Wolverine
even less threat on Terra. Yeah, Terra just gets to drop the claws and do whatever he wants, really.
Yeah, and this is where the experience is a real challenge because the Wolverine matchup, you really need to know the limits. You need to know when to focus fire Wolverine, when to ignore him. It's such a challenge. We've seen so many teams fall to those claws of Wolverine, and Envy, see if they have the answers here. They've been really put under pressure by the strategic diversity of 100 Thieves.
Cannot ask for a better start here for the first point. One of the hardest points to attack, and 100 Thieves make it look effortless with Delina's early pick on to Cal. Now we'll see where it goes. Terra moving forward, getting real close to getting Last Stand up and online. And I feel like Envy is
his
still
second
recovering.
life forced though on Terra, so he's a little bit vulnerable here. Has to be just a little bit more cautious. He's gonna go in, but doesn't get a grab there. So nice start to the fight, but Vinny's walls are just so annoying. Envy are unable really to fight into the objective with the threat of that wall.
Also, Delina had more than enough opening to go in, get on the Cal. 2 picks now for 100 Thieves. And it doesn't get any better, because Terra is about to slash a few more times, Last Stand, and probably abduct 2 people. It's just really brutal, Jake, where Envy, they haven't recovered from the early picks.
Yeah, 100 Thieves look so well practiced on the strategy. Now the Wolverine comes out in the series. Envy have been caught flat-footed. Now the pressure overwhelming onto Remix, gets shut down. The combo into that Groot, and the backline is just destroyed. The Cloak and Dagger ultimate from Sleepy isn't even close to enough. Now the Focus Fire just cleaving through that heal, and with 6 minutes onto the clock, 100 Thieves charging forward into third point. This is about one of the fastest speedruns I have ever seen.
I mean, right now, you stop and think about it. I just heard that sound there, and I got flashbacks from pub games of, like, vote to surrender almost. It's like,
yeah, right?
That is how brutal that this opening has been for Envy. 100 Thieves, anything that could go right has gone right. TTK, though, getting very, very low, nearly picked off, was able to back out.
And Wolverine is great on third as well. I mean, first and second, I think the Wolverine is a little more suspect on this map, but third point, super powerful. Legendary Pop going to be defended right now by the Meteor M. See if NK can get much done. Looks like the supports are very safe, very conscious of this possibility. Wolverine isn't even forced into the second life. Now grabs Groot, pulls him into the back line, and it's an easy pickup for 100 Thieves with the Vinny slamming the door on that choke point.
Remix is not going to do well in this mirror when he has to worry about a Wolverine and the other group. It is not going to end well, Jake. I'm just letting you that know right now. Cal, Goddess of Death, blocked by the pillar. A lot of pillar line of sight issues there as Delina takes down Cal's, the Goddess of Death fades, and this is a rout, an absolute slaughter in favor of 100 Thieves.
I was worried we might see this in the series. I mean, the Wolverine is such a threat, and for a team that is maybe relying a bit on their FPS prowess, maybe a little bit less experience. Oh, and it's a disgusting cleanup there from Vinny on the Groot. But the Wolverine, I mean, you need to be very, very clean, very, very smart to be able to beat it and have a great understanding of the matchup. And when it comes to that, that's where 100 Thieves have had a clear edge. They've tried to beat Envy with brute force. And I think, honestly, you got to give respect to Envy for forcing 100 Thieves to dig deeper in the strat book. But the book is very deep, very thick for 100 Thieves right now.
Oh boy, you know, Hastro's PC just got like an alert saying your subscription to an even match has expired. Would you like to make any changes to your subscription plan? I mean, I don't know. This was, it was rough, to say the least.
Look, we've been hyping Envy a lot. We've been hyping Envy a lot. They've been great in the series. It's been awesome to see a new entrant to the top level of competition here in Rivals Fight Night. But 100 Thieves, they're interested in that check. They would like to check now. They would like to finish this series 3-0.
You know, as much as people got on the iRemix reverse sweep hashtag, that's pretty rough. That was you were getting close to like canonically best time possible you could do. Yeah,
you're getting into 007 territory. Cal and Remix, and that was the offense. This map is so defense favored. Oh, yo, this game is like basically done, ZP. Like I really don't see how Envy can get back into it. I mean, this is a map we routinely see full held on second point. That's like a normal. If you get held in second point, I still feel like, you know what, you can win that on defense. You can make the full hold. You just got absolutely blitzed out of the game. 4:30 on the clock, man. GG.
Yeah, also, I'm going to do a rare thing. We're going to bring in our analyst mid-game here just because of Ast. You've seen a lot of car crashes in competitive hero shooters. I mean, where's this one rank right now after that round?
More importantly, SJP was 1 assist off the pie game. 3 and 15. Just one assist off the pie game. So very close, but unfortunately not in the day. But I will say that right now it's looking very, very hard for Envy. I like the swap to this Venom, but the Wolverine is giving them a lot of trouble.
Second life force though, Wolverine weak on this first point. It's a lot of open space.
Terra nearly going down. Now right back into it. Envy looking a little bit better here so far. They get their first elimination of the match. NK on the board. Terra though immediately can be rezzed. Yeah, quickly rezzed. Cal though dropping the soul bond here on Adam Warlock. Still winnable fight here for Envy. Blaster Barrage coming on out from NK. Cal finding Terra, so the Wolverine threat down, but TTK getting Mantis on the side. TTK devastating the strategist line, and that is a quick trip back to spawn for the rest of Envy.
Yeah, they are going to go for this Adam Warlock team up with the Star-Lord. I like this as a different look, as it's one that's potentially more difficult for Wolverine to get his claws on. But that's also enabling 100 Thieves to have a very powerful front line. Hela essentially uncontested. Delana, though, hold on, gets burst down, popped, and it looks like not rezzed. So opportunity here for Envy to cap first.
That was the old 1-2 between iRemix and Cal. They set that up beautifully. Space on the Terra, both duelists down. NK, Blaster Barrage through the invisible boundary. Galactic Legend faded, but Envy with a huge advantage to the rest of this fight right now. 100 Thieves looking very drained. Delana might come back into the fight late with the Gauss Death, but by that time, people are likely going to be gone. 100 Thieves, though, somehow alive. This gets back to Focus Fire. Finish them off. You must be thinking here. The Meteor M comes in. Perhaps a bit of an overcommit, but sometimes, Jake, you want to get through the first
Delana with
point
2?
as quick as
Hold
possible.
on.
Yeah, what?
No way,
What?
right?
What?
Surely not.
Okay.
Surely not. I mean, Envy need a cap, man. Like they're chasing kills really hard. They're gonna get the cap secured. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Delana finding 2 in the midst of the fight. I mean, Envy get that one, but it was off the back of a big peg onto the Hela with such a long respawn in that position. So Envy, I mean, I like what they're bringing to the table here. Maybe it'll be enough.
They're alive. They've gotten eliminations. They're on the board. The scoreboard has broken from its undefined infinity status in terms of kill-death ratios. So, things a little bit better. But here we go. Terra going for the dive. Doesn't find anyone there right off the bat. Galactic Legend in from NK. 100 Thieves. Force back a little bit. TTK. No Meteor M up yet, but will be up soon. The Sia, though. Envy giving it some respect, Jake.
Yeah, they've got to back off. I mean, the threat from Wolverine with the Sia, there's so much damage available to be pumped for 100 Thieves. It's got to be little by little. Magneto pulled very deep, bubbling, getting body blocked in the choke, needs everything to stay alive. Wolverine ultimate dives into the backline. Cal so low, but popping all the defensive skills, able to stay alive through it all.
Stays alive because Space somehow got away. Space broke Terra's ankles, got out of the worst of it, stays alive. Invisible boundary from Pain, well timed. Terra can't get away, gets punished for the dive. BRB brings him right back into play. Delana had to use the Gauss of Death. This was a saving Gauss of Death because it was about to go down and turn. Still getting some damage value off of this, Jake. There's not immediate response. Still, Gauss of Death is down. TTK right now, Meteor M ready to go. Envy, though, with momentum on the point, starting to force TTK back. Meteor M is about to be used right now. Instead, he just watches Vinny get crunched in front of his eyes.
A little bit too greedy with the shield. Maybe doesn't think he can save the Venom anyway. Has to pop it on himself. 100 Thieves send reeling. I mean, Envy, there's still some fight left in this roster, despite the blistering pace that was set on 100 Thieves offense. Now, the defense looking a little bit difficult. Still, opportunity to make the hold here. If they can get the stoppage, this would be huge.
Galactic Legend causes the Meteor M. Still a little bit of gas left in that Legend. NK looking for more. Gonna see the Sia dropped in response to Lena. Stops NK in the middle of the air. Sets up the one-person advantage, but uses the team up. Gets back into the fray. Envy back at full strength. Meteor M was used by Space, also doesn't get anything. 6 on 6. Next thing coming up right now is going to be Terra with the Galactic Legend of his own. Terra, though, under heavy pressure from Cal. Moves over, says nope, Galactic Legend time, goes on in. Delana, res back up by the rocket. Invisible boundary down from Envy. Both teams trying out ultimates. Not a whole lot in terms of dying, and when people die, the res comes in. Terra in onto the point, drops a Blaster Barrage, and Jake, it's still very close. Karmic Revival now up for Envy too.
100 Thieves are juggling this card pressure incredibly well. Cal maybe forced to pop that revive. Now needs to get Space back into the fight. NK down, getting rezzed as well. So those picks mean basically nothing here for 100 Thieves. They've got to find something else. They have the Sia online, but the pressure overwhelming. Cal super low, just barely gets out with his life. And with Vinny down, it's going to be difficult for 100 Thieves to hold onto the card. It's just TTK to hold the front line.
Remix now getting low, needs a little bit of help heal-wise. Envy, though, still very much in the fight. The Karmic Revival from Cal, well-timed. TTK, though, has the Meteor M ready to go. Not a lot of responses on the other side. Might be up to TTK as Remix getting down and dirty into the back line. Now, back and over. Terra, Galactic Legend, up once more. Invisible boundary down, but it's not enough to save NK. NK down, no BRB res this time. Clear advantage now for 100 Thieves. As CTK holds the Meteor M in reserve, but for now, just damage on the Remix.
Yeah, and the dive has really run out of steam here for 100 Thieves. The front line is doing such a good job juggling all the pressure on Cart, being just impossible to evict from this position. But hold on, Cal finds the burst onto Terra. That's a bit of an opportunity now. TTK with the Meteor M is sedated, is under a lot of pressure right now. And it looks like Envy just wants to go past the front line, dive in, deal with some of these dangerous strategists. I like the decision making, but will they get stomped by TTK's Meteor M? No, you can't get connection.
Yeah, they stay in it. The triple strategist for Envy, still letting them stay in the fight. Space, unable to finish off Invisible Woman on the other side. Harvey just barely gets away from the Meteor M. TTK takes down his counterpart. Man advantage now for 100 Thieves on this payload that just has not moved for what feels like 3 minutes now. Galactic Legend in from NK. Is anyone for 100 Thieves gonna die? I was looking for Delina. Delina though gets healed in turn, but gets an opportunistic kill on the TTK. Delina gets caught by the very end. NK, the end of Galactic Legend, doing the work required for this point to be captured. A minute 30 left in Envy's life.
And this is going to be a critical push. They need to get a cap, and they honestly need all the time they can get. At this point, getting an overtime capture is probably about the best you can do, but you need to do better than that. You need to have some kind of clock to have any chance. I mean, there's no way 100 Thieves do not get one tick, so it's time for Envy to go gambling, take a lot of risks. They need to cap with time.
Moving on in, NK Blaster Barrage has the Star-Lord team up to get right back into it. Terra, though, Galactic Legend doesn't let Remix get away, moves on forward, lanes it down from the front line. 100 Thieves right now just looking for some extra staggers. And they just might get it, Jake, as Space can't leave either.
Their fate may be sealed now. Capping with overtime is the best they can do pretty much from this position. I don't see any way for Envy to get more than that. But are you really going to be able to make the full hold with only one tick to give against a squad like 100 Thieves? It's a scary spot to be, but Envy, despite the odds against them, they're fighting it out.
All they can do is press forward. 100 Thieves, though, very close to being our winners in the money match yet again here at Rivals Fight Night. But still, they have to put Envy away. We'll see if they can do that here. Terra, Blaster Barrage on to the convoy. Sleepy, Soul Resurgence coming on out. Envy pushing forward. Delina has had enough. Goddess of Death into the sky. Pillar being a little bit of an impediment, gets some decent damage in, but is immediately dragged on out. Envy, still a lot of ults in their bank, good to go here. NK, Galactic Legend, has to be the first one that's likely to come here in just a moment. Galactic Legend is ready. Invisible Boundary is going to come down a little bit early here from Envy as they use to set the terms of the fight.
And very happy to just hold this down and trade down ultimates are 100 Thieves. We've already into overtime. 100 Thieves, this choke point is going to be their last and final defense. Space goes very deep with Meteor M. Can't quite find the connection. Delena low. The pressure, though, comes in from Envy. They see an opportunity. Maybe they can get over the line.
Delena's low. Delena's dead. Space finished off Delena, who almost got away. And now, Envy, can they make the most of this paint? Able to take down Terra. Both duelists down. The 100 Thieves damage is wrecked. TTK can be his own damage source. Goes for the Meteor M in response to Galactic Legend. No pickoffs coming in from that. NK still on the Galactic Legend. Paint, though, is down. They lose
Terra.
2. And Envy now with only 4 back around. 100 Thieves with a respawn advantage. It is overtime. They cannot leave the convoy for any reason here, Jake. Envy must push forward if they want to stay this alive. 100 Thieves, they can taste the $1,000 at stake if they hold back Envy here and now. But the res comes in from Envy. They're pushing forward. They want to keep this going. And Jake, they might have just done it with Delena getting picked.
Remix diving into the backline with the Venom Ult. Would love to get some critical pickoffs, at least taking some of the pressure off of the front line, off of the cart. Just gets healed in time. Now swinging around, looking to dive in. 100 Thieves, they're so difficult to finish, even in these critical moments. Legendary over the top from Terra. Does just find one. The invisible boundary from Paintbrush. Stabilizing this for the moment for Vinny, but they cannot get off this cart for even a second on Team
They need
Envy.
to go back in. They're getting pushed back. And that invisible boundary was just a little bit slow to save. Still keeps them in the fight for a little bit. Remix, though, down, gets caught by Delena, swap to the Punisher. And now
Punisher
Envy with only
ultimate.
3 left. 100 Thieves about to be champions once more. You get the resurrection in from the Warlock, but it's not enough. It's 100 Thieves. They win the $1,000 here. Rivals Fight Night North America.
It's a well-deserved championship here for 100 Thieves, a 3-0 victory in the end. But we have to remember, this is an Envy squad that is far from reaching their potential. What a fantastic money match. I think the 3-0 scoreline does not tell the story. 100 Thieves are far, far ahead for the moment in NA Marvel Rivals, but it's clear there are challengers on the horizon.
Yeah, and I think that's a key thing. I mean, you say it a lot in hero shooters, but it's totally true. There's 3 O's and then there's 3 O's. And in this case, we had both here today. If you look at EU, VP was just a steamrolling, nothing in question, right? But when we take a look at what happened here in our NA final, there's a lot to talk about. It was not entirely one-sided, except for that one round in the last map, which definitely was one-sided. It doesn't get more one-sided than no eliminations, but Avast, they bounced back.
They did, and I honestly give Envy a lot of credit, like Jake was saying at the end there, is that pretty much one of the only counters to Wolverine to like a dive comps or sometimes is you play a Adam Warlock, because what do you have? You have the Soul Bond. You have the ability to distribute the damage around, prevents your Adam Warlock from ever pretty much going down. They go down to 1 HP, and you also have the cocoons when you team up with Adam Warlock with the Mantis, or rather with the Star-Lord. So I do think Cal moving to the Warlock, which we've seen Cal do a lot for Envy actually, was a great idea. The real problem was just they got so rolled on their defense that they're up against a brick wall, you know, like they had like essentially a huge timing to try to match. If any sort of difficulties at all, they're going to be a huge disadvantage. So maybe just a little too late, I think, there for Envy. I would love to see that swap come out a little bit earlier, but still a great showing for them. And coming out here, getting second in the fight night, going against the competing champs, or the current champs, I do think there's a lot of hope. You should have a lot of hope if you're an Envy fan and be like, oh, they can grow. They still have a lot of room to grow for this team.
Yeah, because 100 Thieves won with better strategy, better picks, better like understanding of the meta, which should be totally unsurprising with how experienced that roster is and how good they are in some of those like very prepared, rehearsed situations. But when it came to just like the raw individualism, those little moments about who can just get that tiny edge, I felt like Envy was actually coming out on top in some of those moments.
All right, so you think about this match overall, there's a lot to be said good on the 100 Thieves side, a lot of storylines we had, but, as we get to our player of the match, Avast, I feel like it had to be just one person. We were all talking about it, and we all agreed it's got to be Terra for 100 Thieves, where, Delina oftentimes is storyline, but Terra, whether it be on the Winter Soldier, or especially the Wolverine on our final map, just looked phenomenal.
Flexibility is the name of the game, and Terra definitely has it. And I think you can see the consistent impact for Terra throughout this series, just making sure to make the space, get the picks, whether it be Winter Soldier, whether it be Wolverine. I mean, you see here just the combination on the wall, which just has to feel really bad. And I think that's also what's so important for every team at the top level, is like, not only does Terra show up here on the Winter Soldier, on the Star-Lord, but very importantly, not every team has a top tier Wolverine player. And having the Wolverine player in the back pocket, which, Jake's talked about a lot here, we've all talked about it, puts a lot of pressure in your protect phase, just in terms of the hero selection on enemy teams.
Yeah, I think if you want to have like a decent draft and not be like just forced into these duelist bans, you need an amazing Hela and you need an amazing Wolverine, and not many teams have both. I think that's part of the strength here for 100 Thieves, and Terra even coming out of the Winter Soldier looking amazing across the board. I do think though we got to give an honorable mention to Vinny, especially the group performance, fantastic. I think TTK looked amazing on the Magneto, was just a brick wall in a lot of these scenarios holding the objective. I mean, across the board for 100 Thieves, I feel like we have been hyping Envy a ton this series because it's really exciting to see a new team come out and be impressive and make it competitive against the top squad. But 100 Thieves, they still have a serious lead here in North America.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves, I mean, look, we went into this kind of expecting them to be the favorite today. It does end up being the case, but the road we took here was unexpected. Envy, I think, surprised a whole lot of people today with how close they were able to play against 100 Thieves at points, with the fact that they were able to beat Sentinels in the iRemix reverse sweep as it was deemed. And
hashtag iRemix reverse sweep.
Yeah,
hashtag.
Coined by Hydration. Hydration gets royalties every time you say it, believe it or not. I don't know how he managed it, but, Hydration just has that tech. And I think to me, it's like a cool, exciting story here. Anytime you see a team do that when it wasn't the expectation come in, it's cool. And that's why, by the way, you got to watch the games. And for our part of it here at Rivals Fight Night, every single Thursday, we will be inviting some of the top teams of both regions, and you'll be able to see all the action here live. If you love top-end play here for Marvel Rivals, this is the place to be. And if you happen to miss it, check out our YouTube. All the VODs go there. Your support really does go a long way. And also support from our sponsors like Intel, throwing a helping hand and supporting a lot of our efforts here in the esports space. But Avast, we're coming to the end here. What are your thoughts on how things went down here today?
Expected, I think, both across EU and NA, the expected result. But EU, I think that was kind of slid in pretty easily.
We need an international land for VP.
Yeah, I know.
More than any other team, VP needs a challenge. They need a real foe, and I don't think they have one yet. It's not the same in NA by a long stretch, but man, VP is just disgusting. I feel like this is going to be a nice $1,000 check coming week to week here for the foreseeable future, frankly, the way they're playing.
100%. And also, I mean, for NA, I think something that we have to walk away from this too is that probably some of the most interesting compositions we've seen in Fight Night and just Marvel Rivals as a whole today, because we saw 2 series in a row and for this finals where Rocket Raccoons played full time. Both teams. They were so afraid of Sleepy being on Loki, or just didn't want Sleepy on Loki, that we didn't see any Loki play, which I think is actually a very unexpected and something that we haven't seen a lot of. So I think takeaways, VP, 100 Thieves, clearly looking the strongest in the regions, but also seeing some really fun compositions, seeing some more evolution as we continue to move throughout, and Marvel Rivals just gets older as a game. So I think it just shows that there's a lot of exciting potential opportunities in the future for the game, and just what is anyone going to cook up next?
Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Like it's a great moment here for Marvel Rivals. It's always exciting at this early time in the game's history, and we're just happy to be here at Rivals Fight Night and bringing you guys a great show, a great broadcast. Shout out to the co-streamers as well. A lot of people from across Twitch, YouTube, you know, co-streaming us and bringing the hype to the fans. We really appreciate y'all. It is exciting. That's why we do this, is to like put on the show for the community and to be here, you know, week after week. So we appreciate everyone. Hope you continue to support us.
All right, well, that does bring us to the end of our broadcast here today. We will be back next Thursday with a new slate of teams, but the same champions. We'll see if things can be had. Check out Marvel Rivals Invitational tomorrow for more North American action. But for us here at Rivals Fight Night, this is the end. Thank you, the viewers, for tuning in. Thank you, the teams. Thank you, Intel, for sponsoring us and helping us put on a great show. And we'll see everyone else next time for more Rivals Fight Night.